What's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm DJ.
And I'm Diggins.
And this is mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woo!
Woo!
Yeah.
Which means, wow, this is, if you can't hear it, the impressions we're doing in our voices are nothing. Because this is not an episode about a movie or show or video game or
DJ.
whatever.
Nice.
Were you doing
DJ
DJ?
was
Okay,
doing
that is...
Whoops.
That is an
Yeah, I
option.
was doing
Yeah.
Diggins. Totally.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's great. And I was, yeah, I mean, listen, Diggins, can I hear another DJ real quick? Just so that people know what's DJ saying. I feel like we've done this before and we're actually pretty good at it, doing impressions of each other. I can't remember what they are, though.
It's like, hey guys. So,
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that, and then there's the DJ as
I don't
like
know, but the
kind of-
predicted markets say that's probably going to happen.
Damn it, he got me.
I was gonna say there's that, and there's DJ as a kind of Ben Shapiro figure who has to put like 15 qualifiers in front of a. Okay, hold on. Don't trust me. This is gonna happen. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen today, but what you don't know is, and then you'll tell the thing. So,
Oh,
yeah.
I feel so exposed. Oh, God.
But DJ, do you want to give a Diggins as revenge?
Yeah, no, that's easy. It's like, well, guys, what you actually don't understand is that countries are around other countries are landlocked countries, and countries around oceans are oceanside countries, and that's just missed by everyone. Okay, sometimes people think that Germany is next to Russia, but it's really next to
Yeah.
France. That's where they are, and people just need to understand that.
How much next to France do you think?
They're neighbors, right? They're right there. They're right.
You think they have a border that touches?
Does it wrap?
Does it wrap around? Wait, do you think
It's a simple
France
question.
surrounds Germany? That'd be pretty cool.
Do you think they have a border that touches?
What?
They got him.
It's not my fault that I'm put into a geography quiz.
That's true.
Every 8th episode, and I'm exposed. I'm sorry,
DJ, I think this one is explicitly your fault.
Listen,
I wouldn't have said nothing.
If there's any countries between France and Germany, I bet they're awesome. I bet they're so cool.
They do border each other,
And-
is the answer, DJ.
Oh, good. Thank God. See? Yes, they share a border. He said confidently.
There you go. Well, speaking of confidence and things we'll say confidently, DJ, would you like to kind of, well, we don't really need to explain the whole premise of the episode, but would you like to introduce our guest who will probably do some of that, or at least like be kind of in charge of some of that?
Yeah, something like that. So people have read the episode title and description are probably fans, but for those who, aren't, we here for our yearly recap and predictions for 2026 is what we're doing. I believe the sovereign nation of mostly nitpicking still has a Supreme Court, right? I think it exists and,
Yeah.
makes rulings and interprets laws.
We've made claims about packing the Supreme Court in the past, but we never actually did it because it's too hard and we're not motivated by anything really. Yeah. So we're just not, we're going to talk about it. We're not going to actually do it.
Okay.
So.
Well, with that,
keep sending us money.
Yeah, for sure. If you could send me money and Diggins money and DJ money, and then a second group that's all of us is money, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and throw crypto in there too. But it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce the Supreme Court Justice, Chief Supreme Court Justice, in fact, Chief Justice Roger to the podcast. Welcome, Roger. Woo! Fanfare,
Welcome.
Happy to be here again. This is like my holiday kind of tradition. You go through the holidays, New Year's, all that, throw it in the trash. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah.
This is my jam.
And
this is what to get right back into work mode because you're like, life could be worse.
That's true.
You start from the very bottom, and each day after that is working your way towards a happier day. And I'm really happy.
It's a good time to do it because usually nothing happens in January, so you got time to chill before like actual stuff starts happening. You have to start like paying attention to the world, but January is like when we all relax.
We're easing into it. I will say, jokes aside, Roger does an incredible amount of work for this podcast. Podcast he comes on once a year. He does it for free. He compiles a lot of stuff. It's a miracle that these episodes existed before Roger volunteered his time and effort.
That's true. I remember they did. but
will
I don't
say,
remember.
DJ, obviously, Roger does a lot of work here. We also do this podcast for free.
You do this podcast for free?
Yeah.
This is getting really awkward. First we do impressions. Diggins find out he's not getting
Wow.
paid.
Diggins, I come onto this microphone and do zero work. I sometimes don't watch the movie or related TV show we might do. So some of us might be doing it for free, but I'm not doing work. As established already, this is my therapy.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
This
true. New
is my
therapy. People. We're not therapists, but hey,
But
BetterHelp is like also maybe no therapist. I don't know. What were you gonna say? Just kidding, allegedly.
if
But
you're feeling down, start a podcast maybe. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it'll solve your problems, but try. Turn on a microphone and have Nando, Roger, and Diggins do all the work.
Hey, here's the thing. You wouldn't be the first person who started a podcast instead of going to therapy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's true.
Some would say 5 or 10 of the top 10 are exactly that.
for sure.
Yeah. This year, I'm not wearing my robes because, we're doing something a little different. I think if I had my robes on, the way oral arguments are going to go, it'd be a little confusing. I'm also glad that Nando got everybody in the contentious spirit by having Diggins and DJ just go head to head on impressions,
yeah.
really get the bad blood going. I'm
Yeah,
glad
smart of
DJ is back and knocked off the rust last week on the Avatar pod. I was working on some fallback options in case DJ couldn't make it. I asked Michelle to send over his chat GPT, the one he's been journaling in. And I tried to get that to work.
nice.
And all it was, man, that's a tight 90. Oh, dog shit. And then there were board game wrecks. And then I broke it. And all it was giving me was betting advice. All bad bets, of course. But so I'm really glad.
The best way to reset your DJ AI is to ask it what to get your white wife. That's very important.
It is the
That's,
grounding top that you need to ground yourself
Yeah.
like Inception style.
Which is also his white wife.
That's right. Yeah. DJ doesn't have wives of multiple races or anything like that. This is something DJ specifically
have
put into
one white
ChatGPT once.
Who I love very much, and sometimes is hard to shop for around the holidays. And I think I said this at the time. Michelle's birthday is 2 days before Christmas.
Every day, you pray to God, thanking him that she doesn't listen to this pod.
Oh my God, I'm so blessed she doesn't listen to this pod. But her birthday's 2 days before Christmas, so it's a pressure cooker with the gifts. Anyway,
It's tough. Yeah.
But I'm excited to be here. Excited kind of more so to put 2025 in the rearview mirror. But really excited to see, did Diggins defend his IMDb crown? And who is our Mr. Nitpicking for the second year? Obviously, Nando won last year. And Mr. Nitpicking is kind of exciting this year because DJ told me before the podcast secretly that he is so confident he's going to be Mr. Nitpicking this year that he is going to award whoever wins Mr. Nitpicking the rights to name his child. Not just the podcast name, the legal name
The
of his
real
child.
name.
Which is
Nice.
good. That's why Michelle doesn't listen to this podcast. We'll just have to, find out live with us what the name is. But that's what's up for stakes this year. So I'm very excited.
good.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be thinking about that all episode is what to rename this kid.
I'm so excited to meet Turok Chapman.
Well, that's assuming
nice.
you guys can be Mr. Mostly Nitpicking, which you will
That's
not
true.
be, so doesn't matter.
And with that, we can look at the first kind of big point getter for Mr. Nitpicking, which is the IMDb, B as in summary. And for 2025, it was IMDb D as in dynasty because Diggins was entering as the back-to-back winner. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is a three-peat. 3 years ago, Diggins won outright. 2 years ago, Nando, DJ, and Diggins had to go through a tiebreak, which Diggins won. And last year, another tiebreak, which Diggins won again. So how does 2025 shake out? Well, unfortunately, this year, there were no ties come year end. One person eked out a 1-point win over the rest of the group. So we have a definitive winner. Or do we? Because this was a unique year, an incomplete year, if you will, because DJ missed 6 podcasts, 4 more than he usually misses in a given year. And this was the least amount of podcasts done. We had 44 this year, down from 46 last year, and 51 when you guys were just churning out an episode a week.
When
It's
no one
crazy
had
how the
kids,
calendar keeps changing.
There were no kids. It was much easier.
Different amount of weeks in a year. Every day you check and you're like, wow, no.
Yeah,
all
some
right.
some of those were leap years, probably.
Yeah, that's almost certain.
Everyone should just see the text. You guys should just see the text that go back and forth. With this day, nah, next week, push, no movie, I'm sick. Oh, God.
So with all the kid on the way, that means we only had 38 episodes that counted for IMDb, which is a massive all-time lows. It feels like we didn't play a full IMDb season, right?
That's
It's a lockout season.
We missed out on 6 or 7 IMDb's. That's 3 or 4 potential wins, and with 4 wins in the air, that means it could have been anyone's game.
Oh my God.
So in the interest of truth, justice, and the American way, apologies to James Gunn, the human way.
That's right, the human way.
The court declares we need to have some additional tiebreakers so we can bring this IMDb season to completion. So, gentlemen, it's tiebreaker time.
Damn it.
Wow.
We just love him so much.
I'm excited.
This is going to be how Diggins comes back, isn't it? He's going to 4-peat. God.
Off the back of tiebreakers. This is like the refs cooking for Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
I was going to say, someone pop his ACL.
Which someone predicted was a surefire bet in February to bet the farm on the Chiefs. How did that turn out, DJ?
I think I did.
You did.
Someone was so sure about it.
I was very sure. Not my fault.
So for our first round of tiebreakers, I'm going to dive into a little podcast lore, particularly on an ongoing subplot of the past 3 years that I think eagle-eared listeners of the pod may have picked up on. And that is the 3-year saga of DJ's quest to make these recordings shorter by trying a new format. And let me tell you, his implementations of efficiency would make Doge envious. Because in 2023, the average Nitpicking podcast was 2 hours and 36 minutes. DJ infamously got rid of the wheel in an effort to make the pods shorter, which resulted in the average episode the following year of being 3 hours and 9 minutes. That is a 33-minute increase in 2023 to 2024. In 2025, DJ tried to recreate the wheel without having to apologize to it by having various legally distinct wheel spin-offs.
That's right.
And that didn't capture the magic, so DJ eventually groveled, apologized, sent flowers, asked ChatGPT, got Michelle involved, and finally, the wheel came home, along with a new format attempt, the timed summary. So obviously, this must have had an impact on the podcast in 2025. And it did. It had a meaningful impact, everybody. The podcasts in 2025 were, in fact, 11 minutes longer at 3 hours and 20 minutes. Now, you might say, Supreme Court Justice Roger, the new format, it just started, 13 podcasts ago? Surely it's down with that new format. No, sweet listener, it is still at 3 hours and 15 minutes. So a little bit shorter, but not much.
Pretty good.
And so DJ,
So here I'm locked into this. I'm in a steel cage match.
it is not looking very good for you and your ability to make this podcast quicker. But on that note, it has given us listeners a very good crop of 4-hour podcasts in 2025. In fact, we had 5 4-hour podcasts or more, 4-hour long or more podcasts in 2025. And the previous high for reference was 3. And what I want you guys to do is I'm going to send you a list of all 19 movies this year that were over that 3-hour and 20-minute average.
Okay.
And on that list, you are going to identify the 5 movies that were over 4 hours long. And in that list of 5 movies, you're going to tell me which one you thought was the longest podcast on that list. And I'm going to send it to you and give you about 60 seconds or so. I'm going to go through a little fun Discord recap of the season. It is on Discord, and everybody is going to get their movies now. So take a look at that. So you're going to send me 5 movies from that list with identifying which one you thought was the longest. And with that, I'll give you guys some time to think while I tell the listeners about how these movies came to be. So first off, we have Captain America, Brave New World, where Hulk is the president. Then we have Electric State, where Mr. Peanut is the wartime president and the robots are oppressed. Zootopia 2, where the reptiles are oppressed and there is a love story. Superman, where there is a love story by James Gunn. Maybe we'll find out later. Thunderbolts, a Marvel story with a lot of guns. Swordfish, where there is a gun during a high-stakes oral exam. Wicked for Good, where there is a dildo gun. Weapons, where the kids are guns. Fantastic Four, where the kid is the key. Zathura, where the kids play a game. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which is a horror game with no blood in it. Sinners, where they tried to suck your blood. Him, where they tried to transfuse your blood. 28 years later, where you tried to avoid the blood of the infected. Hard Ticket to Hawaii, when you avoid the infected snake. The Gorge, where you avoid the infected World War II nightmare experiments. Snow White, where they experimented with weird-looking nightmare CGI. Now You See Me, Now You Don't, where the magic was just CGI. And finally, War of the Worlds 2025, the bad one with Ice Cube, where the CGI was comical. And with that, I think we have everybody but DJ's answers.
All right, I got it.
So he's going to pull the trigger.
No.
And we're going to see.
He's very brave. He's very brave.
Very brave.
And smart and cool.
And cool. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't need ChatGPT to journal in or ask
No.
too.
He never has.
And he makes the best bets.
Now he uses Grok, right?
He uses Grok.
Okay. Yeah, because then they can also imagine his bookie, in a little bikini.
Yeah. That'll show him.
So I have your answers, and I have to come clean. I actually lied to you. This list is not exclusively a podcast that went over 3 hours and 20 minutes. In fact, one movie on this list was actually the shortest podcast of 2020 at 2 hours and 40 minutes. Can you tell me what the shortest podcast was? You have 30 seconds to make that. And just for the listeners, as a recap, it's Captain America, Electric State, Zootopia 2, Superman, Thunderbolts, Swordfish, Wicked, Weapons, Fantastic Four, Zathura, Five Nights at Freddy's, Sinners, Him, 28 Years Later, Hard Ticket to Hawaii, The Gorge, Snow White, Now You See Me, Now You Don't, and War of the Worlds 2025, the bad one, with Ice Cube. And I have everyone's answers. And I hate to do this to you guys, but I actually lied to you again. Not all these movies were ones that you covered in 2025. One of these movies you actually covered in 2024. And DJ, everybody knows that when you have your second kid, your mental faculties and memory are off the charts. They're like 100%, 200% better. So you have about 10 seconds to figure out what movie on this list you did not cover in 2025. In fact, you covered it in 2024. And I'm going to wait for those answers.
All right.
And I've got DJs in.
Maybe this one?
These are hilarious. I love this part.
It's like, do you know your own podcast? Are you sure you know your own podcast?
And there was a point where I was re-listening to one of the episodes, and I thought for a second, I was like, I can right now just look at all their times in case this comes up. And I didn't because I was driving, but also I forgot.
And you know what? That's great because maybe next year I'll do it again. I'll be a madman and do it again. Or maybe I won't. So we'll go back to the first one, which was the longest episodes, right? And with that, I'm going to have you just give me your longest choice. So your number one longest choice that you had made on those podcasts. So we'll start off with Diggins. What was your prediction or guess rather, for what the longest podcast
was? I remember last year, for some reason, it was Wicked. So I went for the squeakquel and said it was Wicked for Good.
Excellent.
Smart.
Nando, what did you put for the longest?
So for this one, I was trying to figure out what's a movie that would be interested in and also would have a lot to say about because it just makes a lot of choices and stuff. So I went with Captain America Brave New World because there's just a lot of shit going on in that movie. And yeah, plenty to talk about.
And DJ, what did you put?
Same as Nando, Captain America, for all the reasons. Plus, it's a Marvel movie. The Marvel ones always go long. And it was bad. So we had a lot to say about it, especially at the end. We had a lot to say about the movie at the end.
And DJ, if you could, just give us your full 5 list. So starting with Captain America, and what are the other 4?
So I felt like I was cheating with this one because I was, listening and looking at the podcast run times, as, I was on leave. So I was wow, Wicked for Good, 4 hours. That's long. So I knew that one was there. I'm like, wow, Zootopia 2, 4 hours. That's long. So I put that one on there. I did Cap and Fantastic Four because I assumed the Marvel ones were both over 4 hours because the Marvel ones always go long. Those are the only 2 Marvel ones. And then I was going to do Superman, but
only 2 Marvel ones. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry, Thunderbolts. But Thunderbolts was really good, and we didn't have a lot to say about it. I forgot. It doesn't matter. Shush. And then I was like, looking at the list, and I'm like, I remember the Electric State one being really long, so I went with Electric State.
Nando, what'd you go with?
So, I mean, I didn't know the things DJ said, but I think we have some of the same ones. So I also said Captain America, obviously. I also said Electric State. I remember that one being pretty long. And just like that movie was wild. I went with The Gorge. I remember that being significant. I'm not sure if it was the longest one, but I remember us having a surprising amount to say. I also went with Snow White for the same reason. I feel like we also had a lot to say about Snow White. And then because I think it's maybe my favorite one of the year, I did War of the Worlds 2025 because we also had a lot to say about that movie. So yeah, I picked the ones that I think if I had to right now, I'd be the most interested in listening to. And I'm hoping that those are the 4-hour long ones. We'll see.
And Diggins, what about you?
Most of mine have been said already. Captain America for all that stuff. The Gorge, because I also remember it being a weird thing for us. Snow White, because that was the worst movie I saw this year. And I also remember just going weirdly long on Sinners, so I put that.
Oh, interesting.
Perfect. And so to reveal, starting with the 5th place kind of longest, was Wicked for Good at 4 hours and 1 minute, just eking by.
Nice.
Wow.
Number 4, Zootopia 2 at 4 hours and 6 minutes. Also, just those two, just Nando and Diggins. As DJ mentioned, he was able to be a listener for those.
Right.
Number 3, DJ made the right call. Fantastic Four, First Steps.
Oh, okay.
2, Electric State at
Yeah,
4
that
hours
makes
and
sense.
13 minutes. And number 1 at 4 hours and 18 minutes, which does not come close to Wicked last year at 4 hours and 39 minutes, but still the longest podcast of 2025 is Captain America, Brave New World, which means
Let's go!
Very good.
DJ
Let's
rested,
go.
ready, and tanned.
Yes.
He got all 6, the 5 plus the bonus.
Wow.
It doesn't feel fair that 2 were give me's because I remember just looking at the time being like, wow, they went really long on these 2 movies, so it feels a little unfair. That's fine.
If it makes you feel better, DJ, you have constantly forgot things that were told to you moments ago. So the fact that you
That's
remembered
true.
it is a feat in of itself. So after that, the first round, DJ 6, Nando got 3 right plus the longest, and Diggins with 2. Next up, we have our shortest. We'll go in reverse order. Diggins, what was your choice for the shortest podcast of 2025, and what was it?
For truly no reason at all, just off the dome, I said Zathura.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Nando, what about you?
So for this one, again, because it's the inverse of the movie quality to length kind of ratio, I went with Sinners.
Okay.
I can't imagine we had that much to say about it besides there's a vampire and stuff, whatever,
See, Diggins just told me that we had so much to say about it. What a
I know,
juxtaposition.
and that's why I'm curious that he thought that. But yeah, so Sinners for me.
And DJ, what did you put for shortest?
I'm sure this is wrong, and this is my Sideshow Bob step on a dozen rakes moment, but I thought War of the Worlds, because in my head I'm like, we were just out, but then Nando's like, no, it was long, and I'm like, no, it was long, but in my head, I was like, yeah, I thought War of the Worlds podcast was 2.5 hours in my brain.
I mean, it very well might be. I'm not, I don't know if
No,
it's
I think you're
very
right.
long, but
I think you're right. We
should
had a
have
lot
been.
to say.
Should be longer.
Disruptor.
And before I reveal the shortest, just apropos of nothing, DJ, what'd you put for the movie we didn't cover in 2025?
I feel pretty good about this. I said Swordfish. I think that was a late 2024. I don't think we did Swordfish in 2025.
I think we did do Swordfish in 2025 because that was the beginning of the Joeys. That was the first Joey episode.
And
So
there
I feel like based on the number of Joeys, it would have to have been this year.
Was it our first episode back
Yeah.
after the
Well, I don't know about that, but it's the one with Dre DiMatteo.
Swordfish
and that's what kind
is
of
the
got us there.
one. I think Swordfish was the movie that I started summarizing the episode of Joey instead.
So Swordfish was the first movie of the year where Nando talked
Son
ad
of a
nauseum
bitch.
about Joey. And then Diggins had what I think is one of, if not the best now, podcast moment of all time. In the following episode, Back in Action, Diggins seamlessly transitioned in his summary of Back in Action to just summarizing the first episode of Joey, which Nando picked up on. DJ, having not watched it, did not. And me, as a listener, I thought I had accidentally skipped like 20 seconds in the podcast and kept going back, being like, what have I missed? What have I missed? What have I missed? And so, unfortunately for DJ, your memory was just off. It was the first movie covered and the shortest podcast of the year. No. You guys were tired after, I assume, a very exhausting prediction episode, much like we're recording now. And so it was 2 hours and 40 minutes, which is doubly hilarious if you think about it, because the shortest podcast of 2025, 2 hours and 40 minutes, is longer than the average podcast in 2023 when DJ started tweaking and fixing the podcast lengths.
I think I'm done. I think I just, whatever Diggins and Nando know best.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it once.
Yeah, I feel like it's whatever, you know.
Keep chopping
People
away.
love long podcasts.
And just to give you an idea of like what podcast episodes used to be when we were talking about them, in 2022, you guys covered your shortest podcast in recent memory. It was Cat in the Hat. It was 1 hour and 49 minutes. Remember those days?
I need to go listen. I'm going to go listen to that Cat in the Hat podcast. Were we like sleepy or something? There's no fucking way.
Man, it just wasn't that good of a movie.
Jesus Christ.
It wasn't that good of a movie because the second after that was the Emoji Movie at 1 hour and 52 minutes. So you guys are just, showing up, clocking in, clocking out, trying to get, the podcast motions.
Hour 52 is news, Joey, and then IMDb, and then summary. Maybe that's an hour 52.
Yeah, that's what the pre-Joey days did to us. I feel like
I guess
Joey did.
When you think about it, DJ, you could take some comfort in that the average did not increase by more than the average Joey segment.
Ooh, okay.
That's true.
That does make me feel better. You know, depending on what happens if we are or not doing. I know Joey will end, but like, what comes after?
Not in my heart.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or on my AO3 account.
And so nobody guessed the shortest movie, but now that we know Swordfish was not a movie that wasn't covered in 2025. In fact, was the first movie. Nando, what did you guess for the movie we didn't cover in 2025?
Oh, what did I do for this? Oh, I did Hard Ticket to Hawaii. Part of me was like, it didn't come out this year. And then also, maybe it was last year. Some of that stuff just runs together for me.
Diggins, what about you? What did you put?
I also said Hard Ticket to Hawaii because I was pretty sure we had watched that last year.
And your gut was correct. You guys covered it. It was Diggins' selection for the March Madness winner who gifted their selection to Diggins.
Oh, that's right.
It was recorded in November of 2024. So tiebreaker 1 is in the books. We're moving on to tiebreaker number 2. And that's going to be about the wheel alternates you guys used in 2025.
Man.
As a reminder, the wheel started 2025 on the run. So you guys used some wheel spin-offs to help you nitpick. Spin-offs. You know what that reminds me of? There's this show I've been watching. It's a failed 2000s show that was a spin-off of a beloved 90s sitcom. You know what I'm talking about, DJ?
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
Are you talking about Joey, of course?
No, I'm talking about that It's 80s show with Glenn Howerton from Always Sunny. I was watching
Glenn
that.
Howerton was in that?
Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
No, I kid. Of course, I'm talking about the 2025 hit, the revival, the renaissance of Joey. And I think we all learned this year that Joey had some very solid episodes. But it also had some episodes that really showed why it was a canceled failure. And I know you all have your own favorites and least favorites, but what does the general public think? And for this tiebreaker, I'm going to give you the top 5 highest rated Joey episodes. You are going to tell me which one of those 5 was the highest rated on IMDb and what the score was for that episode. It is a decimal score, so like 2.3,
right,
8.9, something like that. So
I am really the lowest rated or whatever.
No. My bag of tricks is always going to be changing, never the same. So I just sent over the list of the 5 episodes. I want you to tell me which one of these was the highest rated on IMDb and what the score was for a bonus point. For the audience, the 5 episodes are Joey and the Moving In, Joey and the Tijuana Trip, Joey and the Premiere, Joey and the Plot Test, and Joey and the Taste Test. So I have the answers from everybody but Joey's number one fan, Nando, who is contemplating, wondering.
I'm having real trouble with this one, but I'm going to say this one at like a... Okay.
And now, on the flip side, because every yin needs a yang,
okay,
I'm going to send over the 5 lowest rated Joey episodes.
It is.
And I want you to tell me which one was the lowest and what that low IMDb score was. For the audience, that was Joey and the Dad, Joey and the ESL, Joey and the Spanking, Joey and the Party for Alex, and Joey and the Musical. Those were the 5 lowest rated episodes of Joey. There was probably a little burst of reviews over the last year as the Joey fever swept the nation.
That's right.
Captured our hearts, our minds, and our bodies. I don't know. It's a little bit of our weird. There's definitely a segment that got their itch scratched with the Joey and sister plot. All right.
It wasn't always Joey and sister. Sometimes it was sister and son.
All right. Gotta get all your bases. So with that, we're going to do the highest rated Joey episode and what that IMDb score was. Nando, what did you put? And what was the score you put?
So I put Joey in the Moving In. I think audiences frequently, A, this was late in the season that it was in. And B, I think audiences frequently really gravitate towards like couple episodes and stuff. I gave it a 6.9 because it wasn't very good. Like none of these can be very high, but also like I don't even know what a high score is for a bad show on IMDb. But yeah, Joey the Moving In at 6.9.
Diggins, what did you put?
I put Joey in the Plot Twist because this was an episode I remembered from 20 years ago and thought that was a pretty good joke in that one part of it. So I was like, if I remembered it for that long, maybe it was the best one. And I said 7.6, pretty much as a random number.
And DJ, what did you say?
I said Joey in the Premiere. I generally remember us liking that episode, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's one that also was generally appealing to audiences. I said 6.2. I assume most of these Joey episodes are pretty mediocrely rated. So I'm thinking a 6.2 is probably a high watermark for them.
So what is interesting is the Joey show as a show on IMDb has a 6.0 out of 10. But none of the episodes are below a 6.0 out of 10 somehow.
What?
I don't know how IMDb does it.
What does that mean?
But
so does IMDb have something against Joey? Like, are they
it does
out to
seem
get
like
him?
it's anti-Joey.
Who
There might
runs
be
it? That girl from that episode a couple of episodes ago?
the child?
The little kid? Yeah, probably that.
But for the highest rated IMDb episode, the high watermark was 7.8. And it was for Joey and the Premiere, which DJ had guessed.
Wow.
After that,
Let's go.
Moving In, Plot Twist, and Tijuana Trip all got the same score of 7.7. Taste Test was at 7.6. Now we'll switch gears and talk about
I was just say Premiere's a good one because it's the only episode of the show that featured a character from Friends, played by an actor from Friends. So that maybe was enough to do it. Like, yeah.
Now, DJ, since you won, kick us off with what you said was the worst episode and what the score was for it.
I said Joey and the Spanking purely because I hated that episode. I think it's so bad and like annoying. I don't think it's a good one. And I said 3.9, which knowing that show average is like a 6.0, I definitely wouldn't say. Well, and you said that none of them below 6, but even if you just told me the show average was 6.0, I would have said like 5.4 or whatever. Sure. But yeah, Joey and the Spanking.
Dickens, what'd you put?
I also put Joey in the Spanking, also because I hated that episode. And I said like 2.7.
Oh my
God.
Wow.
They never got that low,
what did you
Dickens.
put?
So I decided to go with Joey the Spanking because it's the worst episode of the show. He spanks the child. I gave it a 6.2 because, like kind of what I was saying. I really don't know how to score any of these. So I kind of decided, I was like, I'm going to really split the difference and go kind of down the middle with my best and worst.
I will tell you that Joey and the Spanking was the second lowest, but you forgot.
Wow.
Joey brings out the freaks, and some people like that type of episode.
Yeah.
The lowest episode was something everybody hates, which is musicals. So Joey and the Musical at 6.7.
Wow.
So close, but
What?
no cigar. We got. I don't know. I also thought Spanking would be the lowest.
I do remember the musical episode being bad, not because it's a musical, but because it's really disjointed and unfocused.
Yeah. Even though it was a Zach heavy episode, which should have made it the best. It in fact was worse. Yeah.
You'd think, but
Oh, wow.
and
Hollywood,
also
baby.
funny, Joey and the Dad, which I think Nando, you noted, you really enjoyed that one. Thought it was pretty solid in the bottom 5. So you know what? The public doesn't know what they had. That's why they canceled Joey.
Yeah, that's true.
Joey and Dad also
they deserve
never aired.
Yeah,
That's true.
but
It was a good idea.
it is crazy how that just came up super organically, totally unplanned, as all Joey segments come to pass. Now,
And nephews.
yeah,
Joey's nephew was unplanned. And that was good, wasn't it?
yeah. DJ, have you been keeping up with Joey on your hiatus at all?
I
I don't know about this.
no, and it's point of contention for me, but it was a good get off the cart, get back on the cart, and this is an okay time. I'm excited to start the new year with a new batch of episodes, finishing out Joey and seeing how our boy gets it done.
How are you going to keep up? You've been totally out of the loop by not watching the episodes.
Yeah.
It's okay. I feel like with the most recent episode we did, I just felt like, oh, I know what's going on. It all made sense to me.
That's the beauty of a sitcom. You can just jump right in whenever
pick
you
it
want.
up.
Yeah.
Now we go to our final regularly scheduled tiebreaker about those wheel spin-offs. We had 30 wheel replacements before DJ groveled and brought the wheel back. And funny enough, that was on the appropriately named Home podcast about the Pete Davidson 2025 acting masterclass movie that you all
I forgot about
graced
that.
us with your presence.
Right.
And that was the return of the wheel, the beginning of the timed format. But before that, we had 30 distinct wheels. In fact, we actually had 2 movies that used a very similar wheel replacement. So what I want you to do is tell me one of any of the 30 wheel replacements you did and what movie that wheel replacement was in. You get a bonus point for getting the right movie. Any wheel replacement will work. Just
How many do you want?
Just one.
All right.
I hope you get it wrong now with that cocky answer.
No,
How many? I'm sorry. Do you want 10, 5? I'll fire them all off. And then we'll give our wheel replacement answers, and I'll list off the 30 that you had that graced us through various not wheel adjacent segments.
Now my confidence is just like leaked out the side of my head.
See? Go in extra cocky and come out with maybe a win, maybe a loss. I've got Diggins, who is ready to go. He knows his wheel slices, his wheel fill-ins
I have no
better
idea if
than
that's
the rest. It might be.
Oh wait,
Gentlemen.
sorry. I put it in the wrong chat. Hold on.
This is Nando's secret side chat with
It really is. Hold on.
With this other podcast.
his other podcast. He's like, "Oh guys, I'm talking wheel slices. It's
I
a
was
great
like,
time."
he should be
All right.
really giving me credit because I get
This
to
is
do
like
it so
really
fast.
embarrassing now. I realized I'm like, wait, that's not.
Yes, and to maximize comedic effect, we'll have DJ go last so he can tell us. Diggins, you were first. You were confident enough.
I was not.
I think you could do it. What was your wheel spin-off and what movie was it in?
And I do remember at one point in something we had a futuristic cube.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And I couldn't remember what it was from, but I decided that Zathura was very sci-fi, so maybe it was from that.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good one. DJ, I'm sorry, Nando. We'll do DJ last. Nando, what did you have?
This one I remember pretty well. We did Lights Flash and You Stand Up Hypnotized for Captain America Brave New World.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The brain controlling flashlight. Yes.
Yeah.
Diggins, yours was correct. There was a futuristic cube, 1 point, but it wasn't Zathura. Zathura was after the wheel was brought back. That was for the Minecraft movie. We had a cube of something.
Oh, sure.
And then there was the T-sphere, different obviously, with Superman. And then there was a levitating kind of machine in Fantastic Four. So we'll give you points for futuristic cube. I'll allow it. That sounds good. There was a whole movie about cubes that you covered. DJ, so confident you could rattle off tens. You said,
let's hear him.
What do you got?
I remember like a loud buzzing sound gong thing, like, and I think that was Electric State, because of the fucking.
Is that really the best you've got for these? I'm shocked none of you said the one that I was thinking of but didn't want to say because I really like the Captain America one, the easy button.
Oh my God.
War of the Worlds. We had like a full program for that we all tried to use that never worked.
So let's see. I'm going to list off the 30, and we'll see if we get to a loud buzzing sound with a bong noise. So we started off with the disc. Then we had a lever. Oh, sorry. We did have a future cube, which was Star Trek Section 31.
I was going to say, Section 31 would, and
it sounded like Zoidberg. We had a dreidel. We had an algorithm computer. We had the brain controlling flashing light. We had the magic 3-ball, the gorge wheel mutation. We had cracking the egg in Electric State because of the egg character.
No.
We had the lighter, the bird with a note, a cube, a box of Tic Tacs, trumpet, center console like the Guardians limo, a remote, another lever, but this was the Carnival Ride one from Final Destination 3. We had a penny that we flipped, a mystery box we shook, a microwave oven, John Wick noises where he cocks the gun, there's an explosion in car tires, wind chime that activates by the happening wind, random squishy body part, Rev the jet ski, T-sphere with sci-fi noises, Crinkle the candy wrapper, a levitating machine, the That Was Easy button from War of the Worlds 2025, the bad one with Ice Cube, and then Snap the Twig, that was from Weapons, and the Turn on the manga cut, and it's the cursing part, Oh Shit, from Lupin the Third.
Oh, yeah.
I don't believe any of those fall into the category of loud, buzzing sound.
Ballerina easy. Ballerina. Like, that's... I think Ballerina is easy for that one.
Well, judges, we're going to need a win on this one.
I'm going to go with... a no on that one.
Oh, just wait till the next batch of files. They're coming. You guys think you've seen files? You have no idea how many files are waiting.
Oh, is this why DJ was asking us all for photos of ourselves so you could bake them into these files as he redacts the ones of him?
That makes sense. My head's going to look a lot like it is not on my body, but I do look like Ghislaine Maxwell now, you guys. Got all the surgeries, so those photos are not fraudulent at all. Just
so many four-fingered photos. So weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. Yeah. All right. With those 3 tiebreakers, the court feels like a full season of IMDb has been completed. So let's recap IMDb for 2025. As we mentioned, this year saw the introduction of the wonderful Joey segment, loved by everyone, hated by none. That was after Nando talked about his swordfish. As I mentioned, Diggins segued perfectly into the first episode of summarizing Joey when he was summarizing Back in Action. And it did seem like Joey's unexpected early incest plot lines colored a lot of the conversations you guys had on this pod. For example, in Snow White and the Huntsman, you guys talked a lot about milk baths, and DJ revealed he wanted to take a stingy acid bath because it would feel tingly.
I'd stand
battery acid specifically.
Battery acid,
I stand by it.
A lot of spit talk and some Tarantino feet talk and Sinners.
A lot of spit, yeah.
You guys talked about which celebrities smelled the best and worst in Mission Impossible. And then in Zootopia, there was a whole lot of it, with Diggins and Nando spending a lot of time.
Well, we gave you the experience in Avatar.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still glad I missed it, all right? Very clear.
And there was so much sharing of favorite Zootopia fanfic comics. And Nando's holding up a sign. He just wants to remind everybody that there is a mostly nitpicking Gmail account for some reason. I don't know what that is about, but please don't send your Zootopia fanfic comics to the mostly nitpicking Gmail account.
Especially if they're about abortion.
Yeah.
Oh, we already have that one, so don't send that one. Send new things. I don't want to take up the space. Maybe, though. That'd be pretty cool.
And through all that fun, there were 44 podcasts this year, and 38 had all three of you. And something interesting about this year as well, each of you had a long losing streak. Nando, you notched 6 straight losses near the beginning of the year. Diggins, you dropped 5 in the row in the middle. And much like a recommendation segment, DJ copied Diggins and had 5 losses in a row towards the end of the season. So much so that he had the DJ.com arena named after him. As he summarized so much after introducing his time concept, which, listen, I can't emphasize, did not cut the time of the episode recordings at all. And we had a long 5-episode gap of no DJ between Now You See Me 2 and Avatar when he returned last week. And with Diggins even winning Avatar last week, you still had the fewest wins, 11 wins. And that was 2 fewer than the next closest host. So unfortunately, the Double D, which stands for the Diggins Dynasty, ends this year. And we will be crowning a new IMDb, B as in spelling bee, champion. So with every ending, there is a new beginning. And who will that new IMDb champion be? Diggins, do you want to say anything about your reign? Any words of wisdom to the potential new winner of IMDb?
Tell us, Mahomes.
The golden age of this podcast is over. There's nothing that awaits us but a long slide into irrelevancy and ruin.
No, I agree. I agree.
I think it's going to be a much shorter slide. Yeah, I think it's going to be like a trip, 1 episode, and then we'll be there.
After the tiebreakers, DJ and Nando both had 7 points, which means whoever finished the season with the most amount of wins, that 1 extra win, is our IMDb champion.
Oh my God.
And I wish we were sponsored by somebody so I could turn it over to a commercial break so that DJ could bask in the anticipation of whether or not he is this champion. So after factoring in the tiebreakers at the end of the year, the IMDb B as in spelling bee champion is DJ because he won 14 to Nando's 13.
Very good.
At the end of the year. DJ, you have taken the IMDb crown that has rested for so long on Diggins' head.
It's so
what do you want to say to your new children, your wife? What are your words?
No one did this but me. I got here all on my own. I'm so happy. I'm keeping it forever. Everyone bet the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl 2027. It's gonna hit.
Don't do it.
I'm telling you, it's gonna hit. Chiefs 2027. Oh, it feels so good. I'm just thrilled to be here, and I'm so bad at it. It feels great. You know, maybe this new format's you said new format lost. Old format. Go back to the old format. Wheel. No more wheel. Wheel's gone again. Kill the wheel. We're bringing back alternatives, and we're going back to when I was good, because that's what this crown says. I'm in charge. I'm king. Let's go.
I'd like to remind everybody that 30 seconds ago, roughly, DJ said, I'm making no more changes. I've learned my lesson. And all it took was the tiniest bit of power, and that is out the window.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, DJ, it is a good thing you got this win because I previewed some of the 2025 predictions and they are not looking too hot for DJ. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not. Last year, we switched up the format on the predictions, and this year we will be doing something similar with a little bit of a twist. For the 2025 predictions, which we're going to recap, we're going to have a little bit of a timer for the host to give their opening statement and then their strong arguments. But before we get into the predictions, I do want to address the elephant in the room from last year's pod. There's been quite the contentious uproar over the past year about what happened in the What Dies category of the 2024 recap. As you may recall, in that category, the Supreme Court awarded Diggins, who predicted that the AAA video game industry would die, over DJ, who predicted the Sony Spider-Verse will die. Now, at the time of the recording, Sony had doubled down. They weren't going to kill the Sony Pictures universe. And they did backtrack that and put the final nail in the coffin. So the court listened back and agrees that DJ should have been given the victory over Diggins.
But we can't retroactively change things, so he still loses, though, right?
And we do that all the time. The Supreme Court does that all the time.
Look, stare decisis is dead, gentlemen, if you've been paying attention to the Supreme Court. And I recalculated the numbers from last year and made a startling discovery. Nothing changed. Nando still won the predictions. Nando still won Mr. Nitpicking. It was closer, but all at the end of the day was right. Once AI takes over in 2026, we'll have it go back, take my voice, re-record the episode, and we'll announce officially that DJ won. But for all intents and purposes, 2024, that episode is over. We are on to 2025. And for this new format, we're going to have, for each category, the ones that have their predictions are going to have 45 seconds on the clock to give their opening statement. I just want you to focus on why your prediction was right. Don't attack anybody else. I'll hold you in contempt. I'll throw you in nitpicking jail. After everybody gets their turn, we'll do 60 seconds for each person to kind of shit on everybody else. Maybe poke holes in everybody else's arguments. Now, unlike last year where everybody had some pretty solid predictions, we had some stinkers this year.
Wow.
And so I will justicize the stinker selection. And that is deputizing to be a justice with me. And so what we'll do is the person with the stinker choice will have an opportunity after the other two go to ask questions to the two. They'll have 60 seconds to poke holes. They can do whatever they want. Mind you, they might be on the other side of the bench come next category, so tread carefully. But at the very end of those, the person who is justicized with me will also vote on who gets that category, and there will be no partial points this year. We want a definitive winner, and there will be no retractions. I will not bow to public pressure on this podcast recording, unless I do, in which case I'm sorry.
Yeah, we might be wrong, so then you gotta change it.
Gotta change it. I never made a decision that I didn't stand by, except for that one time and that other time. And so just to give a quick illustrative example, let's say hypothetically we're litigating the category, blank will surprise everyone by being blank. And in that category, two hosts have very solid predictions, but then the third host says something like, I don't know, Andor will surprise everyone by being bad. That would be so unhingedly stupid, so unequivocally idiotic that person would instead advocate or erode the other two host predictions and be justicized with me on the court. Just as an example, obviously that didn't happen. That would be insane. What a terrible prediction that would be. So with that, we're going to go into what dies in 2025. And I was included in the predictions for last year. For what dies, I couldn't come up with anything, which honestly, my best prediction of the year in hindsight was just not saying anything. DJ, you unfortunately predicted that Jurassic World and the Jurassic World franchise would die. Your specific marker was it will not crack the top 20. It will be a sub 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. It ended up number 5 at 870 million and had a 50% Rotten Tomatoes. To no surprise, you're being justicized, and you will have an opportunity after Nando and Diggins go to 60 seconds to do whatever you want with it. Ask them questions, poke holes, bolster either or both sides. And then you and I will decide who is the category winner. But I'm going to turn it over to Diggins, who predicted AI slop dies in 2025. And Diggins, I have a 45-second timer ready to go. I'll give you a heads up when it runs out, but I'll turn it over to you. Please, counselor, keep it to just your AI slop, and you'll have an opportunity to attack the Lachey dating experiment in due course. Diggins, the court is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I declare that has AI slop died? I think to that we can definitively say no. However, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is it not also losing lots of money and every end user hates it. And the fact that it continues to exist is at the whims of tech oligarchs that seem inexplicable to the average person. To this I say, perhaps AI Slop did not die, but it is showing signs that in a healthy society, it would have died, and it would be dying.
Thank you, Counselor. That was very well done. I didn't anticipate Diggins would bring in the lawyer from Joker Folly Ado to help him out on this, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Yeah, point to Roger. Good callback. That's good.
Nando, I'm going to turn it over to you to defend and just don't touch AI Slop, just the Lachey dating experience. And your marker was that the watch times for Ultimatum and Love is Blind would decline. That would not be announced for renewal. So I'll turn it over to you, Counselor.
Yeah, all I'll say is it's still around, but it did have what many critics and people that watch the show, love the show, like myself said, was the worst season of Love is Blind. They also did cancel Ultimatum Queer Love. They are still potentially doing Ultimatum, but who knows? Because that's one that they have to cast it's going to be pretty difficult. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. We're eventually going to hit the doomsday scenario, which was none of the couples get married. It will show the cracks in the show, and the show will disappear after that. But while it has not disappeared yet, that did happen. There was a 0 marriage season, and I can't look at anything worse for that show's future.
You guys must have a great internal clock after all the timer, because you guys are right on 45 seconds. It's perfect. So my fellow Justice, who's been justicized for this category, DJ, I'm going to give you 60 seconds to ask questions to either person to kind of answer when they get their 60 seconds. You could shit on or provide context to anybody's prediction. Really, the floor is yours. You can do whatever you want with these 60 seconds.
I thank you for saying I could do whatever I want. And I know it's like the bell may toll for me because I'm going to be defending. I don't care. Diggins is wrong. He said he's wrong because he said, did AI die? No, but this other thing. That's not the question. Is this other thing is, did it die? And it did die.
I think Nando also did.
No.
Counselor,
it's my 60 seconds. Nando gave empirical things for it's like, well, here's actually empirically how it's on the slide. Yeah, sure. I can ask. I don't want to ask questions. Diggins is wrong. He's just wrong, and it's okay to be wrong. I was wrong. Very much wrong. Nando was right. So that's how I feel. I don't know if I'm at 60 seconds, but I'm just going to end it there.
Probably for the best. I will say that I had never watched Love is Blind, but all of the hubbub about Love is Blind got me to watch it this year. And I will say, while it was a unmitigated disaster, it was an interesting unmitigated disaster. I could not look away, and I actually might watch the other 200 countries that have Love is Blind.
They do. There's a lot of them.
So we shall see. DJ used his time. Will I say wisely? I will not. But with that, we're going to transition to the open-ended 60 seconds final argument. Nando, you will go first. Take it away. Diggins, you can respond after this. But Nando, you have 60 seconds to say your final points.
I mean, listen, Diggins, nothing would make me happier than if AI Slop were to die this year and had died in this year, but it just isn't. It's everywhere. It's running elections and stuff and doing everything. And the worst part about it is it's gotten stronger. It's indistinguishable from reality. They're leaking characters from the Doomsday movie that look photorealistic. And we're in a hellscape and stuff. Pictures of the Venezuela thing, of Venezuelans celebrating on the streets, were all fake because the AI made them. It was really not all of them, but like some of them were. And it was like, wow, those are good. On the other hand, I don't think this is. I don't think that the Netflix reality shows died, but I do think if they were going to die, this is what the first, like the first crack would look like in the armor, and that is enough for me to think they kind of died. That's maybe not time of death, but that's like when they started dying. So that's, I think, it just as important.
Exactly 1 minute. Man, that internal clock is humming.
It's pretty good.
Diggins, you have the final 60 seconds before myself and my fellow Justice DJ, just for this category. Maybe more. He had some really bad predictions. We'll make a decision. Diggins, the mic is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like to point out that as we speak, AI is in the middle of committing child sex crimes, which historically has been the end of the career for nearly everyone who's been caught.
Nearly.
Like 99 times out of 100. So that's not good. For it. For us. For anyone. So think about that.
99 times out of 100, but the last one going the other way is not helping your argument. So thank you for those arguments, my fellow Justice DJ. I think you made your position pretty clear, but did Diggins sway you at all to why AI Slop dying was the
honestly, the end of his argument made me feel like it's not dead. It's a supervillain. It's rising. We must crush it. It is using too much water. I don't want to say AI Slop died because it will minimize its potential impact. So I actually think we're doing like a disservice if we say that Diggins was correct.
DJ, you raised a good point. We don't want to, we shouldn't, bring AI for its crimes because that might cause more turmoil. We should let we should let AI just sit quietly in the corner for the next 3 to 4 years and he'll go, AI will go away. That is a great argument that has always worked.
If we tell the AI it died, probably won't destroy itself, but
it will rise. No, I cannot say that it has died because then we're just minimizing. Anyway, that's me.
I do think that with Diggins AI Slop, it is showing signs of cracks, but it is more integrated than ever. And unfortunately, you can't get away from it. I think Microsoft just yesterday indicated a name change that it was going to be the Office Suite. With Copilot. So with that, as much as we wish, as we do sometimes with the what dies in blank year would happen, I think we're going to have to give it to Nando. As the Lachey dating experiment had an all-time flop in terms of nobody getting married, a absolutely dreadful recap get-together show that was terrible.
Man, that sucked.
That
they shot basketballs.
They shot basketball.
That was one of the worst ones they've ever done.
Nando, do you want to give me the ring? I'll then give the ring to DJ, and then we'll give it back to
forgot
Diggins.
all about that part. Yeah, that was the worst.
It was. So with that, Nando takes the first category as we move on to the biggest hit of 2025. For my prediction, it was Fantastic Four, and boy howdy, it was just all right. As Nando mentioned in one of his videos a couple weeks ago, it was the least streamed Disney Plus release of the Marvel movies. Not a great look for what I thought was going to be the biggest hit. Joining me on the bench, but not through any fault of his own, is Diggins, who will be justicized for this because he picked The Passion of the Christ, which unfortunately for him, weeks later was announced was not going to be released. In fact, it's not even coming out this year. It's coming out in 2027, where they're doing the Resurrection Part 1 in March of 2027 for Good Friday. And then 40 days later, they're doing the Resurrection Part 2 on Ascension Day. It's a movie.
That's insane.
Catholics
that's so
will
good. That's like Kevin
that.
Costner in his stupid 8-part movie that they only did one of. I hope it bombs. I hope it bombs so bad.
So Diggins, I'm going to have you join me with the biggest hit for Passion of the Christ.
I don't feel bad of getting out on a technicality.
That is perfectly fine. DJ, you said Superman would be the biggest hit of 2025. If you could, you have 45 seconds on the clock, just keeping it to Superman and being a big hit. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, I think Superman was like a really feel-good movie that, numerically, what is a hit? But, still top 10, right? We're there. But really, I think it instilled this faith that's like, oh, James Gunn has always had it. There were doubters, maybe me a little bit on the inside where it's like, is this Superman thing going to work out? But I think it really instilled confidence that these Gunverse of the DC future is intact and was a spiritually the number one hit of 2025.
Nando, you picked Zootopia 2, which was the number one of the year with 1.5 billion, at least worldwide.
Yeah,
Can you tell us
what
why
was I
that
doing
the
not
biggest
picking
hit?
Neja too?
Yeah.
It was so obvious, it was staring right at me.
I think that hit the number one box office like January 11th or something crazy.
It was insane.
So
I
tell us
still
about
watched
Zootopia
it.
2.
I mean, Zootopia 2, what else is there to say? It made $1,592,067,100 worldwide as of today. It is the second highest grossing movie of the year, and it's, still in theaters, so it still could make more money. I don't think it'll beat Neja 2, but it was very successful, and everybody saw it. And Superman did fine. But, Zootopia. People love it.
Now, Diggins, you're going to have the opportunity to ask questions that you want them to answer, poke holes, or support. And I will mind you that one of your categories later on, you do talk about Superman being a love story. So if it was a hit, it would help that later. But not to sway your justice, because this court is way above board. The floor is yours.
You actually did predict the line of my inquiry. DJ, in your movie, do the man and the woman kiss?
Irrelevant.
DJ closed his eyes.
Irrelevant.
That part.
It's irrelevant.
That's true. He wouldn't have seen it.
All right. DJ chooses to spike his own argument. Nando, in your movie, do the man and the woman kiss?
Define man and woman.
The fox and the rabbit.
They do not.
The classic
that I
definition.
Know of.
Yeah,
They do, not human, but they almost kiss at least once. I can't remember when, but I feel like we get close, and it's like, that's almost happening. So,
and some people, that's all they need.
Now, if I knew definitively that the leads had kissed in Superman, then I think that might say something to Superman's favor. But since I don't know that, I guess I have to leave this as unknown.
No, they kiss. They totally kiss.
Too late.
They kiss hard.
Too
they
late.
Kiss so no.
I can enter in as a justice for the official record that in Superman they do in fact kiss, and I have it on good authority from Michelle that DJ did close his eyes and go ew when it did happen in the movie. Neither here nor there. So Nando, we're going to turn it over to you. Open arguments. You can address what Justice Diggins said. You can say why Superman was not the big hit. The floor is yours. 60 seconds. You may proceed.
I mean, the one I picked made twice as much as yours, plus as much as the one Roger picked, pretty much. Like, it made a lot of money. Superman, by the way, you said was in the top 10. It is number 10. And, I don't know if Wicked can probably not going to make $100 million in the next couple weeks. So it will probably end as the top 10 worldwide. And I believe domestic, too. Maybe better domestic than worldwide. But, yeah, I mean, listen, like I was saying about the Diggins one, I wish that we lived in a world where Superman was the highest grossing movie of 2025. It would have been great, but that is not the world we live in. The world we live in is one where children go to the movies and take their parents, because if you look at the top 3 movies of this year, with Zootopia coming in probably in the 3rd spot, it's that, Lilo and Stitch, and a Minecraft movie. So that's all I got to say.
I'll give you some extra time, Nando, but I will bring up the point. Does Hit have to be the highest grossing movie? Can't it be, as it has in years past, a cultural touchstone, a movement, a feeling? The human way. That's what we were all doing in 2025.
Without a doubt, none of these movies that I just said are the biggest hit of 2025. K-pop Demon Hunters is the biggest hit of 2025 by a mile. But I think it's, I think Superman did fine. I think Superman did well enough, but I think it's going to take another one. I think it's one of those things where by the second one, it's going to be a hit, because then people will be excited about it. It'll get that momentum. And it is, people are excited, but we got to see what, Supergirl does, I think, to see its hit status fully solidified.
DJ, you have 60 seconds to try to make your pitch of why Superman was the big hit.
I could do that, Roger, or I can tell you where my heart is. And I think Nando's right. And I say this not as some throwing in the towel or, I'm ruining the format by
fraud.
To prove, to use a very, I don't know if this reference exists anymore, but I'm a straight shooter, respected by both sides. And not to tip my hand too much, but there may be a future category where straight shooters are going to have to come out and start pointing some guns.
Wow.
So maybe now I should just say that Nana was right, that Zootopia 2 of the ones listed was the hit. He's right, Came Out Demon Hunters was the hit. But yeah, Zootopia 2 fucking hit. So it's probably bad lawyering. I don't think you're supposed to do that in a courtroom, but here I am. Not
so
real
much of my
lawyer.
core wants me to just go, well, Superman was the biggest hit. We're moving on. This reverse gamut.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Ooh, that'd be brave.
Oh, there, we're cooking.
This is not the 4D chess you were playing, DJ. Don't try to backtrack. Diggins as my fellow justice. Zootopia 2 or Superman as the big hit? What are you feeling?
Man, if I could just have known from DJ's lips if there was kissing in Superman, then I might be able to say that Superman is number one for giving us the kiss we all wanted. But since I can't know that, I mean, Nando's right. Like, by the numbers, by the money, Zootopia 2 was a lot bigger.
Pretty big.
And as Nando pointed out, Superman isn't necessarily the touchstone. I don't think we have this full faith that Supergirl is going to be this big hit just by the Superman name. So for those reasons, I think we're going to give it to Nando again for the biggest hit.
Incredible.
I need to know because I really was caught off guard because I could not remember if they kissed in that movie. Or maybe I
the
did
end of the
close my
movie
eyes
they
and go,
kissed. He like flies up in the air. Do you not remember?
It's been established. It's not Diggins. So no kayfabe. No kayfabe. If I had been a better avatar for defending Superman 2, would you have gotten there?
Who could say, DJ?
I said no kayfabe, Diggins.
Who knows how my mercurial little mind works?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess no one knows
So
how
hard
it
to
works.
say.
Huh? Oh well. I'm not mad about it. I'm curious. I'm mad about something else that we'll talk about.
Yeah. Just save your
We'll
match
get
later.
to it.
I did not have DJ first rambling nonsense for his first category and then punting in his second category. Or you know what? Maybe I did because that's very unfair. Yeah, you know what? It's I'm the thing I'm most curious about is what this future category DJ is very confident he's gonna kill it. But
oh no. Well, hold on. Let it breathe.
What I'll tell you is it is not our next category, which is biggest bomb of 2025. So I made the selections of the F1 movie, which I undervalued the dad energy that would carry it to $636 million. Even with the $300 million budget, it made money. I selected as well 28 Years Later, which it wasn't a big hit, but it wasn't necessarily a bomb. But turning it over to just the non-nuclear, the very unradiationed takes that we made. DJ, you said How to Train Your Dragon, which was
oh my god.
Whoops.
Which was the number 8
Crazy.
movie at $636 million. So I think without any further justification needed, on the regular bad take for biggest bomb, you are justicized. On the flip side, I don't know if Diggins fared much better. He picked Karate Kid, which was number 38. It had a lower budget at $45 million. It made 117. It wasn't necessarily a big bomb. And really, this all feels very moot because at the end of the day, Nando swooped in and grabbed Snow White before DJ could. And
that's true.
Snow
That's
White
what that was. Yeah.
Made $206 million. It was the number 22 movie. But the big nail in the coffin is it's had a budget of $350 million, which means it lost, without even accounting for marketing, $144 million. It was panned, it was hated, it was gross, it was boring. It did have Gal Gadot singing, which was, I mean, talk about bombs. It is, I think, a runaway train for at least the non-nuclear take. Nando wins handedly, Snow White unequivocally.
Thank you.
No need for further discussion. However, the nuclear take is a little bit more interesting, and honestly, we can see if all three of you want to argue this. For DJ, he said Wicked for Good, which made money, but it's down from $760 million to just around $500 million. The Rotten Tomatoes score was down from 88 in the original movie to 67 for this movie. So there is an argument. Diggins, you picked Happy Gilmore 2, which did not end up in theaters. It did, as Netflix always says, debuted as the biggest movie we've ever released, and we can all just roll our eyes and go, sure it did. So I'll let you argue why that was a big bomb. And then Nando, you picked The Ballerina, which was number 34 in the box office, 137 million with a budget of 85. So made money, but marketing. So with that, I think all three of you should have the opportunity. I'm going to trim the clock down a little bit to give kind of 30 seconds on why your choice was a nuclear bomb. Nando, I'm going to have you go first on Ballerina. You'll have 60 seconds at the tail end to kind of make further points, but just give me why Ballerina, compared to Happy Gilmore, compared to Wicked for Good, was the bomb of the year.
Yeah, I'll say like Ballerina definitely underperformed. The tough thing about Ballerina with its like box office to budget ratio is it's one of those movies that got reshot a lot, and I don't know if we'll ever know how much it actually costs. The same with Snow White and like Captain America this year. We had a couple of movies that like got reshot into oblivion. They say it's 80 to 90 million, but I don't know. We'll see about that. And it definitely didn't hit. Like we all forgot it came out this year, so I think that's part of it, but it's definitely not the biggest bomb of the year for sure. But pretty bad.
Give me your points on Wicked for Good being a bomb this year.
It's very simple. No one liked this movie. No one actually liked it. I know it got like a 68 Rotten Tomatoes, but like this podcast didn't like it. You talked to people who saw it. They didn't really like it. Why did it make money? Because the part 2, people felt like they had to go see, but it clearly didn't carry because it did a lot less. It wasn't like a Joker follow you do fall off, but it was quite a fall off. And no one liked this movie. No one liking a part 2 of a movie of the year last year. That's a bomb, period, end of statement.
Now,
people
DJ, did you actually end up did you see Wicked for Good?
Oh yeah.
Again, counsel, irrelevant. And I know the answer. I know it's a trap. So, I'm just gonna hold off on that one.
It's on VOD now, so you can get
That's
it if you
true.
want.
Yeah, I should form my own opinion about how I don't like it. So I'd say this: I don't like the second act of Wicked 2. I think I've seen like 5 times, so I feel pretty good about it.
It's not gonna win you over, I don't think, if you just see all their faces this time instead up close. That might make it worse.
I feel like the podcast gave me what I needed, so yeah.
And Diggins, you have the unique and difficult potentially task of arguing Happy Gilmore 2, which did not have a box office any time. But I'll let you take the floor and make your arguments of why Happy Gilmore 2 was the biggest bomb of 2025 compared to those other 2 movies.
We must discuss these things in relative terms.
Absolutely.
So yes, Wicked for Good, by no means a bomb, dropped off in terms of the first one. Happy Gilmore, the heyday of Adam Sandler, one of the biggest comedians in the United States, Mr. Moneybags, top of the world, now forgettable Netflix weekend slop. Is that not a bomb to go from the heights of the heights to the lows of the lows? I ask you.
Wow.
I mean, he was coming off of Uncut Gems. He was doing serious movies, and then he folds right back into his comfort Netflix.
They didn't give him the Oscar.
Pretty persuasive.
He was very clear with us, and we didn't do it. Like he told us to. So I don't know what else we could have done.
All right. Nando, I'm going to have you take the full 60 seconds. You can decide to further bolster Ballerina, talk about why it's better than other ones. You have the floor to convince me, because I am the sole vote this time, on why Ballerina was a bomb compared to the other 2.
I'm just going to read an article straight from Hollywood Reporter. Happy Gilmore 2, the 29 years later sequel to Adam Sandler's golf comedy, set a record on Nielsen's streaming charts for its premiere weekend. The film amassed 2.89 billion minutes of viewing time in the United States from July 25th to 27th, the highest grossing single week total for a movie in the 5-year history of the rating provider's streaming charts. Happy Gilmore 2's total, 2.89 3 billion to be precise, narrowly beat the 2.889 billion minutes for Glass Onion, A Knives Out Mystery in the final week of 2022. And the Wicked movie still made a good amount of money. And I think it probably, made money considering I can't imagine it cost more than like 200 million to make. So yeah.
Very persuasive. The budget listed for Wicked was about 150 million because they back-to-back recorded.
Right, and that's
them, so
it's weird that they do those now, but smart.
Smart for money. Diggins, you were pretty much maliciously attacked right off the bat. I'll turn
By
it
the
over to
Hollywood
you,
Reporter,
and
not
then
me.
I'll turn it over to Diggins to kind of respond or do whatever he wants with these 60 seconds.
So, on the flip side of Nando's argument, Ballerina financially maybe like a weak spot in the John Wick franchise. Creatively, the best John Wick movie, who can say? My favorite John Wick movie? Possibly. Do they have a flamethrower duel in that movie? Yes, unequivocally. All this to say, I think of the three movies here, Ballerina is the most objectively good one.
Oof. This is not part of the thing, but now I just want to ask, any of the rest of you guys seen the Happy Gilmore 2 movie?
All right, don't step on my.
Okay,
argument.
you go.
Don't step
go.
on my. Don't
I'm
step.
just curious.
Don't step.
That sounds like an argument for me, frankly.
DJ, it is your turn. Bring us home with your 60 seconds to bolster Wicked for good. Why it was really Wicked for bad. You see what I did there, guys? Look at that. Hey! All right, DJ, your turn.
Well, I'll start there. I think Wicked speaks for itself. Maybe if I have 5 seconds left, I'll get there. Hey, Diggins, did you see Happy Gilmore 1?
No.
Did you see Happy Gilmore 2?
Nope.
Then what sandbox are you playing in, my friend? These are claims based off of nothing. They're guesses. You have no idea. The
Did you
Happy
see Wicked
Gilmore.
too?
Hold on. My time. You are right about everything you said about Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore 2 is fine. It's fine. Everything Nando said about it, right? Correct. Also Ballerina. I think that movie, more to the point of its quality, it's not John Wick 5. It's a John Wick spinoff. I think it did exactly as we expected it to do. Made a little bit of money, was creatively interesting, flamethrower fight, all that stuff, but not a bomb. Wicked, definitively, a movie that was nominated for Best Oscar last year, is barely in the conversation. It's in the conversation, but barely in the conversation. It was a fall off. It was a bomb. There was a crater in the earth where it was because it was that terrible. And did I see it? No, but I saw the second act of Wicked, so I'm there. I'm in the sandbox. You, my friend, Diggins, not in the sandbox.
Counselor, watch yourself. You're well over time. I'm going to have to put you in nitpicking jail, which you don't want to be there. Ask the wheel what happens in
yeah.
What about you, Roger? Did you see Happy Gilmore 2?
Absolutely not.
I watched it. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, me too. It's not horrible. It's like
I love Happy Gilmore 1. Like Happy Gilmore is a classic, so I'm always down.
It's amazing. Everything Diggins said about it is correct. Not,
but I have it's one of those that just kind of washed out, and I just never watched it. It's not
the Safdie, he was cleaning up this year and last year, so
yeah,
it's one of the movies that inexplicably had him.
I think that because we're talking about the nuclear takes, the Happy Gilmore with the whether they're made up or not numbers, we have to recognize them. There has to be something to it. So unfortunately, Happy Gilmore 2 is not going to win the bomb category for the nuclear take. And I don't think the Ballerina movie being a nuclear take is a nuclear take. I think it's more of a normal take. And so for that alone, I am going to give Wicked for good because of the drop off in the Rotten Tomatoes. And even though it did make money, I think it's a lot of that goodwill, kind of using the reverse argument of Superman. You have to really erode a franchise that makes $1 billion. And it takes a couple movies to lose that kind of momentum. So I'm going to turn it over to DJ as the biggest bomb nuclear take after Nando cleaned house with Snow White, getting the most amount of points. And now we turn to blank will surprise everyone for being blank. And I have to personally apologize to Diego Luna and the creative team behind Andor, as I was a young, dumb, naive person who...
What were you full of?
Naivety.
Full of nonsense, naivety, a little bit of just no brains. I had bad brains, as Frank Reynolds said. And as penance, I still haven't watched season 2 of Andor. I will not allow the glory to grace my eyes as punishment for my indiscretions. And I have brought shame on my family for a decision that has not seen such shame in this world. There's not been something so disastrously, catastrophically underwhelming and just wrong since, I don't know, the release of The Rise of Skywalker, the other Star Wars movie that was kind of coloring why I thought they dropped the ball. But I've apologized. I know I'm wrong. I will do better. I will do better this year. I'll be a better man to this world. And I will watch Andor Season 2 now that I've said my piece to Diego Luna and the rest of the team behind Andor. Diggins, I apologize to you personally for the offense that I brought upon your ears, your eyes, everything, every sense you have.
On the day of my daughter's wedding, to offer me this insincere apology about my favorite Star Wars TV show.
When you started it, I thought you were going to do the voice of the guy from Andor, the Stellan Skarsgård. Like, I can't even replicate that. It's so hard.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool voice.
No one even wants to try. That's
nah.
But after we went with my stinker, which was unequivocally just a bad one, there was somebody who has an opportunity to join me on the bench. It's my favorite bench person. DJ, you're up with me again because you said that Super Smash will surprise everyone for being announced as coming out. And for some reason, you were originally going to go, I'm going to say Switch 2 being announced. No, that's not flashy enough because you're caught up in the Flash. And you unequivocally said, that is not my choice. I'm not making that decision. What I am going to do is say Super Smash being announced is the big surprise. And everyone said, but DJ, didn't they say they were never going to make one of those games? You said, no, it's going to happen. I need to have the flashy pick. Did I miss
Objection,
anything?
Your Honor. I have an objection.
Sure.
I think that similar to the last category where we were all kind of right with the bomb, I think in this one, we're all kind of right with everyone's prejudice. I know that mine's kind of not right, but I think I can make the argument that it is right, and I would like the opportunity to make that argument even if it's bad. I don't want to sit this one out.
I would love nothing more than you to try to make that argument.
Yes!
And just to hear it, because why would I deprive the listeners of such amazing DJ moments that are going to spawn out of this 45 seconds and then 60 seconds. So I'll allow it.
Nice.
Just before we get into DJ defending it, Diggins, you said Superman will surprise everyone for being a love story, specifically with Lois and Clark Kent. Nando clarified with you that it wasn't going to be Lex Luthor and Superman, which is good. And Nando,
no, they're too big of cowards.
Too big of cowards. And Nando, you said Minecraft will surprise everyone for being good. And to your credit, you tried to politic as hard as you could on that Minecraft pod, knowing you made that prediction. So we'll see if it paid off.
We'll see.
We'll see. I'm going to have Nando go first to talk about Minecraft being a good movie, which surprised the nation, allegedly. Nando, the floor is yours.
I'm just going to read out a list of movies. Here we go. Surat, Urchin, Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning, Orwell, 2 + 2 = 5. Yes, Continental 25. What does nature say to you? Dracula, Silent Friend, Cover Up. This one in French, I don't know. Another one in Japanese, I don't know. Borman and the Devil, 28 years later. What do all those movies have in common? Luca Guadagnino named them as his favorite movies of 2025. Oh, wait, I forgot one at the bottom, a Minecraft movie. You saying Luca's wrong? I don't know what to tell you. He's got me. I trust him.
All right, strong opener. DJ, just focusing on this Super Smash will surprise everyone for being announced. Only that window for now. You have the floor.
Look, did Super Smash Brothers come out in 2025? Yes,
No.
It just came out. It just came out under a different name. Masahiro Sakurai, creator of Super Smash Brothers, just made a different game called Kirby Air Riders. And it's basically Super Smash Brothers. Is it a little different because like you're riding on a little vehicle instead of like fighting on Final Destination? Yes, but again, spiritually, it's basically Super Smash Brothers game. Also, I got the Switch 2 prediction right. I got it right. I was right about the Switch 2, and I was right about this in a different name. So like, no one was more right than me, and no one would be more surprised by me winning this. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Compelling.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Diggins, you are up for why Superman surprised everyone by being a love story.
Now, is that a bold prediction? Is that a wild prediction? Is that a prediction that the average person would balk at? Probably not. However, as predictions go, it is one that you look at that sentence and you say, that's an objective statement rooted in reality. And is that not what we're judging here?
We'll find out as other people have the opportunity to see if you said anything or just nonsense. All right. DJ, just the court took a minute to look up Kirby Air Riders. Yeah. And your claim is that this game is a identical copy to Super Smash Brothers?
I'm not saying it's identical copy. I'm saying that, like, tonally and how it works, it's kind of a Smash game. I would say it's a Smash game. Super Smash Brothers, a fighting game platformer. This is a racing game, also brawler. So different kind of genre, but same game. Spiritually the same game.
Point of order to the court?
Yeah.
Could one not argue that it is a sequel to Kirby Air Riders, the GameCube game?
Yeah. But, this one feels more like Smash,
And just to be very clear, it is the racing elements that feel like Smash. So
no, you're
Gran
fighting
Turismo?
each other. No. You're on your thing and you're like kind of hitting each other and there's percentages and like.
Oh, so like in Super Mario Brothers Party where they're smashing into balls. Yeah. That's also Smash Brothers. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is unhinged, but I am the court. I am unbiased. We'll see what others have to say about that argument.
I was right about the Switch 2. I was right about it.
Diggins, I'll give you 60 seconds to bolster your point, crap on other people's. If you want to spend time crapping on DJs, I don't think it's necessary. I think he made a terrible point, but if you want to spend time on it, I won't stop you.
This is
horrible. So, the floor is yours.
As I said in my opening argument, Superman is a love story is an objective statement of reality. That was true. The degree to which it is true, how surprising it is, those are things we can quibble on.
And that is exactly what we should be quibbling on for this category.
But no other statement here is based in any objective reality. Smash Brothers did not come out. Minecraft was a bad movie.
Don't throw me in with that first one.
It was successful, but it wasn't. None of us liked it. Anyone who's not a child didn't like it, really.
But what about Steve and
what, Jack Black?
Yeah, he was there.
They'll take anybody's money if they're giving it away.
Yeah,
this is true.
Rip in peace.
All right,
Isaiah Whitlock Jr.
Yeah, that is true. DJ, I just want you to go. If you could spend no more time on your topic, because I think it is pounding sand. If you could attack either one of the two, that would be super helpful for the court and just everybody else.
So I will do that. I just need to point out that that pod last year, the prediction ones released on January 6th. Oh my God. They announced the Switch 2 on January 16th. I was right. As for Nando, it was some guy's favorite movie. Hooray. A lot of things were a lot of people's favorite things. The movie was bad. Diggins is absolutely right. And was Superman a love story? No, it's a story. There's love elements in it. It's not a love story. It's a punching story. Diggins, come on. I was not surprised when I watched Superman that I'm like, oh my God, I'm watching this amazing love story. In the same way, I was not surprised when I watched Minecraft. I'm like, oh my God, it's good. However, I was surprised that they made that they made a Kirby Air Riders like a Smash Bros. I was shocked. So shocked. I loved it. I am correct objectively.
DJ, I cannot emphasize enough that gameplay does not look anything like Smash Brothers.
And
I had the Switch 2 announcement 2 weeks before. 2 weeks. 2 weeks before I had the Switch 2 announcement. It was in my hands. I had it right there.
DJ, I can't emphasize enough how much you said your prediction was not the Switch 2 announcement and that you wanted to do something flashy. I am so sorry for you. I wish if you could go back and fight past DJ. That would be helpful.
I am right about these two jabronis, but anyway, I've used enough of my time. I think it's Nando's turn.
Nando, convince me and the court that Minecraft was good.
That's a really important one. There is the word good. I didn't say great. I didn't say perfect. I didn't say the best movie of the year. I said it was good. It got a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is average. It was fine. But I can find you reviews from RogerEbert.com that were positive, from New York Magazine / Vulture that were positive, Wall Street Journal. People like this movie. Listen, like I said, is it good? Is it the best movie ever? No. Is it great? No. But I think it's better. It's better than any of us expected. And also, to fight on your points, DJ the game didn't come out. Respect Sakurai when he says he's not making a Super Smash Brothers game. You don't have to talk for him. And then I already forgot what was Diggins' thing. Oh, Superman. They're like barely in any scenes together when you really get down to it. Superman's in as many scenes with Lois as he is with Lex. Like, it's just like not if there is a love story, Superman, they could be out there. It's Superman 2, where Superman and Lois hang out for the whole movie. But this one is just like, I don't know. I feel like Lois is kind of underused in the back half of the movie because they can't figure out what to do with the Daily Planet crew. And that whole crew, I think, becomes a casualty of Lex just being really interesting in that movie. But yeah, so that's all I got.
I am very interested in Nando's viewpoints, and I want to give Diggins some time to respond to them because I think they're very potentially persuasive. So I'm going to give Diggins. DJ, you are so far out of this category. I can't.
That's okay. No, I understand.
Okay. If you want to think about which person you think is more correct, it'll be a persuasive vote. You didn't get yourself justicized.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
It may have no factor, much like Super Smash Brothers. It may not have any kind of impact because it doesn't matter. But Diggins, I'm going to give you the last kind of 45 seconds to make your case for Superman.
Now, is it like the major pillar of the story? Perhaps not. However, I think the sort of will they, won't they central relationship between Clark and Lois is an important factor in that story. It is something that it's sort of rooted in, and like some of the best scenes in that movie, like the interview between the two of them, is all about sort of that tension, that push and pull between the two of them. So I think, again, insofar as it's true, Superman is a love story is a better prediction because it was correct than Minecraft will be a good movie because it wasn't.
Thank you, Counselor. DJ, to kind of humor the court, what is your vote for this one?
Wait, can I attack DJ real quick?
Please. Actually, I will allow
I found this is an article from February 19th of 2024. Nintendo shares fall nearly 6% after a report that the Switch 2 will be delayed until 2025. Everybody knew the Switch 2 was coming out in 2025. This was not a prediction. It's like saying Superman will come out in 2025. Especially, the only prediction was like, if you'd said that in 2024, it would be like, oh, wow, I didn't really think. But like, by 2024, we knew that this thing was coming out then. They had told developers. So I don't know why this counts as a prediction.
It didn't. I wasn't going to allow it.
Right, of course, yes.
Which is why he went for the flashy pick.
Okay.
I just thought I was going crazy for a second. I wanted to check. This is something we all knew on planet Earth, and it was.
Well, okay, all right. It's good that Nando came in there, just jumping off the top rope to just do a frog splash on me, because I just cannot live in a world where Minecraft is good. So, like, I think Diggins' last point is right. Of all of us, Diggins is the most correct because I will not live in a world where we agree that the Minecraft movie was good because it was not. So, congrats, Diggins.
I also was persuaded by Diggins. Specifically, I think Superman's best scenes were those with Lois and Superman interacting. Should there have been more? Absolutely. Also, if you remember, the tagline was not the American way, it was the human way. And a lot of that was Superman finding his humanity, both with his friends and Lois challenging him. So I think by kind of process of elimination and the fact that Minecraft can't be considered good, even if he is, or even if the movie is on a list or two, Diggins will take the surprise category. Superman will surprise and did surprise everyone for being a love story. And now we move to our final category.
Wow.
2025 will be the year of blank. I, in a bout of sleepiness, said it'll be about Zack Snyder because the DCEU or I think I said the DC Spider-Man, or sorry, the Marvel Spider-Man movies will turn the keys over because it was still up in the air to Zack Snyder as a flashy pick to save their IP. That did not happen. Zack Snyder did nothing. Had his shows canceled on Netflix. Look, I was ready to just run out the clock. But you guys had some predictions. DJ, you said 2025 will be the year of the monster movie. Diggins, you said 2025 will be the year of earnestness. And Nando, you said 2025 will be the year of Jonathan Bailey. Diggins, do you have some tangible arguments to make about earnestness, or would you like to be justicized?
No, we live in hell world.
That was going to be my point.
I was going to say your exact point was, well, stop being cynical and adopt sincerity. And I was like, I don't know, buddy. That's a tough sell on two fronts.
Pretty sure the president called that lady Piggy on the plane. We're out of that. We're in.
He is earnest when he says those things.
That's true. He is being earnest about it. That's a great point and sincere. He
so Diggins, you will don the metaphorical robes. You will sit next to me on the bench. I'm going to have DJ, you go first. Why was 25 the year of the monster movie?
I think you got to look at what that means in terms of monster movies. So I think off the top rope, and this was kind of a give me, but maybe not as clear-eyed as the Switch 2 prediction as Nando might say, how we all knew it was going to happen. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, I think, is obviously a hit. Diggins recommended on the podcast. It's certainly in the Oscar conversation. It's right there, and I think one of the defining movies of this year, a true Del Toro masterpiece. I think we could say that, but also other movies, right? We have Predator: Badlands, a movie that on this podcast you guys really enjoyed and said was good, and the aliens, monsters, kind of again playing in the similar sandbox, but I think overall hits that umbrella. Similar, bad movie, but War of the Worlds, but a defining movie because we talked about it a lot and did not like it. So I think really when you look at it for these movies that we had, there's other ones like Megan 2.0's kind of like creeping around there, but I really think that we did have a good monster movie year, just maybe not in the traditional sense. So that's what I'll say for that.
Nando, if you could tell us why 2025 is the year of Jonathan Bailey.
You know what? I can. We said before, we've actually made a couple of these cases. The Jurassic Park was an enormous hit, which he was in. The Wicked movie, while not an incredible success, like at the same level as the last one, was also a hit, made hundreds of millions of dollars, which he was in. I have an article here. This is from 2025. This is on Cosmopolitan. The headline, it's just Jonathan Bailey's net worth could buy an endless supply of slutty little glasses. And I don't know what that means, but I think it's pretty good. He got paid a lot of money for these movies. I mean, I'll say the other point, which is important. He's the sexiest man alive of this year. He was officially named our sexiest man. So I don't know what you could ask for besides that. He's the sexiest.
Very, very interesting points. I want to just do for a point of order for monster movie. Are we counting The Conjuring: Last Rites, which was number 14 in box office? Sinners was about vampires. That was
it's true.
17.
That's a huge monster movie. Yeah.
Demon Slayer, I'm not familiar. Is that a monster movie? No.
Demon Slayer, no. Different.
I would say Jurassic World Rebirth, a lot of monsterish dinosaurs. I believe the main dinosaur was a monstrous type creation. That
they
wasn't even
sold the D-Rex as a monstrous dinosaur, but I feel like it was barely in the movie. Everybody hated it, but
it was a movie that someone just said moments ago was quite a big hit.
I will see it. It was
a hit.
And
we also have Weapons. The main character was a monster in some capacity, potentially. Five Nights at Freddy's, monster movie as well. So there's a few more movies that DJ you did not mention. I just wanted to throw out there as potentially.
Yeah, I'm an idiot for missing Sinners, by the way. I'm a grade A moron, but that should not degrade from our point that it was definitely the year of monster movies. The movie that might win Best Movie for the Oscars, barring racism, might be basically a monster movie. So,
So DJ, to make your final point, it is you versus Jonathan Bailey. Tell me why monster movies were 2025 over the sexiest man of the year, Jonathan Bailey.
Yeah, I need everyone to you're listening to the podcast, just close your eyes right now and do your best to picture Jonathan Bailey. Oh, wait, you can't. Unless you're driving, just kind of conjure an image in your mind. You don't know who Jonathan Bailey is. You can't picture what he looks like. Is he sexy? Probably, but we're losing sexiness in general. Also, what is sexiness? Someone with pectorals and abs, and we have this defined things of sexiness. You know who's sexy to me? Jack Black is sexy to me. You know who's sexy to me? Michael B. Jordan, former sexiest man of the year, is sexy to me.
Former. And
Jack Black was in Minecraft, a movie Nando said was good, and Michael B. Jordan was in Sinners. You know who's sexy to me? The Predator. I like him with his mask off. I think it's cool. So, Jonathan Bailey, he's like a cool guy, but like, was it his year? No, it was the year of monster movies. If Jonathan Bailey was in a monster movie, I'd think about it, but he's not, so we're not going to talk about it. That's my argument. Also, he has like 6 million Instagram followers, which is like a fine amount, right? That's like the amount of like followers that like Vin Diesel has. So like,
Wow.
It's
Vin
fine.
Diesel wishes he could get the kind of engagement that he gets on these, because everyone hates Vin Diesel now, but Jonathan Bailey is cool. Also, DJ, real quick, did you see the new Predator movie? I can't remember. Were you on for those?
No, I listened to the podcast though.
Have you seen it? Not really even watched it.
I have not
yet.
seen it. No,
It's pretty good.
I listen to podcasts.
They try to make him a sexy predator, I would say. Like, this is the most I feel like they've ever gone to making him sexy.
Yeah.
I was just saying that he's short.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. I forgot about that. He's short. Yeah. He's short.
We're doing that Joey Bleed over thing. We're going to start talking about sexy monsters. And we're going to start ranking the sexy men. I'm here. I'm going to put my foot down. I'm going to say, all right, we got it out of our systems. Nando, DJ made a point about his monster movies. Do you have things other than Jurassic Park, Sexy Man, and Wicked, which is of why Jonathan Bailey had the year of 2025?
Sure. Again, I'm just going to quote someone here. This is an article from a website called The Times, and it's the beginning paragraph. The past 12 months have been one of the hottest years on record. Climate change apart, the source may issue from Hove, East Sussex, and a stubble-bedecked 30-something who potters around there, swimming, playing the clarinet, and bonding with his niece. For 2025 has been the year of the British actor turned global heartthrob Jonathan Bailey. At 37, how difficult not to refer to the ubiquitous pop culture presence as Jonathan, perhaps even Johnny, as the breakaway sensation of the year. Also, DJ, if you don't think he's cool, he's gay, so you're homophobic. And that's important. He was the first gay, openly, I guess, sexiest man alive. And he may be doing Sunday in the Park as a new thing on Broadway. So that'll probably be a real treat. I love Sunday in the Park. And DJ's not good at this. Lilo and Stitch is a monster movie, right? That's like a huge movie, and that's like basically a monster movie, right? I mean, he's a monster.
My point,
That's just what he is. He's like a
fair points.
And I'm just saying.
All right, I just got a point of order.
Hold on. I got to turn it over to my Justice Diggins to ask his questions, because you guys are going to get a little bit extra category time, because I think it's a very contentious category. I will say, Nando, have you hit your article limit on all of these websites yet?
No, that's the thing. I keep going to different websites. So, and listen, all I did to find that was search the word Jonathan Bailey, and it was like the second thing that came up. So I don't have to do too much.
Diggins, I'm going to give you some time to either ask some questions, give some feedback to both Nando and DJ on their arguments, color the court's opinion with your words.
I'm having a little hard time with the Jonathan Bailey one, because I barely know who he is. Now, that's not necessarily a knock against him. I'm not the most in touch person in the world. But I guess DJ can give us a lot of examples. Whereas Jonathan Bailey did, 2 things this year, plus he got named Sexiest Man? What makes him so all-encompassing that the whole year is his?
I would say the thing with Jonathan Bailey, and this is kind of part of his charm, and I don't think this is not true necessarily of past winners like Michael B. Jordan and stuff, but he is the sort of more kind of like cute sexiest man alive, this kind of modern version of the sexiest man alive who is like in touch with feelings and stuff. I don't want to say it's what's his name? What are they called? What's the guy from Knives Out? The new one. What's his name?
Josh O'Connor.
Josh O'Connor, I feel like also kind of plays in that lane a little bit. But besides that, I mean, I think it's just like, if you had to pick a single actor who it was this year was the year of them of. It was him. According to Variety, he had he's the highest grossing actor of 2025, and he's the first gay actor to ever do that. With Jurassic Park making 850 million globally and Wicked making 450. So I also, Diggins, to be fair to you, I don't think you're in the center of the Jonathan Bailey demo. What he's most known for, besides those two things, is Bridgerton, which I've never watched. But like that has an enormous audience of moms and stuff that I am not part of. But I think it's clear. This is what I think we could say about Jonathan Bailey. This year proved he is not Glenn Powell. He is a star. He's a movie star who can lead a movie and be charismatic and fun and cool. And like, I think that was a big question coming into this year. So I don't know. I think Jonathan Bailey, I think based on the numbers, it's just right up there. There's really nothing else I can say.
I do have one additional point that is kind of bothering me, because I saw this very good video about Scarlett Johansson being this box office draw. She is in the new Batman movie. So can we say that Jonathan Bailey carried Jurassic World in any meaningful way when Scarlett Johansson is really what we should credit, 800 of that $860 million to? And Wicked for Good, I mean, we all went for the hope that those two ladies would eventually fall in love, as we all saw it happening, and they didn't. Much like Zootopia 2 left us wanting more. So I don't know if he's the guy in either one of those movies you mentioned.
I will say to the Jurassic Park thing, I don't think Scarlett Johansson's the lead of that either. 800 of those 850 million came from just dinosaurs and like that those movies crush overseas. I think, though, Jonathan Bailey has proven himself as a box office success. He is a position player. He could be a position player as like a not lead of a movie, right? That's very valuable these days. As like someone who doesn't have to be the star, have to be the center of attention. But also, I think a lot of what I think was good about Jonathan Bailey is in those big movies he was in, The Wicked, obviously, although he's not in Wicked for Good as much as the other one, but he does have, he has a fair amount of it in the beginning, at least. And Jurassic Park, people liked him. A lot of audience members, people that had not seen his stuff because like they, like me, hadn't watched Bridgerton, met this guy and went, oh, it's pretty like cool. He's pretty funny and handsome and he's got all the stuff we need. And I don't know. He had a great year. I will say my one point against my argument, which I will throw out there just because I don't want to use it against me. I did say he would be cast in something by now. He would be like Cyclops in the MCU or something, which technically is not. He has some stuff lined up. And like I said, he might do a Broadway thing. But that is the one thing I think that would sew this argument up for me. But I'm sure he's very busy with Bridgerton because that comes out next year. So
I was going to say that exact point of, is there anything he's coming out in as he has this momentum? And then relatedly, there was no Bridgerton this year. It's next year and last year. So his one TV draw is not there.
Well, to be fair to Jonathan Bailey, say he were cast in some sort of incredible role, if he were the Cyclops of the X-Men movies, this is what his schedule would look like before it gets announced. He would have nothing on the future, but then it would come up and we go, oh, okay, that's what he's working on. So I'm not saying I think that's secretly what's happening, but I am saying this is, I would buy it if that happened in the future. And if it happened this year, if the deal was made this year, but it was announced in the future.
Diggins, do you have any questions for DJ to address that you want him on his monster movie now that he also has Lilo and Stitch in his movie?
Yeah. I don't even think I'll take it.
DJ, what do you think it is about the monster movie that spoke to us this year?
Diggins, thank you for asking that question. And to answer that question, I would like to read the opening excerpt from halftonemag.com. This year's been a rough one, right? Not just for pop culture, but for the world. War, poverty, the further degradation of the planet. Jared Leto in a major blockbuster. These are the end times. Whatever's in the air, it's on our phones, TVs, and made its way to the silver screen. Something hulking, looming, a bundled nerve of malice. It's coming toward us at a speed that is slow enough to be seen, but too fast to be stopped. It's systemic, hegemonic, all-powerful. It's monstrous, and it's everywhere. Is there any wonder why all the best films of 2025 are about monsters? So, I think my article and Nando's article cancel each other out. So that's one. So I hope that answers your question, Diggins.
I knew that I was gonna quote some articles. I really should have made a fake one for DJ that started like if you Googled it would automatically come up, and then by the end it would be like, I'm DJ and I'm wrong, and then I didn't even think to do it.
I just need a point of order. I think it's super cool that Jonathan Bailey's gay. I obviously can't be homophobic because I'm watching Heated Rivalries and loving it. Guys, it's fucking crazy. Watch.
I've heard it's not as crazy as you would expect based on the reviews. That's what I've heard from
all
people.
Right. Well,
I've heard people are overselling it now, which is a problem. Also, many of the horror movies you mentioned aren't monster movies. That's just a little thing that it's worth mentioning.
Also, if I could throw in there as well, not exactly a movie, but Stranger Things. That last episode is long as a movie. You could boot up Netflix and you could watch the Stranger Things finale or Knives Out. They're like basically the same runtime. So monsters all over the place. We can't stop the monsters. It's monstrous. Everyone knows at least one monster thing they saw this year. Maybe half of you know Jonathan Bailey. That's all I'm saying. You can't say it's the year of a guy that not everyone knows. That's all I'm saying. It's a good. Was it, if we had to pick a guy, it's that guy's year, sure, but a year of a thing overall, it's monster movies and other products and stuff in Lilo and Stitch and things that made a lot of money. So
final point that may eventually swing this for me, and I'm going to ask Nando this. What was 2025 the year of in movies, if not for monsters? And if you could give me something that is very concrete, strong, and persuasive, that may swing the day. Diggins, I'll ask for your context and help on this as well as we hear Nando's furiously Googling. What movie? What was?
No. I just wanted to look up the box office list because I was sure if I forget something. But I think this year, and I'll say this knowing that I already lost the Minecraft one, this year is the year of shitty kids movies. They well in the box office. Like Zootopia, to be fair, Zootopia's fine. But like Lilo and Stitch, not very good, right? Rehash of that. Minecraft movie, not very good rehash of that. How to Train Your Dragon, they just like did that again. They love that. That was the thing that Hollywood learned this year is make movies for kids, market them to kids, it prints money. Like Neja 2 is also a kids movie, to be fair. It's like an animated movie, and I don't know if it appeals broadly, kind of the same way that Zootopia does, but like I don't know. If I were coming out of 2025 and I was an executive, I would say this is a movie. This is a year where it's like we gotta make movies for children. I would say the other thing that you could maybe, I mean, we'll talk about what I think 2025 is the year of, but if I had to look at the rest of this and pick another trend, I would say 2025 is the year of the. Now you know what, I can't think of anything. I don't know, maybe like but like see, it's tough because like a lot of these movies have monstrous characters, but I wouldn't say like are monsters. Is the Hulk a monster? Is Galactus a monster? Like kind of, but not really. There's a lot of that. Whereas I feel like this year was maybe the year of like buddy movies. Again, you got like your Lilo and Stitches, your Zootopia 2, your Wicked for Good. You know, you got a lot of movies of people teaming up. F1, I believe, was kind of that.
Sinners is a
How to
team
Train
up.
Your Dragon. Sinners is a team up, sure. Yeah, that one's a good one. And like, there's other movies here that aren't at the humongous, top of the list. Like, I don't. But like, Predator: Badlands was that for people that haven't seen it. Like, 28 Years Later was that. I don't know. I'm not saying that's definitively what it is, but if I did want to make a play for something else, I would say maybe it's like the buddy cop comedy, action comedy, kind of in a different genre. The one thing is, I don't think Superman fits into that box, or any of the superhero movies really do.
Thunderbolt's more of an ensemble.
Captain a lot of ensemble movies. Yeah.
But a lot of those might be more of an ensemble movie with kind of a lot of them being groups of people doing things too. I think you could tell me anything the about other thing, F1 and I believe it.
To be fair, this is something I would save for the thing, but I forgot, and I'll just say it now. This was one of Disney's best years ever. They made $6 billion, which is historically something they don't usually do. So you could say it's that. And then very impressively, they did it without the Marvel movies really, making the big dent, or a Star Wars movie. So it's like the shows they might just never
get
legs.
That Star Wars movie ever.
I mean,
again,
we're gonna have to watch one.
Filoni's on it.
They'll make us. Yeah.
Diggins is my co-justice for this category, and it is a tough one. What is your heart saying about who should win this category?
Well, there were a lot of terrific arguments back and forth, Roger. And I think we can say these two fellows argue their hearts out.
Left it all on the field.
Left it all on the field. Some good hustle out there.
Nice.
Thanks.
Like in Him. Remember that movie?
Made all their
Him?
field goal kicks. Yeah, there you
At the end of the day,
go. Monster movie.
Is it though? You know?
You asked me at the start if I wanted to contest my place, and I said no. We live in Hell World. And you know what's in Hell World? Monsters.
I thought I was going to say, you know what's in Hell World? Jonathan Bailey.
Bailey.
Jonathan Bailey's all over Hell World.
He's going to protect us from the monsters.
Nothing with Jonathan Bailey.
I would love to live in the world where it was the year of Jonathan Bailey, protecting us from the monsters and being gay and just, being a lovely little man. And but we live in Hell World, which is full of monsters.
Wow.
I have to agree. It has been a monstrous year, and everything you watch is just one monster after the next. You can't get away from those little fucking monsters these days. They're everywhere. And so they'll come find you wherever you live. They'll snatch you right up and bring you to their monster lair.
Oh, that too. And also another thing that DJ didn't mention is Labubus. The stupid craze of 2025 was like a monster kind of thing. So that's something.
Not a monster movie though, unless they came out with a Labubu movie.
There will be one without a doubt.
There'll be a Labubu whole thing coming out.
And it'll be good. That's my prediction for 2029. The Labubu movie directed by, Jordan
Jonathan
Peele
Bailey.
or something, or starring Jonathan Bailey. Yeah, will be good.
He's had Labubu.
I think we will give year of to DJ with his monster movie prediction, and that concludes our predictions. Nando ran away with the predictions this year, winning 18 points, clearing at least 3 categories outright. And DJ and Diggins also played the game, coming in at 9 points for DJ, 6 points for Diggins. But that means we have all of our points for the year, and we can award Mr. Nitpicking. Now, last year I flagged that Nando won, and this year the extra prize for it is being able to name DJ's son.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
On the podcast, as he's referred to, but also in real life. And Michelle will be none the wiser because she doesn't listen to these things. And so this is quite the honor, quite the opportunity for potentially Nando and Diggins to provide a name to a child of DJ, a dream they've had for years now, as we all know. And let me just kind of walk through what the Mr. Nitpicking is made up of. We have those 15 total max points for the 3 sports guessing game, men's bracket, women's bracket for March Madness, as well as the Eliminator. There's 12 points max for the Vulture Movie Fantasy League, 40 points for the IMDb winner. Second place gets 30, third place gets 20, and then 6 points for each category predictions, with the bomb getting 3 points for the nuclear take. And first, we're going to give the outright winners of the sports thing. So on the outright winner of the men's bracket, that was John Cena, who won again. He picked Babylon last year. He picked Unfrosted this year, which you guys covered in 2025. Amongst the hosts, Diggins got first. He actually finished 3rd overall, just slightly outside. DJ finished 4th overall, getting 2nd place. And Nando, you were way in the back on 54th overall. You get 3rd place for that. For a women's bracket, G-Man Man won. He picked Street Fighter. That'll almost certainly be done this year as a lead-in to the new Street Fighter movie. Amongst the hosts, DJ got first, Nando 2nd, Diggins 3rd. And the Eliminator just ended this past weekend, where we had 2 winners, CJM 31,500 and myself, both making it through all 18 weeks of the football seasons unscathed, which has never happened before. We had 6 people active in the second to last week, week 17. Among the hosts, DJ and Nando tied for first again. Diggins did not play, but he gets 3rd by default. And then for the Vulture Fantasy Movie League, Carter Whitehead won. He selected The Happening, and that was covered in 2025 as well. Among the hosts, Nando got first, DJ 2nd, Diggins 3rd. The IMDb winner, we already talked about this. DJ won the 40 points. Nando got 2nd with 30. Diggins' reign ends after a 3-peat dynasty, but we can start the 3-peat again next year. Diggins, he got 20 points. And then Nando cleaned up the categories of the predictions, getting 18 points. But at the end of the day, the winner in our closest Mr. Nitpicking, granted it's only the second, but it is still very close. There's a 1-point difference between DJ and Nando. Diggins, you were 3rd place for Mr. Nitpicking. And the winner this year for Mr. Nitpicking, having potentially the year of their lives. Maybe Jonathan Bailey would be jealous. Is it because they released a lot of great videos on YouTube or because they became a father times two? We'll find out. The winner of Mr. Nitpicking 2025 is DJ at 69 points.
Oh my God.
We are here.
Incredible.
Let's go.
So
I was going to name your kid
name
Amazon Prime Air. I was looking up words for that movie. Thelma and Louise was a close second. That was also one of the guys in it. But I changed my mind and went with Amazon Prime Air.
DJ could still pick Amazon Prime Air.
Still could.
We're going to watch Mercy and then see what happens. That's, we're going to watch
Smart.
Mercy and see if we're inspired.
Well, that brings an end to at least the nitpicking side of 2025. I know I'll turn it over to Nando to talk us through, with hindsight, what 2025 was actually about.
Well, all right, you guys, now that we did that, let's do the next thing, which is look at 2025 but figure out what it actually was and talk about certain moments and stuff. And I can't wait to hear about them from you guys. And we have our traditional ones that we do every year. We try to come up with cool things that are different from each other's, but sometimes we step on the other one and then they're fucked. So hopefully we won't do that now. But we'll start with asking you guys, wait, what was the biggest failure of 2025? DJ, you got an answer for this one?
Biggest failure of 2025.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely prepped this because I saw the thing and definitely was in the thing. Why don't I got this.
Okay, yeah.
Biggest failure of 2025. I got it's staring me right in the face. Sorry guys. I just you ever just like black out for a second. You're like, "Whoa, what happened there?" No, this one's easy. The Kansas
You should
City
get that
Chiefs.
checked out, DJ. I don't think normally people have that happen.
No, it's
That's
okay.
true, yeah.
No, I'm back here. The Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs are the biggest failure of 2025. What is going on? They don't even make the postseason after like 7 straight postseasons or like 5 AFC Championships appearances, whatever it was. Insane number. And Patrick Mahomes gets a little ACL tear. Oh, he can't play anymore. And they're not even in the postseason. Biggest failures. They should win the Super Bowl this year. So like easily biggest failures 2025. No contest. Kansas City Chiefs. They are losers.
They started off the year losing the Super Bowl. Don't forget in February.
That's true.
And this year exactly. So yeah, they're easily the biggest failures of 2025.
And that Kelsey Brothers cereal is just taking up space at my shop, right? Nobody buys it. All their products, like it doesn't seem to have worked. Also, this was Taylor Swift's worst year, like what her worst albums she's produced in a very long time, according to critics and people that understand this stuff, which I don't. But like that song about his dick, apparently very bad. Just like all of it was bad. And that's interesting to me. I don't want to, like, we grew up in the days of blaming the woman the guy was dating for how his football team was doing with the Jessica Simpson, Tony Romo stuff, right, and like Kim Kardashian and Reggie Bush, whatever. But I will say it's interesting. Like, I feel like we hadn't had one of those in a while, and then Taylor Swift came back, and it's like, wow, that's right. Yeah, people don't really like love her as much as we thought. But
I would make the opposite argument that actually Kelsey's playing about the same, but Kelsey actually has tanked Taylor Swift's career, made her worse at music, right?
Ooh.
We actually gone woke. We flipped the gender roles in 2025.
Haley Steinfeld in 2025 looking pretty good with her marriage to the Bills guy whose name I always forget.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah. Just making it through here in the playoffs. Right, they're in the playoffs.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't they expecting a kid too?
Yeah, I think she's pregnant, which is fun because they're going to do an Avengers or something. So they're probably really good at that though. Cause I remember like 1 or 2 movies in, they had to like CGI out one of ScarJo's babies, like bellies, and they just did it. I mean, I don't even remember which one it was. So anyway, yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs, interesting. Starting with the sports thing.
Yeah.
All right.
That'll be my only sports thing. I won't sports it up for the rest of the pod. Promise.
Diggins, what about you? What do you think is the biggest loser of 2025?
I think the biggest loser of 2025 is Warner Brothers management.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Because here's the thing. Warner Brothers, in general, you take a look at their 2025. We got here, they put out, or they did production on a Minecraft movie.
Yeah, great movie.
They put out Sinners.
Yep.
Superman. Yep. Weapons.
Mm-hmm.
One battle after another.
Yeah.
Like, monetarily, culturally, critically, huge successes this year at the box office. And yet, they seemed unable to spin this gold into anything but shit.
Mm-hmm.
Bumbling from failure to failure until finally ignominiously being sold off.
Wow.
By the end of the year.
But Diggins, how could they have failed when they changed the name of the app back to HBO Max or whatever it was before? They made a great decision.
Obviously, that is the headline. Like, clearly they had no idea what they were doing. But I think when you really take a look at the fundamentals and see, like, below top level management, how well the studio is doing and how badly they botched it anyway, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And to add 3 movies to that list, Diggins, Final Destination Bloodlines, The Conjuring Last Rites, and F1 were also part of their movies this year, which is quite the collection.
All hits for their level of budget.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, they're really bad at this.
Yeah, just like the level of incompetence on display by financial people with no regard for or knowledge of the industry that they're ostensibly in charge of. Perhaps there's a broader story there, about larger things. But I think in this entertainment world, nowhere was that more emblematic than at Warner Brothers.
Very good. Roger, do you have one of these? What do you think is the biggest failure of 2025?
I'm going to say Microsoft, because we talked about all of the AI slop. And I think pretty universally, even with Grok's craziness on Twitter, everyone hates Copilot. It is the least liked. Nobody likes to use it. Microsoft in parallel is trying to intertwine it into everything they possibly can. They're renaming things, Office with Copilot. Windows 11 was an utter mess. They stopped the support of Windows 10, which everyone loved. The security updates stopped, so everyone had to shift over to Windows 11. There were outages galore throughout the year, security slips, like massive, a lot of companies are using and having to switch over, and there's just a lot of issues. It doesn't seem like it's going to get any better as they integrate even more Copilot AI into the various aspects they made in Windows 11. You have to use OneDrive as like a default. There's just a lot of mess that everyone kind of hates this move. And then on top of that, the Xbox kind of division, they shelved all their hardware. And it really is a big question of whether or not Xbox as a console is going to exist in the next iteration. They basically flash sailed as much as they could. Costco stopped carrying them. So the entire kind of Xbox division is kind of up in the air, and it might just be Game Pass on PlayStation or PC. And then on an operating system front, I already mentioned Windows 11 is a mess, but other kind of people are getting involved. Google's creating their operating system. Not that they're better, but competition at least is better than nothing. Steam has their OS that they're going to maybe launch in a desktop mode. So the Microsoft had a kind of stranglehold on the market, especially when you're looking at operating systems for like companies and stuff. They've really mucked it up in a meaningful way that I think they're in a bad spot year end after where they started the year, especially when you start looking at kind of the core pieces of their business. What about you, Nando? What was the biggest kind of failure of 2025 in your opinion?
I would say my biggest failure 2025, I try not to make it a person unless they are loathsome in some way, and then I feel okay with it.
The dung eater.
And there's plenty of them, there's lots of loathsome people that have been having, but the problem is this year a lot of them having good years, and that's a problem. However, there's one person that I do think is not having a really, really rough year, and it's Kim Kardashian. And I just did want to point this out. I don't know if you guys saw, speaking of our resident judge on the podcast, she heroically failed the bar exam, apparently. And more importantly than that, she had that really awful show called Love's Fair that got reviewed as the worst show ever made, which I did watch all of, and I think it's okay. But apparently, like, her relationship with Kanye West is a disaster, and she's having a really bad dating situation. Because I was like, oh, is Kim Kardashian having a bad year? And literally, I Googled it, and Yahoo Entertainment was, Kim Kardashian reportedly defeated after worst year of her life, including failed bar exam relationship woes. And, like, I do think Kim Kardashian's been having a lot of really good years, perhaps better than, like, someone with, you know, her whole deal of making reality TV perhaps deserves, compared to our wonderful doctors and heroes and stuff like that. But now it feels like maybe she's having a not as good one. However, she was added to Fortnite this year as a skin. So they did have that. If that was something they were always looking for, that would be like a, you know, well, I'm getting back into it. Like, but yeah, I'd say Kim had a pretty rough one. That being said, still a bazillionaire or whatever. And isn't that great? That's what really matters. So that's the biggest failure of 2025. How about the biggest winner of 2025? Let's start with DJ. Oh wait, no, you went first last time. Diggins.
Yeah.
Diggins, who's the biggest winner of 2025?
The biggest winner of 2025? You ask me?
I do.
Nando, of course I've spent more than no time at all thinking about this.
And
that's why I'm fully prepared to answer you at this exact moment.
That's great. Then your answer is...
This is fair.
You come here on my wedding day and ask me who the biggest winner is.
All right.
I can't do a good
How
voice.
about
I was going to say,
Roger,
that's your
would you
Vito
like to tell
Corleone.
us? Roger,
I have
who
a
do you
big
think
winner.
was the biggest winner of 2025?
So this is sports adjacent, and it's going to be Pablo Torre, who is
traditionally
a sports journalist, but his podcast / YouTube channel, Pablo Torre Finds Out, has been covering a lot of stuff outside the sports sphere. And honestly, it's a low bar these days, but he's doing some of the best investigative journalism, I think. So outside the sports spectrum, he was covering kind of interesting kind of scams with these like brainwaves. They're always tied to an athlete or something sports adjacent. Talked about kind of gambling, which I'm sure DJ watched extensively to pick up tips. He talked about kind of Phil Mickelson, a golfer's weird relationship with Trump. That was but it's all very, he has a very strong network of reporters that do deep dives. He did one on kind of the swimmer who started the whole trans issue,
I watched that one too.
Which
that was interesting.
Was phenomenal because the beginning and end kind of linchpin is we're saying that these trans athletes are a danger to women, but at the underpinning, the coaches of these women's sports are far and away, including the coach of the person who's become infamous through that. Their coach was very abusive and was causing and has a bunch of allegations against them. But his kind of coup de grace was this year. He broke the story on a multiple series about how Kawhi Leonard, a very prominent basketball player, was paid through a shell company / not a real company / a fraudulent company, extra money to circumvent the salary cap. And this is meaningful because the Clippers owner is one of the most wealthy people in the world. He's the most wealthy owner. So he's able to get this star player to play for the Clippers, a historically terrible basketball team, in a way that circumvented kind of the rules. And he broke it kind of very kind of out of the blue, followed up on it, doubled down, backed the NBA into a corner. As is the theme in 2025, nothing's come of it, and justice has not been served. But maybe something will come of it in the future. But he's just a very entertaining journalist. Some of his stuff earlier in the year was about Bill Belichick, the coach for the former Patriots, now the UNC, who started dating a 21-year-old and kind of how that relationship formed and the weird dynamics. In so much as he saw online there was this Ring camera of Bill Belichick leaving shirtless in his man bod, and he found the Airbnb that belonged to, and it was this very big investigation. So I really think it's good, even if you're not a big sports person. Pablo Torre is entertaining to kind of watch. So I would say he's the big winner because I think he really put his name on the map in a lot of different areas on just what he was doing, and I think he's garnered a lot of respect. I wouldn't be surprised if he won some major journalism awards for just the stuff he's been doing.
Yeah, what are the awards he would even win? Because like I agree, he did have a huge year, but like I wonder what he would get from that.
The Golden Quill. I don't know. There's got to be something named like that.
Right.
For
There
our
got to be
journalist.
like a Peabody. Is he even eligible for that? Like
Diggins, as the resident smart person, what is the awards that we give our journalists? Obviously, we haven't been awarding it for the last, I don't know, 6 or so years. There you go. Pulitzer.
Oh, Pulitzer, sure. He could win the Pulitzer. Yeah, I think they have different Pulitzers too. It's not just like one Pulitzer. It's like you would. So like if there was a Pulitzer for like something like this, yeah, you should win it.
But DJ, to give Diggins a little bit more time, what do you think the winner of 2025 was?
Oh yeah, it's like a pretty, and I think Nando kind of alluded to it earlier, but I think K-pop was a huge winner this year. So K-pop Demon Hunters, I don't need to talk about how much of a giant cultural impact that was. But these like other like little things, like just things to mention, right? I think like K-pop is like starting to like creep out, right? So I just want to go through like kind of a list here. So Twice, they're a big like 9-member girl group, I should say. K-pop act. They headlined Lollapalooza, which is a pretty big deal. Performed Victoria's Secret's fashion show. They were also on the K-pop Demon Hunters album. They had a big song, Strategy, which like was I don't know if it topped the charts, but it's just you're on that album. That album went platinum, so big deal. Blackpink, like really big year for Blackpink. Lisa in particular, who she released her solo album. She had she released her solo album, and then she was on White Lotus. Apparently,
She was on White Lotus. Yeah.
Okay.
She wasn't like a main character, but she was like a pretty significant role.
Okay. And then Rosé.
And she was in Fortnite. They gave her a Fortnite.
Oh, let's see.
There's that.
See,
yeah.
I should have led with Fortnite, right? Fortnite was just like bringing in a bunch of K-pop stuff. Rosé, also from Blackpink, had that song Apata with Bruno Mars. Fastest K-pop video to 2 billion YouTube views, which beat Gangnam Style. And this is probably
no love for Jenny, huh? DJ, you don't even like K-pop, if that's what I'm hearing. I know that. I know the names of 2 of them.
Okay. And this is probably like an understated one, but so like BTS kind of like quietly announced their return. So their military service ends next year, and they're going to have a new album and tour. And like they all individually like have been doing quite well. So Jungkook, he's the Magne of the group. He's the youngest member. He became the first Asian solo artist to garner 100 million streams on every original track on Spotify. Specific, but pretty big deal. So yeah, I just think like K-pop was a big winner. A lot of things in K-pop happened. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, like I don't know if this is strictly K-pop, but like Cat's Eye had a pretty big year. I don't know if they're like K-pop or just like girl group. I think they're just like a girl group, but like I don't know, feels like they're like a K-pop band. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just like aesthetically and music. But anyway, I think K-pop was a big win this year. A lot of feel good in an otherwise dark year. We'll get to that in another 2025 recap thing. But yeah, I think K-pop was a big winner for 2025.
Is Fortnite still big?
Yeah. I mean people
I think
still play it. I don't know how like you can chart stuff like that, but it's still, I mean, it's probably getting a movie soon.
It certainly didn't die.
Good. That's true.
I was going to say, to bring DJ down a peg, in 2021, DJ predicted Fortnite would die. I just want to make sure that 5 years later it's still kicking.
He's been
super
DJ.
wrong.
I guess the question that question could be answered with another question. What other did any video games this year get secret unreleased scenes from Kill Bill for some reason put into them? Because I know Fortnite did, but I don't know if any other ones did. So.
Well,
really
the Smash Brothers successor that we all knew about,
That's
Kirby
true.
Air Riders,
That's true.
If you look closely at some of the clashing, it does look like Kill Bill Volume 2.
That's a good point. She would be pretty good in Kill Bill. Probably some mod or something. Who would you turn into the bride? Who's got the bride's kind of like kit? Some Fire Emblem one. I don't know their name of, but yeah, they should do that. I don't know.
I'm sure it's like the longest sword, like Sephiroth, right? Like it's.
Yeah, Sephiroth maybe. Yeah. Diggins, what about you? Have you come up with one yet? Anything that is the biggest winner of 2025?
I have a big winner of 2025, and you may not recognize them when I say their name, but when I say their title, I think that will clear everything up. because I think the big winner of 2025 is Rama Duwaji.
Yeah, I know who this is.
Now, DJ and Roger appear not to, so let me rephrase that. I think the big winner of 2025 is Zoran Mamdani's hot wife.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah.
Now, obviously, Zoran himself had a pretty good 2025, but he had to do a lot of work. He had to be on a stage where Andrew Cuomo was. A lot of unpleasant things.
He had to go hang out with Donald Trump.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah,
awful.
They were like right next to each other. Fuck. Nobody wants that.
And, he handled all that really well, did a great job. He's my mayor right now. The first mayor where I'm like, yeah, that's my mayor. And not like, yeah, that's my mayor.
This fucking guy.
What, Eric Adams? What is the poster in the back, Diggins? You got an Eric Adams poster in the back the whole
And you know what else behind that poster? Bullets. Remember that? That video was the best. I watched that yesterday.
Listen, that's not mine. That's the rats. Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
But yeah, so she gets to enjoy all the fame and notoriety of all that, but she doesn't have to do any of the work. And furthermore, for some reason, a large proportion of the New York Post and other such outlets' attacks on Zoran Mamdani were printing pictures of her and saying, "Look at his hot wife." Doesn't that make you mad?
Yeah.
And it's like, not really. Mad. But she's so stern. I bet she wouldn't even look me in the eye. And you're like, you're getting weird with this New York Post.
I want her to step on my neck so hard.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm not saying any of these things about this woman. I'm saying the New York Post reporters are saying those things.
You want her to step on your neck, Diggins.
No. She has a very loving marriage, and I wish her and her husband all the happiness in the world.
They can experiment and do things.
Yeah.
You
wouldn't
the
be
marriage.
mad if she stepped on you, is what I'm saying.
Plenty of
You'd
options.
be like, oh, okay.
I mean, the step on my neck thing is a pretty specific thing. I feel like even the people that are in the stepped on community probably wouldn't be on the neck part of that first, but
This is DJ's acid bath all over again.
You're assuming they're talking about your neck.
Listen, all I'm saying is every once in a while we get a young, hot couple of politicians, or a politician and their wife or spouse.
Diggins, name all of those couples quick. Fire off the
Kennedys.
The Kennedys.
Yeah, right.
It's been a minute.
Name a second. The Lincolns. They're probably going
of their
at
time,
it, right?
Bill and Hillary of their time.
Sure.
All right.
Obama. People like
Obama,
him.
yeah. And this is their time. This is the Zoran Mamdani and Rama Duwaji time. And I think that they've had an incredible start of their era. And I want to give them their shouts.
Wow. Incredible. Well, all right. I had a couple of ideas for this one. Just say real quick, my runners up for biggest winner in 2025 were Stephen King, because they made 5 Stephen King adaptations this year, but most of them were bad. I'll list them. Here we go. Welcome to Derry, The Running Man, The Long Walk, The Monkey, The Life of Chuck. Then my other one was going to be Apple TV Plus, because I think they had a lot of great shows this year, like The Studio, Severance, and Pluribus. But the more I think about it, the more I got to give it to another person that I feel like maybe we won't recognize by name, but then when I tell you what their deal is, you'll be like, oh, that is a person that it is. And it's a gentleman by the name of Turki Al-Sheikh. You guys know who he is? Because I think he's the big winner of 2025.
Is he in charge of Riyadh season or something?
He's in charge of Riyadh season, baby, outside of human rights violations, which he's also in charge of. Apparently, he has a lot of them.
Well, who isn't?
Exactly. He was part of Riyadh season. I think just Saudi Arabia generally had what a terrific year for 2025. They bought Jared Kushner or whatever, and now he's doing their bidding. They keep threatening to buy Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers keeps going no, but they say, but we will if we're gonna. That's great for them. And then Riyadh season, we're talking about it
for EA.
The EA deal. Yep, that's right. And And Saudi Arabia had according to human rights website that I found, a record number of executions this year. Maybe for the world, or definitely for Saudi Arabia. I can't remember which one. So on Saudi Arabia's terms, just an incredible year. Obviously, Riyadh was a huge success. We all talk about Mr. Beast, the stupid comedians, other weird shit. Charlie Chonka. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some boxers. And they got all kinds of stuff coming in the future. But the fact that the fact that nobody died at the Mr. Beast carnival, or, none of the stand-up comedians got kidnapped or whatever. I think Riyadh isn't going off without a hitch. This is just the world we live in now. Is they're crushing it. So this is a good for you, Saudi Arabia. You won one, and many others. To be fair, pretty much every year where you were existing, you've been winning. But that's not all that matters. You know what else matters? And that's just, that those are the biggest winners. But we'd love to do is we'd look back at 2025 and go, hey, remember when this thing happened in 2025? Do you guys remember 2025?
I try every day to forget.
Yeah, we'll just go through them, one by one, make it pretty quick. Hold on, I am going to pause real quick just for DJ. I'm going to put a mark in here. I'm not going to stop the recording, but it says please continue. All right. We'll keep going. All right. So start back up. Is that just want to start this?
Take it from the top on the remember when. If you
yeah, right. Remember, we love remembering stuff. I gotta remember. Here's something I remember, and we're just gonna kind of go around in circle. We might have a couple. You guys remember when Katy Perry went to space in 2025?
Oh my gosh, you did.
It's a 2025 thing. Yeah, but it'll be a big year for her. She's now dating Justin Trudeau or whatever. And she had a concert that people didn't like or something. I don't really know what that deal was. But yeah, we sent her to space with Gayle King and some other people. That was interesting, wasn't it?
And she came back and kissed the ground.
She did kiss the ground, yeah.
And they made sexy flight suits for them that aren't like the real flight suits.
Oh, really? That's awful. Oh, that sounds like what they would do. Diggins, what about you? Anything for 2025 that you remember fondly or not?
God, so many things happened in 2025, Nando. How could I possibly choose just one?
All right, Roger, what about you? What do you got for 2025?
You remember when TikTok was banned for like a day and everyone lost their collective minds, and then it was unbanned? Nuts. The lead up into chaos. It was like,
and it got unbanned, and then it came with a message that was like, "Thank you, Donald Trump, for heroically unbanning TikTok," right, or something like that.
Yeah,
awful. Now, Larry Ellison's probably gonna own it or something. God, that was this year.
But on the plus side, you did get your TikTok account back, right? You created a new
That's
one,
true.
So.
Well, I made a new TikTok account because I just gave up on getting the old one back. We have 400 followers. I'm doing it with the least amount of effort possible, but I'm just it's fun to watch the thing and go, I got a couple new followers today.
You're taking the Elon Musk X strategy, do everything with the least amount of effort possible.
That's exactly
and hopefully
right.
fail upwards. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's still going. Remember him from earlier this year? Remember Doge? Remember USAID? All that shit was this year. That's nuts. Diggins, can you remember anything from 2025?
Oh, God, if only I couldn't.
Oh, remember before the podcast, you were telling me you were asking me if I remembered the Amelia Perez backlash from 2025? That was wild. You guys remember the Amelia Perez backlash?
I mean, I would consider that a 2024 thing, personally.
Sure, but 2025 is when the tweets came out by Carla Sofia Gascon that really tanked that whole thing. And that was such a crazy trajectory that movie was on.
Actually, that does remind me of another thing that was sort of also part of the Oscars and was crazy. Remember when right before Conclave was up for awards, an American Pope was elected?
Yeah, I do remember that. That was pretty awesome.
And I mean, we kind of like this one, the best city in the United States, Chicago, baby.
He did. I did. What were the polymark? It was really bad, right? No one thought he was going to win. It was 3% odds or something like that.
DJ, awesome. Of course, is the person who would have that memorized.
Yes, Captain Polymarket himself. Do you guys remember when that guy was "Get me to God's country" when he was done on SNL.
God.
That was annoying, right?
Oh,
That was this year.
Morgan Whelan
Morgan Whalen, yeah.
Yeah.
It was apparently like the worst singer ever, but
On
just
the
a
flip
real
side
prick.
of some real good singers, remember when Kendrick Lamar put on
Yeah.
a wonderful halftime show and doubled down on his Drake beef and called him also a pedophile on the biggest stage possibly in the entire world at a given time on the Super Bowl halftime show? That was an enjoyable situation to.
That was fun. Samuel L. Jackson was like part of that
Yeah.
whole presentation too.
I
Like
know.
he
He got Serena Williams to come out. It was like a whole big thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the. Yeah.
I'm not sure anyone has ever lost a rap beef as hard as that, and I'm including the people who died.
Because they at least had a finality to this, like the thing, like right? They went out.
Drake just has to live in a world where all that happened now.
Yeah, but he's going. He's trying again. Like he's putting out new records about how he's cool and everybody's an idiot or something. And I don't know what the plan is, but that's what he's doing. So maybe it'll play.
Speaking of times when everyone lost their mind, when ChatGPT rolled out that one update that everyone was like, my love, my soul is gone with this 4.0. I need to go back. Great. And they rolled it back, which is, I mean, in and of itself is enough to be like, that's a problem.
I read a lot of those articles this year. I don't know if you guys were also fascinated by these. I'm in love with the chatbot, whatever, because like a lot of legit papers were running them, and like it's rough out there. It's interesting, but there's a lot of it. It's very strange.
You know, I kind of look at that and I'm like, it's a hard world out there, and I can imagine myself becoming insane in this specific way. But it is a psychosis.
I mean, but what about dating Kim Kardashian? Speaking of Kardashian again, is that not also a psychosis? We've been letting people do that for years. Why then do we treat this differently? I don't know.
It's a great point.
You know, but yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm especially interested in the ones where it's like, I'm dating a ChatGPT, but I do have a husband, and he is like there, but then ChatGPT is there for like my emotional needs and stuff, and it's like just fascinating because we're gonna get a lot of like loveless marriages that are gonna be saved by ChatGPT doing all the stuff
the void.
Like a bad husband would just not do, but the ChatGPT is gonna do it. Maybe that'll be good.
DJ was talking about his favorite moment, which was when the CEO got caught at the Coldplay concert.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hugging his mistress,
his HR head or something like that.
His HR, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things. If you haven't seen the video, Coldplay's at a concert. They're doing like a camera throughout the crowd, and then they cut to them, and they immediately freak out and like walk away. If they had just played it off cool, I don't think it would have registered with anybody. But they were so just ashamed to be on the camera and so guilty that it just took off. And then that was the end. He had to. It was a very prominent like startup type company that he had to resign from. Obviously, his marriage didn't go very well after that.
He's got a chatbot if he wants one.
Yeah, he's got
4.0 is just waiting for him.
He can blend together the personalities of his wife and his mistress into one perfect AI girlfriend.
The craziest part of that video, having watched it a million times because it was everywhere and stuff, was that it's not just that the guy was on camera, because it was him and the girl and then the lady on camera, and she like ducked out or something, and he like hit his face. But then Chris Martin, singer of Coldplay, was like, somebody's having an affair over there. And then he kind of waited for them to be like, no, it's not that. And then they just went, it is that. Like, don't tell anybody, Chris. It's like that. Yeah, that really went as badly as it could possibly go. Has he said anything about that? Like Chris Martin or like the Coldplay, did they like did he apologize or something? I don't think he needs to, but I wonder if he did, because that was pretty weird. The other thing that DJ was telling me before is, remember when Squid Game season 3 happened in 2025? I always like to think about a thing that it's like, that was this year, wasn't it? But it just came and went, just absolutely no cultural impact whatsoever for some reason.
I never even watched season 2.
Well, it was one of those seasons where like 2 and 3 were kind of part 1 and 2 of season 2. So I would say not watching 2 until 3 comes out is the right move. But also it's like by the time you get to the end of it, you're like, it's not that much better. I wouldn't say it's like a need to watch. Roger, did you watch the Squid Games?
So I was going to wait till the second part, season 3 dropped, and then it didn't get good reviews, and I have that Game of Thrones PTSD. So I just said, there are other things for me to watch. I'm not going to kind of invest in it. So I did not end up watching that at all.
It kind of doesn't hold up.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say kind of related to, like, we were talking about things that kind of came and went, but also going maybe back to failures. Mithrigan, the sequel 2.0.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys covered it, but that was this year, and it was number 75 in the box office. Only made $39 million. Wait, it's just like
it cost like 100 or something like that, right? It was very expensive.
Bigger budget, and they had that soulmate with the number 8 that they immediately they were shopping. Then
that should be out soon. Wait, what happened to it?
And they shelved it.
February of this year.
Yeah, that's another one that. Remember when that came out? Oh, that I think that just started and stopped, and we got it one enjoyable movie I think that people liked, but it died very quickly.
That's the thing with Mithrigan is I appreciate it. Kind of it's like it took it went in a direction where it was like, we're going to be an action movie instead of a horror movie this time, kind of like the Terminator movies, and like I respect it, but yeah, it just wasn't very good, and it's just tough for a movie like that to do, is just like recapture the lightning in the bottle. But that reminded me of one of my other Biggest Loser potentials. That was another thing that I kept thinking about. And this I was thinking about like a month, maybe 2 months after it came out, as if it had come out 10 years ago, was the Mission Impossible movie. Like, shocks me that came out this year, considering also how much it just didn't really matter. Apparently it lost an insane amount of money because it was incredibly expensive.
Yeah. All that insurance money to make sure Tom Cruise could do all the stunts.
And that, like, there were some movies this year that I'm like, oh yeah, that was okay. That didn't really hit. But none, I feel like, had the same kind of like, this is going to be a big fucking event that's going to matter to everybody. And they just didn't do it quite as much as Mission Impossible. Not even say it's a bad movie, but not great.
I think it was reported like a $400 million budget and made $590. So like just a bath, took a wash. Remember when Sydney Sweeney tanked her entire career to the extent she had one?
You know, which day was that? The day that the bad movie came out? The day that the other bad movie came out, or the day the other bad movie came out?
Or the day she did the jeans ad, and the day she leaving golf.
When she did that interview where she was like, I don't care about that. And then they got mad at her. And then she was like, I'm sorry. It was funny.
Yeah.
But she still, I hear The Housemaid is kind of fun. She still has a career, but I don't know. The pivot doesn't seem to have fully worked for her. I think that's great. Yeah.
She can always be in Madam Web 2.
I would love it. I mean, nothing would make me happier than her walking out of a portal in the next one of those Endgame crossover-y ones. That'd be so fun. But you know what? Maybe she will. I don't know. She seemed to have a good sense of humor about that movie. But yeah, those are all great ones. All four of us that we said that. All right, you guys. Wow. Next, we'll do the last one of these, which is, what was 2025 the year of? This is where we look back at the whole year, every single day, and we go, well, not really. Well, we could. That's some of us are very thorough. We look at every day in the calendar. We write little notes down, and we figure it out. By that. And what you do is you just say it, and then we'll discuss. Kind of. Who wants to go first? Does anybody want to go first? How about that? Because I have a couple, so I don't want to steal anybody's. I want to be last or second last.
I feel like mine isn't a steely. I'll go first. There's no way this is on the board of anyone's. I would be shocked. All right. So I'm going to go. 2025 is the year of comedians hitting the fuck it button.
Oh,
I feel like for a while, there's been this like comedians as part of culture, but there really is one thing that stands out for me for this. And I think it's the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I refuse to let this go. Like, I don't think we can let 2025 leave without being like, remember when these guys did this? Because it's so unthinkable of something that would happen. I want to say even like 5 or 6 years ago where like comedians are like, let's just go to the Bonesaw people. But the bar has gotten so low that like I think the comedians are just like, fuck it. And like they like, not that they don't care, but like I think that there was this idea where comedians trying to like trend this line of like, what's funny or what should I get involved in, or you know, like not, and I don't mean like bullshit cancel culture stuff, but I feel like it's more of a whatever will happen. I think it's some in particular. And I just think for a lot of them, we just shouldn't listen to these guys anymore. I think comedians have to go back to being like, we never thought highly of comedians. You're like, oh, they're good at comedy. Like, oh, Richard Pryor, he's so good at comedy. He's so edgy. You know, Dave Chappelle circa 2003. You know, what a great show he made. Then he went crazy. But like, we never thought that their opinions like mattered for real. And now we do, and it's bad. And they took money from the Bonesaw people, and that's bad. So I know it's kind of a bummer, but 2025 was kind of a bummer. And yeah, I just think a lot of these comedians just hit the fuck it button, and it makes me kind of sad. There's still some good ones, but you know, Riyadh Comedy Festival. And I know you got Charlie Chanka, but you know,
yeah, we got some good stuff out of it. Well, I think to your point about the comedians, because I posted about this on Reddit like yesterday or something. Maybe it's, I don't know, some social network site where somebody was talking about just like a lot of comedians that they used to like have started doing really bad specials where they just kind of meander and talk about like just whatever. Apparently Tom Segura had an awful special that released this year, which I haven't seen because I don't usually watch his stand up, but he's one of those comedians that I think people used to like. And, you know, I think comedians are in the same boat that like, I don't know, famous musicians are in, where you get so famous and so rich, you kind of lose touch with reality. Right. But like, they're even worse because they have to, that's all they have. They can't even fall back on the song being catchy. It's got to be just like what they're saying kind of, you know, resonates. And yeah, Dave Chappelle's there, right? He had a special this year that was all just like complaining about people complaining about him. And
oh God.
Yeah. And bringing Elon Musk on stage.
Well, that was awesome.
That's just the clown show. But now to your point, funny. I think it is this like, it's almost like this last lack of efforts for some comedians. I know like Ricky Gervais had a special. I didn't see it, so I don't want to throw accusations, but I got a pretty good feeling that it's like, do I need to write good material, or do I just need to, you know, just get on stage and
punch down.
Yeah. Well, also, isn't there a Golden Globe this year for like best comedy special, and like Ricky Gervais and Bill Maher are both in there as like people that are potentially going to, and Kevin Hart, who like, I don't know, sometimes he's good, sometimes he's kind of like lazy, but he at least seems like he puts effort in.
Sorry, go ahead, Nando.
That was it. And then I was just gonna say, and then you got Kumail, who's cool, and like I didn't see his new special, but it's supposed to be good.
I don't know if we're doing Rex, but maybe preview for looking ahead.
Maybe.
But also Mark Maron had a really well. I don't know about good. I enjoyed it, right? But like that's another kind of like almost like existentialism, like, you know, with his special. I thought he did it really well, and I think he probably put a good amount of effort into that. But it's just like we never thought of comedians in this light. Like if you think about like Dane Cook. Like Dane Cook's big problem was he got like too big, and he did, God, I remember this. I think it was like, I want to say like the late 2000s, but like he did like a special at Madison Square Garden, and it was like, oh, he's lost touch. Yeah. It's too big.
I was blah, blah, blah. At that special. Don't even pretend.
2 Mountain Dew Code Reds in hand.
I saw that in person.
But he had to come back from that by doing a comedy special in like a cellar. Like, and that's just like, comedy context only, not like he thought like, here are my thoughts on who should be president. So yeah, and like, you know, I know like he hasn't had a special, but like, you know, Joe Rogan, comedian in chief, he should just do UFC and do his podcast. But like
he did a special kind of recently that was awful. That the guy who makes fun of comedians kind of ripped on, and like I've seen him, I don't know if it was this year or last year, but like very, very bad. So, you know, you got plenty of that.
Yeah. I just think we have to stop thinking comedians are like, not that they're not smart, but that just because they're geniuses at like maybe comedy, like one thing like means that like they're geniuses at things like politics, right? Like you might have an awesome plumber who's a genius at plumbing, but like don't ask that guy for like accounting advice. So that, you know, this was very meandering, but it's something I feel passionate about. So maybe it's good I did a downer one first, unless you guys also have some downer ones, then woo.
Well, you know, we'll see. Roger, you got one for this one? What do you think 2025 was the year of?
So I'm going to copy from some of the Discorders' answers for this one because I think it's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
DCW, also Ash and Cebus also had this. And they said 2025 was the year of the doppelganger or dual roles. Because we had Sinners, Superman, Thunderbolts, Predator Badlands, Mickey 17.
Wait, what was Thunderbolts?
The
bad guy.
Sentry.
Oh, sure. I don't even count that because they went on screen at the same time with himself. All those other ones were like actors having conversations that were like talk. You could say maybe the bit where Yelena has to fight herself in the dream world, but that was such a small part of the movie. You
got Mickey 17, The Monkey, Another Simple Favor, which you guys covered with Blake Lively.
That's right.
There was a De Niro movie called Alto Nights, and then Mia Goth and Frankenstein. So a lot of movies with dual roles and some good movies there as well. So I think that's a fair kind of capturing, at least on the movie side of things, of kind of what you were talking moments ago about, you know, is it monster movies? Is it potentially children movies? I think there's an argument that it was the dual role doppelganger year for movies as well. But what about you, Diggins? What do you think 2025 was the year of? You'll bring us that upbeat cheer.
I will, because guys, 2025, I think we all know deep in our hearts, was the year of treating your lady right.
Oh, okay.
I like this.
DJ Khaled, close your ears.
I know exactly one example of this. I can't wait to hear the rest.
All right.
Now, obviously, huge moment in one of the biggest movies of the year. Michael B. Jordan got up on that great big silver screen and told us all how to please our ladies.
That was good. And then we saw it happen later in the movie, not in as much detail, but yeah, that's exactly the praxis. Yeah.
Not that long after that, 28 years later, the father guy also.
Oh yeah.
You know,
forgot about that.
He gives some attention to the downstairs. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. He does.
And now listen, it's not all oral sex. But I think in general, movies this year were about treating your lady right. Whether that means, letting her give you the hardball interview about your secret identity. Whether that means giving her lots of guns and flamethrowers so she can get off on murder. Whether that means giving her all the kids she needs to fuel her attempts to reverse aging.
Oh, is that his lady? Okay. I don't know about that, but I'm crossing into Joey territory.
All right, maybe not that one.
Yeah,
but I just
what about putting her in the cardigan and taking her to Cardigan Town?
Absolutely,
yeah. that was some good loving we got this year. I mean, Avatar had a little bit too. We talked about how much we hated it, but they got there.
So I'm just saying, maybe it wasn't the horniest year. It wasn't the year that fucks necessarily, but I think this is a year that really emphasized both sides of the aisle. You got to treat your lady right.
Nice.
That's nice of them. There were definitely some shows. I mean, there were some shows that had more sex than you would expect. And I don't want to say it because one of them's like a really fun spoiler, but like there were some interesting, memorable sex scenes from this year. So it's pretty cool. Well, I will say, I'm glad now you guys said this, that I think 2025 was the year of for the fans, you guys. And what I mean is, this is not just a year of things for fans of stuff. This year was a year of things for exclusively fans of stuff. So like there was a lot of stuff this year that like had appeal, but like wasn't good. But it was like the fans of that will come out for it. The fans of Jurassic World, they're just going to be there. They'll come out. The fans of the Minecraft movie, they're going to do Chicken Jockey in the theater because they just love that shit. And a lot, because if you look at the top 10 highest grossing movies of the year, and let's say the top 12, so I can cut out the two that I haven't seen, which are Neja 2 and Demon Slayer. Only like maybe one is a certifiable good movie, and that's I think Zootopia 2, which does tend to be the highest one. But like Avatar Fire and Ash, not very good. How to Train Your Dragon, not very good. Full One I didn't see. Superman fine. Mission Impossible pretty bad. Fantastic Four okay. Like there were not a lot of just crossover hits that were good movies that everybody liked this year. On top of that, I do think if you want to get a little deeper in it, 2025 was kind of the year of the shippers. There were a lot of, this was the year I think that shipping broke through from getting, you know, some attention on Tumblr and like, oh, it's the Lorax, sexy Lorax, to just like being one of the main things that humongous movies are about.
Slur everyone thought was sexy, Nando.
Well, I'm sure some people thought the Lorax was sexy too. He had the mustache and stuff, and it was Danny DeVito. He has a certain charm to him. He sold us that car in that commercial. Remember that? And the Lorax was like, buy this car. But this year, I feel like there was a lot of stuff that I was like, oh, this is like making, like, Stranger Things is a good example, right? Of like, that is a show that has been driven into the ground, and some of that was this year, and some of that was 2020. Or 2025 and 2026 because it split up its season in a weird way, but like by fans who are just furious about the boys not kissing and also about certain other couples not getting together or getting together. That fan discourse was a huge part of it. Zootopia 2, like we said, you know, they were I would say kind of knowingly kind of baiting the fans of the thing by having the characters in married couple situations as little bits. They didn't really do it, but like they were like, oh, we know this is something people like. You know, I think Wicked is like the ultimate shipping movie and one of the ultimate shipping franchises. And you had like people, I didn't know about this, but like apparently F1, a movie I have not seen, has an enormous shipping community. Have you, any of you guys heard about this?
I'm not surprised by this at all.
Yeah, apparently, like there are people who write fan fiction about the different drivers and whether they are secretly in love with each other or not.
Wait.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about F1 the movie.
So I am kind of talking about the movie, but I'm also talking about the you know, the sport in general, because I think the shipping crossed over into the movie. But yeah.
Okay, but people do this with like the actual racers, right?
Yes.
Like, okay.
It's like a huge part of the fandom. And I don't think that's why the movie made $1 bazillion or whatever, but I do think it's like a not insignificant part of it. K-pop Demon Hunters, the shippers got a hold of and really drove into the ground. You know, what was the other one? Oh, Thunderbolts had an interesting relationship with the ships where everybody wanted Bob and Yelena to get together, and that became a whole thing. And there was even a bit, and I didn't really talk about this very much, but like, remember that Marvel Zombies show? But it was called Marvel Zombies. But like, apparently Shang-Chi just shipped himself into the show as Yelena's new love interest. He was like, I think my character would like to have sex with her, and she would like to have sex with him. And then they put it into the show. It didn't really go anywhere, but it is there. I feel like he knows, Simu and people know that like, if he can get in a ship, that's good for him. That's a way to like become more relevant in this universe, and become like, the fans' favorite guy. So, you know, I think there's like definitely other stuff this was the year of, but like I said, this was a year I think that fans of a thing could enjoy the thing it's from, but no one else could. Five Nights at Freddy's is another good example of just like, that's only for fans of the, and even they didn't really like it. But you know, maybe that's the way media goes in the future. Like maybe because people aren't going to movie theaters the way they were back before COVID for a bunch of reasons, but maybe movie studios have to target releases and go like, well, listen, we have to please the fans because they're the ones that are going to buy all the tickets to this. And then maybe it's a big movie and gets successful. But like, that used to be something that we would say was bad. When The Rock said that about Black Adam, you knew that the movie was bad, but now it's just like the default, I think. And yeah, it's not it's not good. 2025 just overall, it's not a great year.
What?
But you know what? It's over. Well, no, but 2026 off to such a start that it's hard to even compare the two.
Well, before we get to 2026, we should go through what 2025 was in the podcast. Our little safe haven, our oasis from the chaos.
Right.
Let's look at, for you guys, last year you watched a lot of stinkers. Not 2025, but 2024. This year in 2025, I feel like you had much more of an enjoyable experience, but still some real bad movies. So as I asked last year, and I think I want to find out this year, what was the least enjoyable watch for you guys individually this year of all the movies you watched? The one that it could be a bad movie or a good movie, but you just didn't enjoy watching it. Does anybody have one that's just burning their eyes in memory as they look down the list of movies covered that they want to scathe one more time? Maybe call dog shit if you want.
I mean, I'll go first. I don't know how I introduced the nuance in this, but I'll stand by it. Like, I really, really didn't enjoy watching 28 Years Later. I really, really didn't.
Like, you know what? I've seen people coming out on your side recently, too. I've seen a lot of people, smart people, having different discourses than what you said, but like about things about that the movie says and the way that it presents certain things are like not, it is not as universally praised as I kind of thought it was, even though I do think it was good and like very, very effective. So you're not crazy.
Good. That is my pick, though.
Yeah, it was a pretty shit movie. Well, no, that was a cool movie.
My
that was one of my favorite movies this year.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I was thinking about that as when I said that, I was thinking about my movie because I was reading it. And it's hard to like not put recency bias into this whole thing, but I genuinely think Five Nights at Freddy's 2 might be one of the worst movies we've watched in a while. There's nothing fun about it. It doesn't work. The first one I didn't like, but at least I kind of got what was the fun of it, and like seeing the animatronics was kind of interesting and whatever. But like this movie, just the plot isn't. It goes nowhere. It's very confusing. It doesn't really bother to explain anything, and not like explain things like it has to explain how they work or anything, but just like doesn't go like, this is why the characters still live here. This is why there's two Freddy's Fazbear's next to each other or something. And like, I feel like that movie really sucked, like just sucked. And also it was like ugly and not funny. Like this, to be fair, there's movies on this list that I think I definitely also didn't like, but they were at least kind of interesting, like, a Flight Risk or something. I was having a little bit of fun with that, or like a God, what's another one? Mission Impossible, not the worst movie, but like a movie that's at least exciting to watch. But like there was nothing in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that I think you could even grab onto. What about you, Diggins? What do you think is your least favorite movie this year? Least favorite watch?
I think I've already said that either on this pod or previously, but Snow White is genuinely one of the worst movies I saw this year, let alone for the pod.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't enjoy that even a little. And it was horrible to look at. It was incredibly boring. The songs were all bad. Gal Gadot was just on another level.
Yeah.
And like, it's fascinating to talk about. Like, I think the pod episode is really good because it's such a weird, bad movie. Mm-hmm. But like, it's no fun to watch.
Yeah. It's long, I feel like. I don't remember if it like is in, the amount of time it covers, but like there's, because they reshot it and put so much stuff in, you're like, oh, all right, we got done with the dwarf stuff. Let's go to do the end. And it's like, nope, we got to hang out with the 7 guys and like fuck around with them for a little bit. And it's just, sucks. But Rachel Zegler, New Jersey, we love her. We respect her. Hope she does better this year. So yeah.
And as Diggins pointed out, the worst movies sometimes make the best pod, and the Discord users picked their favorite episodes that were of the year. And number one, getting almost half the vote, was The Electric State. Following very closely after that was A Working Man, for a number of bits that we'll point out in a future segment that were quite memorable. War of the Worlds 2025, the bad one with Ice. Also one of the favorite listens. And then Snow White and the Huntsman, where we had the milk bath, the DJ taking an acid bath, a lot of fun conversations. A fun movie too. It seems like you guys enjoyed the hamming of most of the characters there. And then tied for kind of the fifth most enjoyable was Snow White, and 28 years later. As we did kind of every year, we kind of touch on which was kind of the best IMDb summary that any of the movies had. And I think that one will go to Sinners, where the summary was, trying to leave their troubled lives behind, twin brothers return to their hometown to start again, only to discover that an even greater evil is waiting to welcome them back. On the other end of the spectrum, I think the worst IMDb summary was Wicked for Good, which goes, and this is a direct quote, Elphaba, the future Wicked Witch of the West, and her relationship with Glinda, the Good Witch of the North. The second part of a 2-part feature film adaptation of the Broadway musical. Absolute trash. The laziest of lazies.
Bizarre. Like even ChatGPT would do better than that, I think. I don't understand how we got it.
It's so bad you have to go like some lazy person did this, because even at the floor of ChatGPT, like it would be something a little bit better on the ultimate result. And you know, as with every year, we have some classic DJ moments. In World of Worlds, Diggins incorrectly laid out what the acronym HALO was. DJ came in confident and incorrectly corrected him, which Diggins finally remedied with correcting the incorrect correction. DJ, do you remember what HALO stands for?
I could have sworn... I know what it's not, right? Because I thought it was
it's not high C and low openings.
It's like high altitude, low objective is what I thought it was. I still don't remember what it actually is.
Well, I just said it to see if it would even trigger your memory, and it didn't. It's high altitude, low opening.
Low opening. Damn.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say for the O, DJ?
Object, like low objective, right? Like our objective.
That would be interesting.
Down there,
but like, it's almost always low objective, right? On the ground. It's not like,
well, hey ho, high altitude, high objective. It's like over at high altitude.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, you need to specify that. But as far as Halo, it's like,
DJ's created some very new weapons that actually launch people upward into holes. We don't see that. That's behind the scenes extra special clearance.
If the objective is up high, you don't get out of the plane.
That's true. You stick in it. Yeah, we watched Air Force One this year. We saw how you just make a line between them and walk it, kind of, and that's cool.
And then another great DJ moment was when he leaned heavily into the theme of 2025, and it looks like the theme of 2026, which was gaslighting. And this was just last week on the Avatar pod. At the very end, DJ tried to say to gaslight both Diggins and the listeners that Diggins was the one who predicted Fortnite would die, which, as we talked about a few moments ago, was actually a DJ prediction from 2021, but he tried to pass the buck, and Diggins rightly dug his feet in. But perhaps the greatest moment, and we know that every year, you know, DJ copies the Rex from Diggins and Nando. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing it, right? But this year we had a first where DJ copied his own recommendation and didn't realize it, because on the RV pod, DJ said, and I quote, "I hate to make this recommendation because I feel like I make this recommendation every time. But that being said, this season of Love is Blind is very good." And Nando and Diggins almost at the same time goes, "Yeah, you make that recommendation all the time. It was last week's recommendation," to which DJ flabbergasted goes, "No, absolutely not." And thankfully, Nando has the show notes. And so quickly, you guys were able to identify. Yeah, and Zathuro, DJ said Love is Blind season 9 was his rec.
It's true.
And then we have now as a staple the Nando Can Beat segment. So everybody kind of sees each week. But I think the one thing that you said you couldn't definitely beat, and this makes a lot of sense, was the Predator movie. That was always going to get you, which, you know, makes sense. But everything else you felt like, given certain criteria, you might have a fair shake of it. We had some excellent quotes and moments. As I mentioned, I think the runaway favorite was from That Working Man, which was the Christy Gnome dog bit that Nando went on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were before South Park. We were cool, and we beat them.
True.
With the Mickey Mouse-esque dogs all going to heaven. Just from start to finish, wonderful. We had the Charlie Chonka deep dive, which I think happened before you did your YouTube or in parallel.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
you and Diggins
that was a live discovery.
Yeah, a live discovery that turned into a great episode of, I think, the Nando cut that you put it together.
Oh yeah, so fun.
Nando and Diggins had the atomic bomb tornado conversation about how Oppenheimer would be thrown for a loop with the witch's wonderful tornadoes. Nando had an all-time just drumming beatdown of Subway as you guys went through Red Dawn, and throughout that podcast, just talking about why Subway was the worst thing possible. And Now You See Me Too, Diggins had a great flubbed quote where he said, "She turned his dick into a penis," which was just quite good. So good. You guys investigated the different colors of the mood rings, identifying that it was all bullshit, which came to a surprise to everybody.
Was that The Happening, or what movie was that in?
Yeah, The Happening.
It was okay, yeah.
Yeah, because Mark Wahlberg is trying to comfort the young girl in that one. And he used the mood ring on the first date or whatever. And I think most of them were either guessed to be or actually ultimately some variation of horny or aroused. Was a lot of the colors. In Air Force One, Nando asked, what does the JD and JD Vance stand for? And DJ, you said very confidently, Jorkin to penis.
Oh, yeah.
It is, though.
That is,
not wrong.
He's right. He's just right.
Not wrong. Just objective facts. And then on a very appropriate name, Jurassic World Rebirth Pod, DJ inadvertently revealed that you and Michelle were expecting your kid. You had not said that yet, but it was kind of a fun little flub.
Nailed it.
On that same pod, Nando had an excellent News of the Week segment where he just started randomly discussing the Little Rascal movies before dropping this line, which was, I don't know if you saw it. There was a report today that the actor who played, what's his character? The rich kid Waldo's dad was apparently in the Epstein files. His name, Donald Trump. So good.
Again, we scooped him. We were ahead of the curve on so many things this year.
Yeah.
Why didn't the people listen to us instead of listening to the administration? We knew.
And then Nando almost caused a couple of accidents with his wonderful drop in the Superman pod where he called the president of Borovia DC Netanyahu, which was just out of nowhere, top of the rope. Excellent. But I think my favorite and a lot of people's favorites was when Nando was tricked by a Discorder's letterbox review and generally thought that a real line in The Electric State by Mr. Peanut was, I was a wartime general, now I'm a wartime president, which, so good, so good. But that was the year in review. We can finally put a stake in the heart of the monster that was year 2025 as we move into a cheerier, maybe, it's not going to be 2026. No. So, Nando, over to you for our prediction segment in the new year.
Okay. Woo. Well, so like we said, we got to predict the things. These are always right, or disasters. That's always fun. They're pretty simple because there's only so many things that, you can predict. But we're going to just look at 2026 and then see what we get right. Maybe we'll get it right and maybe it'll be really cool. Where do we start with this? Do we want to do Finally Dies first? I feel like for some reason that's like at the top of my list, but I reorganized them. Okay, yeah. So this is a question we get it, or the question, like we phrase it like this every year. 2026 will be the year that blank finally dies. This can be a concept. This can be a lot of things.
And we need DJ a metric, right? Like we need to say what it means for it to die.
But didn't you take Charles Manson one year or something like that? Yeah. Maybe
while he was on his deathbed.
Yeah, while he was on his deathbed. Yeah, he Googled people that are about to die.
Switch 2 was too obvious, apparently.
So who wants to start with this one? Anybody got a good one for this one? DJ?
I don't have a good one, but I'll go first. Okay, so I think that 2026 is the year that the DC TV show slate dies.
Which ones does that count?
Okay, so I have a list here of ones that are like early 2026 or in production and development. So I think, and there's some of the animated ones here, fine, but really my point is I think this acquisition of Warner Brothers will just lead to a lot of these kind of falling off because if it's Netflix, right? Like, yeah, Netflix like wants its content, but it's like, do I really want like this many TV shows? Like, maybe let's like clean some of this up. Especially like some of the in development ones, like just plug for the list here. The V for Vendetta TV series, 0% chance that happens. And
like, should make that.
I'm not saying it's cool. like slated for 26, but I think they'll announce, you know, the scuttling of these things in 2026. Maybe this is a prediction that goes nowhere in fruition. You know, it doesn't come to fruition, and I'll be the stinker and I'll yell about it. But I just want to read from the list here. Okay. So Lanterns TV series, early 26, probably does come out, right?
Yeah,
Because
they filmed it.
yeah,
We've seen like tiny bits of it, but yeah.
Mr. Miracle animated series. Maybe.
We might get casting on that soon. Nobody's really sure. I doubt that comes out this year, but I do think that is still something they're working on.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Now, all these are like in the in development tag, and I would be shocked if we got like half of these, right? So Batman Brave and the Bold, Creature Commando Season 2, The Authority, Swamp Thing, and then just things that are just like theories like Waller TV series, Booster Gold TV series, Paradise Lost TV series, Blue Beetle animated series, V for Vendetta TV series, and Untitled DC Crime TV series. Obviously, that last one is like literally never going to happen. But like, I really do think the Warner Brothers acquisition by Netflix is going to be a lot of DC churn, and I don't think Netflix is going to want minor projects. I think they're going to want big projects. They're going to want to go huge. So, and really, because for some time now, the like DC animated universe, whatever, like kind of closed, right?
Like the cartoons.
Well, like. Yeah, in that one, continuity, like that continuity has like, So I don't know. I'm not confident in the existence of these things post Netflix owning Warner Brothers, assuming Netflix owns it. I haven't checked the odds on Polymarket, but I assume it'll be Netflix.
And
they rejected another.
Yeah,
they rejected another bid the other day, so I feel like the Netflix one.
I will say,
want to do.
If you're Larry Ellison and you have whatever, blah, 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 hundreds of billions of dollars, what's the point of that money if you can't get whatever you want?
Yeah, that's true.
That's how I would feel.
That's a great point.
I would be mad that I have all this money and I can't get a thing I want. So what's the fucking point?
Yeah. That's a great point.
Thank you.
And DJ, what's going to be kind of the marker of it dying? Is it just all those shows being announced that they're canceled, not being progressed?
That's the tough one.
Can I get like half of them canceled? Can I get 75% redirection?
Yeah.
All right, I want half. Half of them are canceled. This is one I'm going to be wrong because I never hit the dies. I feel way better about my other ones. But that's what I got for this one. So
I mean, it's interesting. There's some of them. A lot of those projects are like projects that James Gunn announced officially when he started the new DCU, and then just we've never heard of anything. And it does seem like, and I don't know, I'm sure we'll find this out in a book in 20 years, but it seems like some executives were like, give us the names of 10 things you might want to do, and we're going to say officially we're working on all of them. And then, because once he was finished with that, he never talked about a bunch of them again. And also, he says, like, we don't greenlight projects without scripts. We're very deliberate about that. And it's like, well, that would be true if you didn't do this presentation and then cancel all of them. So I feel like that was like this one-time thing where, because Marvel had one of those too, where I think it was, who's the one nobody liked, Chapek, was like, go and tell them we're working on Armor Wars or some shit. We don't care. So yeah, I think there's a bunch in there. Nando. I mean, listen, there's time. I'll help them make it. I got all the action figures. Stop motion.
This would be my triple bank shot for this panning out would be Netflix has, this is going to be late in the year. It's going to be like October, almost a year from now, like October, November of 26. Netflix is like, all right, like the acquisition's done, whatever. It's all buttoned up or like mostly done. And, Netflix is like, Gunn, go out there and give your new roadmap. And like half these shows aren't on it. Like for me, that would be something to be like, oh, okay, they're clearly going in another direction. So
that would be interesting.
We'll see.
And I think that's something we could see.
So anyway, that's mine. Who else wants to go for what dies in 2026 besides all our hopes and dreams? Just kidding.
I can go.
Those died a long time ago, DJ.
Yeah. And I just want to point out on my on my list here that of potential ones. I do have a human being, although I'm not going to say it because we get in trouble. But I do think that is something, not by any means other than just the McDonald's doing its thing, you know. But anyway, you know,
the hamburger.
I'm loving it now. I will go by so many. Anyway, okay, we'll stop.
I know. Oh my God, yeah, that's the one time I'd ever eat a McDonald's again. But mine is it's a weird one because here we go. I think 2026 will be the year that the Mandalorian finally dies. Now, I don't think that they will like kill the character. That's not what I mean. Although they could, and that would be interesting. I think this franchise is kind of done, but because Star Wars has been in such a weird place for the last couple of years, they didn't really know what to do with him. Specifically, like what a new season of this show should look like. So now they have this movie coming out next year. It's probably going to be pretty expensive. It's got a bunch of people in it, including the Mandalorian and Grogu. It's called Mandalorian and Grogu, which is bizarre because Mandalorian is not his name and Grogu is the baby's name. But if it was Mandalorian and the child, makes sense. Or Din Djarin and Grogu, that makes sense too. But anyway, I think that movie is going to underperform. I don't think I think it's like not going to be able to cross over the way people hope it will. And then I think the way that we'll know this happened is I think we won't get any announcement of Mandalorian season 4 until, you know, like just in that next 2026. So we won't know that they're making another one. And that'll be the way that I think we'll know that. Well, that is the way, it's to quote the Mandalorian, but that'll be the way that we know that like they've kind of taken their foot off the gas with this character. Because I think it's really been diminishing returns since season 2. And I think the tough part of this now is that, and the only thing to really fuck this up is now Kathleen Kennedy's out at Lucasfilm. You have Filoni and somebody else coming in. I can't remember who. But Filoni has his stable of guys that he loves. And he could easily just go, all right, we're not doing any of the rest of these guys. We're doing Ahsoka and Ahsoka's friends and whatever. And like, that's all the shows are for the future.
All his favorite action figures.
Exactly. And he seems like he really wants to do that. Mandalorian exists in that timeline, but is not one of them because he was created by Favreau. And like, it seems like that team. So there's that, but then there's also the like, maybe he'll just decide Mandalorian is his. Like, I think if Kathleen Kennedy was still there at the end of this year, at the end of 2026, Mandalorian's dead. But I think there's a chance that maybe he's like, oh, coming up with Star Wars is harder than I thought. Let's keep the things that exist already. So that could be maybe how this gets fucked. And maybe the movie's a crowd-pleasing, amazing hit, but I don't know. I don't have a really good feeling about it. So I'm going to say, 2026 is the year the Mandalorian finally dies.
Now, Nando, if it has a box office of, let's say, like more than 600, does that kind of put a nail in your...
I don't know, like, what the predictions are.
Yeah.
Let's see what the budget... I want to see what the reported budget is. Or at least what the, guest budget is. Because then I would say being a flop, not making its money back is... Okay, so it's reported to have a production budget of approximately $166 million. That's not bad. Yeah. Least expensive Star Wars movie by far. But so then I'll say, I would say this movie making under $500 million would be the key here. And like, I think that's totally doable in a world where like Fantastic Four makes about $500 million and Superman makes about $500 million. Like, I could see a world for that. The other thing with this one is, though, maybe the kids just come out for Grogu. I don't know. We'll see. But that's my prediction. So, excellent. All right. Yeah. Diggins, what about you?
So yours is pretty similar to mine, Nando, although mine isn't. It's not exactly the same. So why don't I just say it and we'll decide if it counts as different or not.
Okay.
Because mine was that 2026 would be the year that the Star Wars movie finally dies.
Yeah.
Because I think the movies have been hanging on by a thread for a while now. Ever since Rise of Skywalker stank up the joint, they were like, oh, let's pump the brakes here. And stop diluting the brand. And they really went in on TV shows. And it feels like The Mandalorian and Grogu, which I agree is probably the worst possible name.
Yeah.
Is kind of like their effort to get movies back in the Star Wars lineup. because it's the thing everyone loved. It's the Mandalorian. You guys love that little puppet. But they waited way too long.
Yeah.
And, like, it kind of got out of the zeitgeist. The later seasons weren't that good. And even from, like, it's been a while since that last season, even.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. When was that? Was it 2022?
It had Jack Black in it, right?
It did have Jack Black and Lizzo. Yeah.
And
before she was canceled. So
yeah. I was going to say before all the stuff came out. So it's been a minute.
Yeah.
So what's funny, Diggins, is I was actually thinking to do the exact same thing. And the one thing that I was like, I don't know if it's going to work is they do have on the books a 2027 movie.
That's what I was
Starfighter, directed by Sean Levy.
Excuse you, Sean Levy, the greatest director of our time. The ultimate artist, Sean Levy.
Starring our discount Ryan Reynolds, but better actor Ryan Gosling.
Well, that's debatable. But yeah, this movie is definitely coming out because they're filming it. But
they're filming it. So I totally feel you. So I need some like markers of indications that even though this movie's I guess one marker is they decide to only release this on Disney Plus and make an announcement. Then yes, you are 100%
crazy.
Oh yeah, if they don't even release it, then I feel like that's a win for me.
But let's say that they go as planned and release this movie. What kind of markers around, the year? Is it Grogu bombing? Is it other things? No more announcements? Is there anything else that we should look towards to like say that?
Frankly, I think. I mean, obviously, Mandalorian Grogu bombing would be a big part of it. I think the thing will be to see with that new movie if they start announcing delays or being like, "Oh, we're doing reshoots now," signs that they're spooked and they're like, "Oh no, we don't know how to do movies anymore."
I like it. All right,
that's interesting. Yeah, it's Star Wars, man. They're in a tight spot, but
because most of it's bad now.
Yeah, and like they're done with Andor, so they have to figure it out. Like, what is Star Wars? And they've never been able to do that. And
it's weird because like, are movies worth doing when they have just more people on Disney Plus and they just churn out TV shows of any quality and people will stay subscribed and the black box that is keeping subscribers?
Well, there's that, and then there's the like kind of Moana 2 example of just like take a thing that was on streaming, put it in theaters, it might make $1 billion. You never know.
Yeah.
And like I think your Chapek, that is Chapek era thinking of what you were saying, and then this is Iger era thinking of like, no, we have to put everything in theaters because it will make money, which works as long as the things don't bomb. And we'll see about Mandalorian Grogu, but I don't know. I'm very torn. I mean, Jeremy Allen White is playing a big, sexy Jabba the Hutt. So what do we think of that? Do we like that?
We love that.
Yeah, that's kind of fun. And I think it's even the one from the shitty Clone Wars movie everybody hates, where there was a baby Jabba.
Amazing.
So,
and obviously he's using all of the comedic chops he's got from the Bear, the comic.
From the Bear, the funniest show ever.
The funniest show in the world.
But what about you, Roger?
I mean, 2026 will be the year that Joey dies on this podcast, and it falls out of the, that'll be a sad.
How Joey?
Yeah,
Joey from Friends.
Joey from Friends,
No.
the spinoff of that popular show, Friends. So, I actually think that what will die in 2026 is Jared Leto in big budget movies. So
Jared Leto.
So he had Tron this past year in 2025. That would I don't know what dirt and blackmail material he has to get these roles, but he has one more movie coming out this year in 2026. It is Masters of the Universe, where he's playing Skeletor. This movie's budget is somewhere between 170 to 200 million, which means it's going to have to make 400 million. A He-Man Masters of the Universe movie this year with all the movies coming out. It just feels like it's just ready for a bomb. The leading character is Nicholas Galadzenstein, and you'll say who, and I say exactly. And so with Jared Leto as being the only name on this, and it being the name Jared Leto, I have to assume it's going to bomb and bomb hard. So hopefully, and this is wishful thinking on this one, that Jared Leto's reign in these big budget movies as a leading man or as a top line person will die this year, God willing.
I mean, that's the thing with him, though. Like,
I know
he should have died last year and the year before and the year before and the year before. Like, he endures somehow. You know, he was the Hatbox Ghost, what, like 3 years ago or something?
Yeah,
like
Haunted Mansion.
God.
Yeah.
What do you say to reports that he gets to be in these movies because he offers to produce on them and basically foots a big part of the bill?
Eventually, you're taking so much of a bath on these movies, you're like, it's not worth it. You know, if you pay my bill, but the conversation during dinner is abysmal, I'm not going out to dinner, no matter how free the dinner is.
Yeah, that's the difference between you and me, Roger.
We might get to this a little bit more, but I have heard really good things about this Masters of the Universe movie.
Oh,
and like I think it might be a like sleeper hit. It's directed by the guy that made Bumblebee and Kubo of the Two Strings and stuff, and you know, like all the what is it, Leica? Is that them? Paranorman and shit like that. And you said it doesn't have stars. It's got, because Jared Leto is the main named character. You plebes who don't know all the characters from the He-Man movies would recognize, or show would recognize. But then Idris Elba is playing Man at Arms. Alison Brie is playing Evelyn. Miranda Baccarin is a sorceress. Kristen Wiig is something called Roboto. I'm not familiar with that one. And so they do have other weird little role like actors in there. The Nicholas Galatzi guy, I had to look him up. He was from, his most known thing is Red, White, and Royal Blue, that like Netflix rom-com where two gay princes, I think, fall in love or something. You remember this?
Yeah.
It's pretty big. It got a lot of love. So
Wasn't it like,
you know,
the president's son and a British prince?
That's what it was. It was like a Prince Harry and then like a I don't know, Eric Trump at this point, but something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Something about this one just feels, I feel good about it. But yeah, but I think Jared Leto might just tank it by existing. Like, even if it's good, people might not watch it because he is so associated with flops now. So that would really prove it. So yeah, what money, how much money does it have to lose or like make? I'll
say like it'll have a box office like 300 million or below.
That would be rough, but I think that's very possible.
That'll be pretty, and like, you know, it does something close to that, and Jared Leto's not like named for any future movie because usually he has one movie lined up each year, and we're hitting a point where this is the only thing, at least public, that he has on his docket. So if nothing comes out this entire year, it feels like you're 2 years away from it being in something. So that would be a pretty good part as well. Now, if it makes us, a bunch of money, we'll see. But I feel pretty confident. On
it's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's an interesting. But I think next is our big hit category, right?
Yeah, big hit of 2023. So what will be the big hit of 2026?
I was going to say, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah,
this is a question with an answer.
So yeah, 2026, lots of big movies and stuff, and all kinds of shows and whatever. What do you think will be the big hit? And we don't do nuclears for this one, right? Like something that's just not even kind of on people's radar. Okay, so then Diggins, how about you go first this time? What do you think will be the big hit of 2026?
Gosh, there's so many great choices now. Now I know you guys said it was 2027. I'm seeing a 2026 release date for Passion of the Christ 2.
Oh.
I don't
Diggins,
know.
Don't get tricked again, Diggins.
I'm just saying it's there. I'm not saying that's my choice. I'm saying it's there.
That certainly would be interesting.
How good do you feel about that?
You sure about that?
Yeah.
That first one was a huge hit.
I mean,
it was a huge hit.
Yeah.
And Christian movies, there's a market for them now because they make money. Like, they keep making those really shitty looking, David or whatever movies with no stars, and those make money. So, who am I to say this isn't a viable strategy?
I mean, I just feel like there's a bunch of obvious answers which are not fun to say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think of like what an interesting answer would be.
But Diggins, you're first, and it's much more fun to take the obvious answer so that Nando and DJ can't use it.
That's true. You could steal something from us.
All right. So I'll just take an easy win here then, I guess, and say the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Going to be a huge hit.
Okay.
All right.
The kids love it. It's coming out the exact same time as the first one did.
Yeah.
Which was also the time Minecraft came out and was a huge hit with the kids.
And this one has the Safdie brother. So if people didn't like it before, now they might.
The Smashing Machine or Marty Supreme?
Marty Supreme, I think. I'm not yeah, Benny, right? Whatever the main Safdie brother is. The one that acts.
Pretty sure Benny is Smashing Machine.
Oh, you're right. The one from Odyssey and like the one from the, all that other stuff. It's got a lot of movies coming out this year. But yeah, I think you're probably right. Oh no, Benny is Benny is he was Smashing Machine, yeah. So he is I believe playing Baby Bowser. Or Bowser Jr. or whatever the character's called. I don't know.
Is it really?
Bowser.
Yeah. No, yeah. We don't know too much about this movie, but we do know that he's in it and he's playing that character. We also know Brie Larson is playing Rosalina, everyone's favorite guy. So
that'd be a good one.
I love the Rosalina. She loves it. Cool. She's a huge fan. So I'm happy for her.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I have much else to say. I picked one that is going to make a lot of money because of the kids. I think it'll be a bad movie personally, but that's not the question, is it?
Maybe you'll be right this time.
I'll be right again about it being a bad movie for the second time.
It's tough because on one hand, that is a very for the fans movie, but the fans love it and it makes $1 bazillion. On the other hand, it's not very good. So what do we even call that? DJ, do you have anything for this one? Do you want to give us a shot at the big hit of 2025 or 6?
I worry I might be kneecapping you, Nando, but
go for it.
I think
I've got a bunch.
All right. Well, I think I just have to take Avengers Doomsday. Mostly because I'll be mad if it is the #1 grossing movie and I'm wrong. I feel like Marvel fatigue may be real. That being said, we're only getting 2 next year. Doomsday might be a thing with all these shows and stuff that they could churn out the hype machine and just get a little more blood from this stone, just the last droplets, but maybe those last droplets are a $1.3 billion box office or something insane. I'm not saying that'll definitely happen, but I could, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's coming out at the end of the year, might be a solid time. So yeah, I think I just have to pick Doomsday because I'll be so mad if it is and I didn't say it. So hope I didn't steal that from you, Nando.
No, I mean, I think it will be. I try to find ones that are a little bit less clearly the biggest movie of 2026 when I do these, but that one is
I usually do that too, and you know what? It's never worked out for me. So fuck it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Pick the right answer. That's how you become
Roger,
Mr.
what about you?
Guys.
What do you think will be the big hit of 2026?
I'm going to do the big delta, and I think the big hit from where it should be to where it'll be at the end of the year is the Resident Evil movie.
Yeah,
that movie
I hope so.
Is by Zach Krieger of Barbarian and Weapons. It stars the druggy character from Weapons. It also has Paul Walter Hauser. It's a September release in between a bunch of the big hits, but nothing else kind of really sapping up its energy. And I like his movies a lot, and I think the Resident Evil franchise as a video game has taken off over the last couple of years. The Resident Evil 4 game, the remake, was super popular. I think people want a good Resident Evil movie. Unfortunately, the 6 previous ones were all absolute garbage. So I think this will be...
Some of them were even worse than absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Unmitigated trash dumpster fires. So I actually think that this will be a big hit in terms of, I think it'll be in the $400 or $500 million range at the end of the year, which is the previous 6 movies combined only made $300 million in the box office. So I'm thinking, we're at the $500 million at the end of the year,
which would be huge considering what did Weapons make this year? 200 million or something? Yeah. And that was a pretty big hit for what that movie was. So yeah.
And I think the IP of Resident Evil is at not an all-time high, but at a high spot with fans wanting something good, and with the record of being a good movie maker, could be a nice mix of giving the fans what they want, but it's also a good movie. So I'm going to go with Resident Evil for the big hit of 2026. What about you, Nando?
So I'm really torn between 2. They come out within a week of each other, or that's not true. They come out within about a month of each other. I think they both will be the number 1 and 2 highest grossing movies of this year, and it's not Avengers, even though I do think Avengers will be up there. It's a fight between Toy Story 5 and Moana live action.
Sure.
So I kind of want to give it to Moana live action. After seeing how well Moana 2 did and knowing how bad it was, and then seeing this year how well Lilo and Stitch live action did, and knowing how much people that I haven't seen that one yet, so knowing it's not that great, but like, you know, still made that much money. We know Moana's story is fine. Like they can't fuck up the actual text of it. That's true. They could try and you know, they could do that, but like
Snow White, a counterpoint with Snow
White.
That's
the thing. The text of Snow White is bad, so they had to like kind of fix it, and that's why they got in trouble. The Lion King, I think the live action Lion King's pretty good. I don't think it's great, but I think I like that movie. But like, I mean, like the Lilo and Stitch one seems like pretty much this, where they just directly translated what is in the other movie, besides changing some things that I think they shouldn't have changed, like taking the aliens and not making them cross-dress and stuff. Like that would have been more fun. They're just guys. And I think now Jumbo's like the bad guy in it or something, which is weird. But either way, I think that like taking just the script of Moana 1, putting it into, you know, writing the word live action at the end of the title and then handing it to The Rock and this new little girl who will probably be cool. And like, everybody's going to like her because like people love it when they cast a little kid who could sing. I think this is going to make like an insane amount of money. And I think Disney knows that. I think Disney is expecting next year to make like more money than they've ever made between this, Toy Story, Avengers, and then maybe that Star Wars movie that probably won't make a huge dent. But like,
I think cut of Spider-Man.
Their cut of Spider-Man, no one understands how they make money on those anyway. But yeah, that one. And there's another one. There's another Disney movie coming out next year that I think, what was it? That should also make a lot of money. I can't remember what it is. But like, yeah, they've just got a lot of good stuff planned. I will say this so that we can make fun of it at the end of next year. My backup, in case both of you picked those, was the Michael Jackson movie. But I think that's going to make so much money. I think it's going to be bad because it's a musical biopic, and the actor that's playing Michael Jackson isn't an actor. He's somebody that was related to Michael Jackson, I guess, and can sing like him. But like, I don't know, man. Musical biopics print money when they're beloved, and this one I think people really like, even though Michael Jackson is a weird figure at best. So yeah, that's the one that I think I'll feel bad about not taking later. But I think Moana live action is gonna make so much money. So that's the big hit of 2026. Now, what about the big bomb of 2026? We already kind of talked about some of them, but what other bombs do we think we're gonna get in this year? Roger, how about you start this one?
Well, I think I should go last because I don't want to take anybody's bombs.
Yeah, same.
Go. Yeah. Let me go last because I don't count for the grand total. I can just embarrass myself. That's all I'm here for. So I think I'm going to go last for the bomb one just because I don't want to yuck anybody's yums on their predictions.
That's fair. That's a good idea.
What about you, Nando? I feel like you're
okay. Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah. So there's one I had trouble with because I didn't want to pick Mandalorian and Grogu because I already said bad things about Mandalorian and Grogu. So I had to pick something else. And
you gotta do a little balancing so Marvel still potentially brings you in, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of movies in 2026 that I do think are like easy money, even if they're bad. Like Angry Birds is getting a sequel. That'll make the amount of money it needs to make to be a hit. So what I would need for this, what I looked for this was an expensive movie that for whatever reason is just, doomed. And I don't know. I feel bad if I take it from you guys, but I do think that even though the Masters of the Universe movie might be good, I think it's just destined to bomb, and it's the Jared Leto curse. And it's a shame because, like I said, I've heard very good things, but like I think it's a franchise that kids don't get. They won't understand it. The other thing about this movie that I do think if we want to give negative things to, it's another fucking reverse isekai for no good reason. Like, even though they made one of these already with Dolph Lundgren and stuff, and it was also a reverse isekai, and people didn't like that. They're doing that again, and I assume it's just because it's cheaper, even though the movie costs a lot of money. But there's part of me that kind of like Bumblebee. There is a ceiling, I think, on how much money a movie like this can make, and I think it's much lower than Bumblebee even was. So yeah, I'm gonna say that, and I say it with a heavy heart, knowing that I might enjoy it. Diggins, what about you? What do you think is gonna be a big bomb next year or this year?
Well, there's a lot of things that are probably not going to do great because movie theaters dying, et cetera, et cetera. We talk about this all the time. However, there's one thing that I think we've been giving some discussion to over this past year that I will frankly be pretty surprised if it is successful. I think the Street Fighter movie will be the bomb of 2026.
Ooh.
I thought about
the stage on the Game Awards. They were there.
Yeah.
They were there.
And
are there some cool guys in that movie? Sure. But there's also just guys in that movie.
Literally, guys that look like guys. That's why they're in the movie.
Comedians,
or
podcasters, all of them.
Oh, the best
guys
people.
that wear masks like other guys wear masks. Here's the thing. I think a fighting game is really difficult to turn into a movie anyone cares about for multiple reasons. One, they don't really have traditional stories for the most part. There's canon things that have happened. Like, this is what actually was the story of this fighting game. But that's not what the average person's experience of that game is.
Yeah. Especially Mortal Kombat, that just literally had a little line of guys you had to fight, and that was the whole first game of it, and that's kind of what it's always been.
Now, obviously, for Mortal Kombat, that's a little easier to translate into thrills, at least, where it's there's a bunch of violence and blood and stuff. Okay, got it. But with Street Fighter, the appeal of the Street Fighter series, I mean, not to say that it doesn't have style, it's not cool, etc. People like it for visual reasons and such. Of course they do. But the main thing that makes it popular is it's a good fighting game, which means it's fun to play, and people who really like it get very technical about it. And I don't know that sort of person cares that much about seeing a movie, because that's not what they enjoy about the thing.
Interesting.
So I just don't think the passion is going to be there. I think it's an exact thing of not well known enough to generate a ton of nostalgia on its own, but also not the sort of thing that would engage the people who do really love it. And I think that's going to end up with it not doing so hot.
You're saying the fans are not going to put down their arcade fight sticks and turn off the TV long enough to go to the movies.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
Yeah. Just bring it with them. Plug it into the screen.
Oh, you could do that. Yeah. And just play it and then see if anybody recognizes that it's not the guys from the movie. Because it's that guy looks like Zangief too. Because it's the Zangief from the video game. So easy to make that mistake. This comes back to the age-old question, though, and I have this for a lot of franchises, but this was one this year that I was very curious about. Do the kids like Street Fighter? Do they play those games? They still make them, and I assume they do kind of well, but is this kind of like Masters of the Universe? Is this in the public consciousness at all anymore? And I just don't know. Very hard to say.
I think Street Fighter is probably a little bit, definitely more than He-Man, just because they have the fighting tournaments and stuff. And it's always going to be, as Diggins said, it's just a technically savvy game that people like playing. So it beats Masters of the Universe and He-Man because that's at the floor. I don't even know, I didn't watch it. People a generation above me knew of it, but weren't they're not passionate about it. Nobody's really rocking, the nostalgia for that show in a way that you're oh yeah, that does it. You see Power Rangers is still around, and you grew up watching it, and the hacker was wearing the Power Rangers costume the other day as she had.
Oh yeah, that was so cool.
You just don't see Skeletor or He-Man or whatever other characters that you name that I still will never know.
Man at Arms, Evelyn, all of those guys.
So
Forgo, although I don't know if he's in it or not.
Yeah, Street Fighter is a good choice, Diggins. I think that's a solid one for.
I like that.
My one question for Diggins is, because you think this is going to bomb, but how can it bomb if it's written by the guy that made the new Captain America movie? Checkmate,
You know,
sir.
I guess
The
you got
greatest
me
writer
there.
of our generation is here. Yep.
Our favorite podcast.
It's the that's the team behind it. So that'll be something. Trying to find like cracks in the armor. It's that. But maybe that'll be enough. DJ, what about you?
All right, you guys are going to have to let me know if this counts. If not, I have a backup. But well, because
I don't even. So, what does that even mean?
Oh wait, don't we usually do nuclear takes for this?
Yeah,
one
I was gonna
too?
say you got to do the regular. And then we'll just run it back.
We'll do nuclears after.
Yeah. All right. Well, so this movie premiered at a film festival or a couple film festivals in 25, but it's getting its big theatrical release in 26. Everybody know what I'm talking about?
I don't. Bone Temple?
So it's an animated Animal Farm movie that's supposed to come out.
No, that is gonna bomb for sure.
Yeah, it's incredibly bad.
Yeah, it looks awful.
Well, all right.
I mean, you can take it, dude. That's.
It does have Seth Rogen in it. If you want to make that your choice, that's fine. It has a low budget, so bombing would be.
It was directed by Andy Serkis.
And it was. It has a lot of stars. A surprising amount of stars.
I think it's like so stacked, but I think it's gonna be so bad. There's gonna be zero appetite for this. No one's gonna see this.
There's a trailer for it. Have you watched the trailer?
I have not. No.
It seems to fundamentally misunderstand what Animal Farm is. So if that's the case, we might get the worst, or that marketing is just incredible because they're going to trick kids into going to see Animal Farm because it's a movie about silly pigs on a farm, and then bait and switch it into all the metaphors and stuff. But it's a very weird looking, and just doesn't look good. The trailer's bad. I think they tried to shop it around and it ended up at Angel Studios, which is a new kind of bad low mark because that's the guys that make all those stupid David movies and stuff.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't feel balmy because it's how much could it possibly lose? It's just gonna be funny if no one saw it.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's tagged as a comedy, and it has Seth Rogen as the lead. So already off to a bad start. That makes me think that the trailer captures the movie 1-to-1 in a terrible way.
All right, you know what?
Is Seth Rogen playing Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky?
Lenny Pig and Stalin.
I think it's Trotsky, but I'm not positive. I did do a little bit of a look at this. Napoleon, excuse me. Yeah.
But you know what? I've talked myself out of this. I want to pick a better one. I have
Every
a
year
good
DJ shames himself out of a choice, and we end up with Kirby Air Riders being argued in front of me.
That's true. I'll be so bad. No, okay. I'm gonna pick The Mummy. I think The Mummy is going to be the biggest bomb of 2026. I think that 2025 was the year of the monster movies, and they missed their mark. And I think this because this is the dark, Universal, monster movie one.
I have not heard of this one, so Is this a Brendan Fraser one?
No, that's what I thought as well. And it was going.
Nope.
It was initially developed to reboot the Mummy franchise. I think the Brendan Fraser ones, but then ultimately became. No, I think the Mummy, Dark Universe, and then Brendan Fraser is doing something with the Mummy to try to bring it back. That is not this. That is something separate.
Right.
That's not in kind of motion. This is directed by Lee Cronin and is set to release in April of 2026.
It's called Lee Cronin's The Resurrected, but it's a Mummy movie. So
on IMDb, it's called The Mummy. So I think you're fully correct in that.
Yeah.
Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. Did anybody see that one?
Mm-mm.
I don't remember which one that is. I think that's the one with the mom. People kind of like that. Maybe this is going to be cool. I haven't really looked into this at all.
I think it's going to bomb. Bomb. Yeah.
Do you think people are going to see it and go, "Oh no, it's the one with Tom Cruise"? And then
right. I really think it's so
Brendan
confusing.
Fraser.
The Brendan Fraser one, yeah.
Also, it's supposed to come out in April. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, not having a trailer isn't a complete. We're just on the cusp of when it's where's the trailer? You guys going to delay it? But I wouldn't feel great about it if I were them. Interesting. They do have actual Egyptian people in it, so that's nice.
I guess.
They cast the actor from the Moon Knight show who is that, so that's it's fun. What about you, Roger? What's your
my regular
safe bomb.
My safe bomb. I'm gonna double down on what I did last year, and I'm gonna say that 28 years later, the Bone Temple will be a bomb.
That's a good one.
I think it might be a good movie, but I think the 28 years later movie from last year was it had a tone shift that I think was for the better, made a better movie, but people went into that expecting the old movies, and it really wasn't that. The first 30 minutes was, but the last hour of that movie was a totally different movie than traditional fans of this series would be. And then at the end of that movie, it seems like they previewed the tone of the new movie in that crazy kind of Power Rangers-esque fight scene. That was the very end of the movie. So then people that like that movie might be like, well, is that what this next movie is going to be? So I think they've alienated two groups of people potentially. And I think ultimately it will be well received. But because it's coming out in a few weeks, people with, plenty of distractions around the world that will take up their interest and maybe put them in a repressive state where they don't want to go watch a movie. I think it's just going to kind of come and go because people are unsure of what kind of movie it is and don't really have the inertia to go see it. So I think it'll bomb ultimately, even though it has probably a lower budget than most movies because it filmed back to back, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and there aren't huge stars in it. Like Ralph Fiennes, I think, comes back for this one, but I don't even know if Aaron Taylor Johnson's supposed to be in this one.
I don't think so. But I think it'll be because of this kind of tonal whiplash where I, looking at this movie, don't know what kind of movie am I getting. Am I getting a 28 years later, a different movie, or the original kind of series, which I don't think I'm getting that one. So I think it'll bomb for those reasons.
Have you seen any of the reviews for it that have come out?
I saw there was a few on the festivals that said it was pretty positive, and some that said it was not that great too. I think ultimately it's going to come down to whether or not people feel like that inertia to go to the movie theaters. And even with good reviews, you're going to be like, well, yeah, sure, some snob like that movie. I mean, some people wrote reviews about how they thought Minecraft was a good movie. You can find any kind of
yeah, that's true. So half of them apparently.
So I think it'll bomb, even though it might and probably will be a good movie, maybe similar tone to 28 years later, the first one. But that's going to be my pick for the normal bomb. You want to kick us off on the nuclear take, Nando?
Sure. And the only other thing I want to say about 28 years later that I do I've seen I don't know if it's trailers or I've seen this movie has some insane pull quotes of this is the greatest horror movie I've ever seen from reviewers. So I think this might be an enormous hit. But okay. So my nuclear one, on its face, it's not a nuclear take, but there's I said, there's movies that are certified moneymakers, but then there's other movies where on paper they are, but then when you look at it, it's is that actually good? And we saw a trailer for it recently. I maybe wouldn't have been so curious about it and so skeptical about it, but I'm going to say Disclosure Day is my big bomb of 2026. It's a Steven Spielberg alien movie. Steven Spielberg doesn't make movies like that. Steven Spielberg is obviously biggest director, one of the directors of our childhood, mostly because of all of his, Jurassic Park.
Never make a movie about an alien. Never.
Yeah,
exactly. And Steven Spielberg has a great track record with aliens. If you don't count War of the Worlds, the end of that movie, because that is bad. But all the rest of them, Close Encounters, E.T., and then the Indiana Jones movie that also has a bad ending because of aliens. But if any of you guys watched the trailer for this, it's got Emily Blunt. She's a news or weather person, but she gets controlled by aliens or something. It just doesn't look good. And if it wasn't for what's his name, for Steven Spielberg being attached, I would say this looks very bad. But there's part of me that's well, it's Steven Spielberg, so he's pretty good. But
also Josh O'Connor,
doing American accent, so that's great for it. But
and Coleman Domingo, Nando, you're gonna bet against Coleman Domingo?
Coleman Domingo from The Running Man? Coleman Domingo from Electric State? No way. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I want this movie to be a hit. And I think there's a world where an Steven Spielberg alien movie gets the kind of love that the Nolan movies get from the press and from people. And maybe it looks really cool, but I don't know. It just doesn't. It is not doing it for me. I know it doesn't feel like a nuclear take because it's not an Avengers movie or whatever, but it's a movie that comes out in June that they're already putting a trailer out for, which means they think it's going to be a big deal. And I think this is going to fall on its face. Diggins, do you got anything for this one? What do you think is your nuclear take?
Yeah, so you said it doesn't feel like a nuclear take because it's not an Avengers movie or anything. So I'm going to say Avengers Doomsday is my nuclear take.
Wow, love it.
It's the Top Gun choice.
And here I will say, inclusive of this, is it not coming out in 2025 or 2026 rather.
Oh, you don't think it comes out this year?
That's interesting.
I'm saying inclusive of this. So like, if it comes out and bombs, that's still correct. But if it doesn't come out, I get some credit because I'm going to say, I just don't think they have the confidence.
Really?
Well, I think Spider-Man, like if Spider-Man does bad, I think you'll probably be right. But if Spider-Man
that'll be interesting.
Good, then they're like, yeah, we're good.
I don't know. I think it's coming out. They're full speed ahead on that.
I think if they hadn't released those trailers, I'd maybe be more on that side. But I do think this comes out no matter what. But it might be not good. What do you think is a bomb? Because it's a very expensive movie. So like, is a bomb under $1 billion? Like, because
that's the thing. Is like this movie bombing is like the Avatar movies. It's not being a massive runaway success is kind of a bomb for that movie.
Yeah,
that's
like anything that an industry person would look at and be like, oh, Disney's probably disappointed by that, which is inclusive of results that are objectively quite good, like 700 million, whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen some people that have like speculated it costs somewhere between $400 million, like around $400 million to make, which makes sense because it's got a lot of people in it and like a lot of effects and probably other people we don't even know about. We don't know how long this movie is going to be. It might be like another fucking 3-hour movie. That seems like all the big movies are that now. And then, so yeah, I think that movie kind of does need to make $1 billion to break even.
And I also feel like what made the other Avengers movies, I mean, besides, being good, like being good, fun movies, by which I mean the first one and none of the other Avengers movies were that.
Your mind. Your mind.
But there was a real sense of like, they were points that things got built to. And it's like, and were like events where things would shift. The first Avengers is when they all finally meet up and team up, and now they're like a group. The second one is when they kind of fall apart and they split up. Or not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the second one is just like they go hang out again.
They smash a planet.
Go get the robots, whatever.
And then the third one was the culmination of the whole like Infinity Stones arc, and third and fourth one. I don't feel like this feels like that to anyone. They're not like, oh man, we get to find out what happened with all the stuff. It's just kind of like they're doing an Avengers because they kind of dicked around for a while, and now they're like, we need to make money.
It's an interesting idea.
I don't know that the excitement is truly there as it was for past Avengers movies.
It's a take. We'll see how many millions of views does that trailer have right now. The like one of the newest ones, and that's not me saying I genuinely don't know. Like, what is the
look? Am I probably gonna end up being wrong? I'm gonna egg all over my face. Sure, whatever. But if I'm right, I'll look so smart.
It will be a great poll. What about you, DJ? What do you think is going to be the big bomb in 2026?
All right,
nuclear bomb.
Here, speaking of nukes, kinda. Hey guys, we sure Dune 3 is gonna crush it?
It's a great question.
Are we sure? Is this not gonna be maybe like a Wicked 3 where it's like Denis like, hey, this is my last one. I ain't doing Children of Dune, God Emperor Doom, not doing any of that stuff. No worm god people. So we're not doing that. So how's he gonna wrap this one up? And is he gonna be able to wrap it up good? And may that dampen some of the excitement of some of the early reviews. Like, actually, this was tough. This was really tough to make Dune Messiah, but also it's the last one, so we're changing stuff. And yeah, it might be tough. So
those do tend to make money. Like they're pretty successful. So I imagine they're expecting it to make like 800 million or something like that at least.
Also,
which is a lot.
It's a Warner Brothers movie, right?
Yes.
What if Netflix owns it by then, and it's like, you know what? It's in theaters for 2 days, and now it's on Netflix. Just watch Dune on Netflix, guys. What are you going on? I know we got Doomsday, right? We got Doomsday.
We do got Doomsday. Yeah, everybody loves Doomsday.
Yeah. Guys, remember Saw Patrol?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I didn't watch either of those.
Wicked?
Yeah. The Gladiator Wicked one. Yeah, that one was weird. Were there any this year?
This year? I don't know.
I don't think there were.
No.
There was a little bit of like Fantastic Four and Superman are kind of close, but not the same day.
Right.
And like,
right.
That's what you need. You need it to be a double feature.
Wicked and Zootopia had some separation right by like a week or something. So yeah, they didn't want to do it, but it's why it's my nuclear take. But it's
an interesting one.
I'm sure about this Dune 3, so that's me.
I've never read Dune Messiah. Have any of you guys read it?
No.
I only know what happens because how can you not?
I hear it's somewhat inaccessible compared to the other one, or like harder to get into, which I think could be tricky. But on the other side, it's got a crazy cast. Like,
That's true.
And that might be enough. Like, it's got the Batman from Batman. Robert Pattinson is in it. We love him. Anya Taylor-Joy is, I assume, in it, since she was teased in the last one. So, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting too, because Denis Villeneuve, isn't he also working on a James Bond movie or something? Like, if I were him, maybe I'd be like, all right, let's get this Dune thing out of the way. I do want to do James Bond. But
I'm done with this.
What about you, Roger? What's your nuclear take?
So nobody said this one. I don't think it's a nuclear take, but I am worried about the Clayface movie. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Its budget is so low. It's a September release. It's a 40 million. I could see it making money. If it had a higher budget, I'd be a little bit more worried about it, but it's pretty slim. I'm very curious to see what that makes. I have no idea what the kind of drive to the theater will be for that movie. But what I'm going to take for my nuclear take is a movie that comes out a week after Toy Story 5, which I think is going to be quite the draw. A few weeks before Odyssey.
Very brave.
And Spider-Man. It has a $200 million budget already, so that means it does have to make some money. And my nuclear take is Supergirl. I don't think...
It's very possible.
We're also, start of the year where last year, there's a lot of hate and angst in the world. And for a female version of a popular male superhero, I could see that drawing some ire and some, counterculture backlash.
Roger, you think people in comic book movie spaces have some sort of animus towards women?
Yeah. Last year I heard from a very wise person that it was treating your lady right. I don't think we're going to do that in 2026.
Wow.
So I actually think, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope it does well. But, the trailer didn't inspire confidence. It felt a little, as I think, Nando, you put in your video, a little Guardians rehash. There wasn't a lot of color. There's a little worrisome things in the trailer. Sure, that could be the first 10 minutes of the movie. Maybe there's more, but it didn't instill me with that confidence. And I think I'm going to pick Supergirl as my nuclear bomb take for 2026.
I see it. I can totally see that path to failure. But maybe it'll be good. Who knows? But speaking of being able to see things, what's going to surprise everyone? This is the blank will surprise everyone in 2026 by being blank. So some of these may have been things that have already come up. Some of these may be more abstract. DJ, do you want to start with this one?
Yeah. So I haven't had a video game thing, so I got to get this one in here.
Yeah.
I think GTA 6 will surprise everyone by being underwhelming. I do not see a world how a game hyped up this long And this isn't an Elden Ring situation, right? Where it's like, don't worry, and like it eventually delivered because very competent people. I don't know that I trust Rockstar. They've been in the online muck for a while. I know Red Dead Redemption 2 was amazing, but that was like a billion years ago at this point.
Yeah,
so much has happened, and this is delayed, and people are gonna like play this game, and it's like, oh, like it looks pretty good, but it's just like a GTA game, which was cool. Vice City in 2003, where it's like, oh my god, I'm running over hookers, but now you just do that in real life. So I don't think this game offers anything for anyone anymore. So I actually think people are going to open this thing up and be like, oh wow, I'm actually really sad.
All the people who would love playing GTA 6 just join ICE.
Yeah, that's true.
No.
Maybe they give away a free copy with your bandana. Like, here, you go home, play GTA 6 and train.
So I don't think it'll be bad, but I think it'll be like quite underwhelming. IGN will give it a 7, but I think the general consensus will be like, actually, what were we fucking hype about? And like that'll be really fun for Rockstar when they're like, oh my god, our flagship franchise, we waited too long. We waited 15 years for a sequel. Oh god, what have we done? So
if only they fired 100 more people. Union people, then they could have fixed it, but unfortunately they didn't do that.
They didn't get the exact right amount of people to fire for it to be perfect.
Yeah, it is a hard bar to clear, just because it is so it's like the most anticipated video game of the decade, probably by the general public. Because I know there's other games that have come out there, but like this is like you just ask random gamer on the street.
Yeah.
What's a game that you're excited for or you think is going to come out and be a big deal? It's Grand Theft Auto. And it should have come out this year, and it didn't. So maybe that's because it's not very good. They got to fix it.
The only problem, DJ, is the Grand Theft Auto series, like each year makes $750 million.
Yeah.
And I do agree. It's one of those weird things where if you talk to people and you're like, Grand Theft Auto 5, like you don't see videos about it on YouTube. I don't know who is playing and buying. It must be this, but it is still very profitable. So it'll be interesting to see what the general consensus is of like engaging with the game when it comes out, what the numbers are of people playing, and how much money and copies they sell in those. I guess it'll only be kind of 2 months of the year, right? Because it's a later release, like October or something.
Yeah. We'll have a good idea.
Yeah.
I feel like we'll know what the reviews are.
We'll know reviews and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it'll be, I don't know. It's one of those franchises that just makes an insane amount of money even a decade later. And it's also the reason why I think they're delaying it is not necessarily that it's bad. It's just there's no reason to kill the cash cow as it keeps pumping out hundreds of million, almost $1 billion a year on a game that was created 10 years ago. Like, would you say no to that? It's just like they're kind of just like, we kind of like this money.
It would be funny if like this killed the sequential Grand Theft Autos. It's like, this didn't do well. Let's go back to the other thing, But I guess they feel like they have to, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Have to release this, but we'll see.
It's an interesting take. You want to go next, Dickens, or should I? With our surprise,
I can go.
Okay.
I'm going to say Wuthering Heights will surprise everyone by being a thermonuclear bomb of discourse.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, is that even a surprise at this point? I haven't even seen the trailer, and I know it's a thermonuclear bomb of discourse. But describe to people that haven't seen it what this is and why it's interesting.
So Wuthering Heights is a classic novel by it's one of the Brontes, right?
Yeah, Emily Bronte, I think.
Emily Bronte. About a woman who kind of has this tortured love affair with Heathcliff, a guy a lord out on the moors, who's like a huge asshole, but also he loves her. But then he disappears, and she's like, "Well, fuck." Anyway, it goes from there. It is a book that has long provoked debates about the intentions of its characters and whether those intentions are good or bad, whether they are good or bad people, how much you should be sympathetic to them, etc. Because pretty much everyone in the book is a terrible person to some degree or another. And it's like it's meant to be like that. It's like a gothic romance sort of thing. However, so you might be saying, well, of course that's going to have a lot of discourse then. It sounds like the story always has discourse. This is going to be a thermonuclear bomb of discourse. This is going to generate a black hole of discourse that will possibly destroy the entire internet. Because
thank God.
Yeah,
Let it loose, Diggins, please. We need a hard reset.
This is also a movie being made by Emerald Fennell.
Mm-hmm.
Emerald Fennell has a tendency to make movies. How do I put this? Because I don't even dislike her, really. Like, I actually have enjoyed some of her work. She tends to make movies that say things that very provocatively try to get across points that, when you think about them, are not as deep or really as provocative as maybe would warrant that sort of treatment. And so because of that, her movies often generate a lot of discourse as well. Promising Young Woman was one of them. Saltburn was her.
Yeah.
Just movies that people talked about because they were like, because of the thing I just said, where it's like they're very provocative, they're very intentionally confrontational. But then, so some people don't like it for that reason, but then other people are like, I would normally like that kind of thing, but the message here is kind of dumb. Or like says some ugly things without necessarily meaning to, but you know, she did a bad job. And I think if you combine that approach, that sort of tendency in her work, with the material of Wuthering Heights, we're going to end up with a movie that it will be impossible to bring up online. You'll have to censor it. You'll have to censor the word wuthering for the next year, at least.
I already have it censored just for other reasons.
Upon your comments.
Yeah. It's this is the one that has like Charlie XCX music, right? And shit too. It's got this weird kind of modern, at least the trailer.
Oh yeah.
I think it had a very strange, like, you know, Gatsby 2010 vibe or whenever that movie came out, but in a way that makes this even stranger, like kind of what is this movie saying?
So we're getting a Wuthering Summer from Charlie XCX.
Well, yeah. Oh, maybe. I mean, this one has Jacob Elordi. He's a hot property. People love him.
And Margot Robbie. And
Margot Robbie, yeah.
Other reason it will be a discourse bomb. Do you know that release date?
What is it, 9/11?
Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine's Day.
That's
wow. We're all going to be seeing Goat on Valentine's Day. We won't even have time to get to Wuthering Heights. So that's what a fool's mistake that was.
The question is, on Valentine's Day, will Greenland movie watching count for our domestic box office?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I've heard some pretty bad stuff about this Wuthering Heights movie. So I think you're probably right in terms of just like people talking about it online, not like reviews or anything. Yeah, I always like a prediction that we'll find out soon. We'll know this one in a month if it's that interesting. All right, DJ, what do you got for this one? What's going to surprise everybody via being what?
Yeah, GTA 6.
Sorry. Yeah. All right, I'll go next.
DJ was like, "Oh shit, did I do that?"
Yeah,
I know. So I'm like, wait, oh no, yeah.
So this was mine before we talked about it at all, but I'm glad we are talking about it because I think it got maybe a little bit more negative conversation than we want. I think the Street Fighter movie will surprise everybody by being a massive hit and incredible. Like,
okay,
I think we're in Minecraft territory right now, and we don't recognize it. I mean, Jason Momoa is in both, so that helps. But also, like, I do think, I mean, we've all seen the trailer that they released, right? With like, it's a short trailer, but it shows like the fighting and stuff. I think it looks awesome. I cannot imagine a better looking version of this. And like, and it seems like a movie that doesn't take itself very seriously, which I think is what this should be. I also think it has stars that kind of touch different groups, like Orville Peck, for example, probably not traditional movie star, but a star. So like that will get people in seats. Cody Rhodes, not a traditional movie star, but a star, get people in seats. Andrew Koji, obviously bigger star than those two, but like not, like he has his own fan base. The Russian guy who plays Zangief, the guy who plays Dalsim, like part of the charm of the Street Fighter franchise is that it is multicultural and you got representatives from every country. And I think that could be a big strength of this movie, is that like everybody comes out to see their guy kind of be represented in this movie. Besides that, like, yeah, the fighting just looks awesome. It's directed by the guy who directed like Eric Andre show. And like, that's really interesting to me. His name is Hideo Sakurai. So he did Eric Andre and the Twisted Metal movie or show that is also like shockingly good.
And not a Halo shockingly good. An actual
no,
real
like yeah, everybody
good.
liked this one. Yeah, I think this is like, I don't know if it's gonna make $1 billion or like whatever Minecraft made, but I do think this is gonna be, and I also think people are underestimating that this franchise does have fans and is a big franchise that kids will come out for, in a way that I think, I'm not saying that this will be like, well, no, I am saying I think this will be really fun to watch. I think we'll probably all like it unless it does something really, really bad, just because it looks good. And that's the hardest thing to get right. Like Cody Rhodes doing that flip is cool. And they're just not holding back. Like they got everybody. They got, like Cammy, they got Akuma. It's, I don't know. We'll find out with this one kind of soon. What is this, April or something like that, I think. But maybe later than that.
Well, it's second half of the year at least.
Yeah, you're right. It's Mortal Kombat is May, Street Fighter is October, which is another thing. Like we saw a trailer for this movie that looks very good and polished that comes out in almost a year, like a year when we saw the trailer. That isn't something movie studios do when they think the movie's going to be bad. They hide it as long as they possibly can. So yeah, I think the strength of the movie looking cool, mixed with the multicultural element of it, mixed with the popularity of the video game being kind of undervalued by people like us, is going to make this into a big surprise hit. And I hope so, because it looks pretty cool. Roger, what about you?
Yeah, so
DJ, you can go next after Roger.
Get
yours ready. Yeah,
we're subtly trying to tell you that your GTA one was garbage. Can you?
No, I like the GTA take a lot. I think that's a very good.
It is a good one. It is a good one.
Yeah.
So, for me, in 2019, the kind of peak of movies, we had 9 movies break $1 billion. We had Avengers, Lion King, Frozen 2, Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, Joker, Rise of the Skywalker, Star Wars: Rise of Skywalker, Toy Story 4, and Aladdin. Since then, we've had 3 in any given year. In 2022, we had Avatar, Top Gun, Jurassic World Dominion. 2024, we had Inside Out 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, Moana 2. I think the box office will surprise everyone in 2026 by having 6 movies break $1 billion. And we kind of talked about a lot of these movies, but we have Moana live action, Mario movie, Toy Story 5, Minions 3, the Odyssey movie, Spider-Man, Dune 3, Avengers Doomsday, for the Avengers Dune Day extravaganza, because everybody loves a good event. And then we have some, long shots that probably aren't going to make it. Maybe I'm super wrong about Supergirl and it is a big hit. I don't think so, but possibly. Jumanji 4, who knows with those
make money, yeah.
There's a Cat in the Hat movie, which kids movie always has a shot. So I feel pretty good that we'll have kind of a renaissance of movies, potentially breaking $1 billion in 2026 when it's all said and done.
I like that you said Minions, because I do think there is like something to that, like as a just like bankable movie. I think there's a couple more of those that we haven't even talked about really in this, or like there's movies that we haven't really mentioned in this that I think also could potentially be big deals. There's a Hunger Games one. I doubt that makes $1 billion. Project Hail Mary, it seems like they're very excited about that. Amazon and MGM produced that. Like they've been putting out trailers for that for a year. Everyone that's read the book loves it, says it looks great. That Michael Jackson movie, I think, is going to be a bigger deal than you would expect now. And then back at the end of the year, currently we have a where is it? November Thanksgiving release, so that's big. We have 2 Thanksgiving releases that might be really big. Focker-in-Law, the Meet the Fockers, those were pretty big deals. But then the Chronicles of Narnia movie that Greta Gerwig is making comes out in November, and like she Barbied it, so maybe that's enough to make this a big deal. And like everybody knows those movies, not necessarily, or those books, not necessarily The Magician's Nephew, but like that might be a huge draw that we're just not ready. Like we don't know to look for it yet, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more there. There's Hopper's movie. There's like a Pixar movie that looks fine. That might make $1 billion. Sometimes those do. That Goat movie could make $1 billion. Like it's an animated movie for kids about basketball.
There's no way.
It looks I think it looks amazing. Honestly, I didn't put this in my will be shockingly good because I think it's too soon. I think it comes out so soon that it's like that's not fair because I think it looks awesome. But yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, it'd be great for the box office. They would really like that, I'm sure, to get $6 billion movies. How many of the ones you mentioned are Disney?
So Moana, Toy Story, Spider-Man, Avengers, because they're not Odyssey. Yeah, they're not Odyssey.
Yeah, they're not. Okay. So that's pretty big.
And there's a bunch that I think will make money, but not close to $1 billion, but still make money in that Disney sphere as well. But we'll see.
Interesting. But we'll see. Yeah, and then we'll talk about this is the end of it, you guys. 2026. What will it be the year of? Can be franchise, can be a person, can be a genre, can be all kinds of stuff, can be an idea. We've done all kinds of different ones in the past. Like I said, I have a couple, so I want to go last in case I take anybody's. Diggins or DJ, either of you want to go first?
I can go first.
Okay.
All right. I think 2026 will be the year of the awaited sequel remake that disappoints.
Okay.
So let me explain this one. There are a lot of fucking sequels coming out in or like movies just like based on a thing. It's not actually IP, but let me go through this list. Let me just go through this list and let me explain. Okay, so here is the list. Ready? We got 20 Years Later, Bone Temple, Scream 7, Super Mario Galaxy, Mortal Kombat 2, The Mandalorian Grogu Show movie we mentioned, Scary Movie 6, Toy Story 5, Supergirl kinda, Evil Dead Burn, Spider-Man movie, Legend of Aang, The Last Airbender. We're getting like it's streaming
that one,
now.
Just streaming, so still, they don't make any money on it. But
fine. Yeah. But Resident Evil, Street Fighter, new Hunger Games movie. We're getting a Hunger Games movie this year, everybody. I get to call it dog shit again. Potentially a Jumanji 3-quel movie that's on the table. That could absolutely be happening. Devil Wears Prada 2, Angry Birds 3, Cat in the Hat. Just to name a few. There's probably some on this list that I haven't mentioned. And I understand that the idea that there's nothing new and originality's dead. I get it, yada, yada, yada. But in a way that Nando had said that these movie studios have learned that let's just make fucking kids movies and then we'll make all the money. I wonder if like a lot of these disappoint the box office. Maybe we'll finally, I'm coping way too hard right now, but we'll finally get a shift where it's like, let's just get away from all the existing IP and sequels and stuff like that. Let's just take a shift from this. Because I'm willing to bet that like probably like half of these like wind up being underwhelming.
Interesting. There are a lot. Like Devil Wears Prada has been, people want a sequel to that for forever. Scary Movie, it's been forever since one of those came out. Like it's pretty, and even like the Avengers, like the X-Men are showing up for the first time in like 20 years, some of them. So there's a lot of that. That made.
Did you say Ready or Not 2 as well? I can't remember.
Did I miss that one? Ready or Not 2.
That comes out this year. Yeah.
Here I come.
Let them come.
Let them
Optimus Prime from the corner.
It's an interesting one. Okay, yeah. Enough said, Diggins.
We'll see where it goes. Yeah.
What about you?
Right. I am going full opposite of last year. 2026 is the year of the slop.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's just gonna pour its disgusting little ooze-like self into every facet of our lives. Every trailer that's going to come out, we're going to have to scrutinize and be like, is there the AI slop in here? Every studio is going to be like, we're doing slop. Wait, how are you using it? Ho, 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 we'll never tell. So we all have to be like, are they doing bad slop? Are they doing like the really bad slop? Or are they just kind of doing nothing and saying it's slop? And our lives will be hell.
Yeah. That's probable. Which studio or movie do you think is going to be the sloppiest? Who do you feel like is?
Who's going to slop them up?
Yeah, who's going to slop them up?
I'm going to say major studios. Netflix
It can also be like filmmakers, you know.
I'm going to say Netflix is going to try to release a movie that is pure AI made. Just like
crazy.
Not a big release. They're going to do it quiet on Netflix, like just release the streaming and see if anyone notices.
What do you think is the genre for that? Like what genre do you think is the most rife for the taking there?
Probably some like cheesy rom-com kind of thing.
Yeah, I was going to say Christmas rom-com feels like it's perfect for this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just the Hallmark movie channel at that
point.
But yeah,
you could convince me some of those are already that.
Yeah.
Ah, the slop. Yeah. It's bad that it's going to be there.
Nando, do you have one that's a year of that's an upbeat one that you
I
can
do. I have a couple of year ofs that are upbeat ones. I'll say all of mine just because none of you guys picked any of them. Yeah. So the first one that I was going to pick, didn't pick this one, is the Year of the Book movie. Odyssey, Project Hail Mary, Narnia, Hunger Games, Wuthering Heights, Sense and Sensibility. A lot of big book movies coming out that I think are going to, some of them are going to hit real big.
Did you say Dune 3? Because that's also a book movie.
Oh, no, I didn't say Dune 3. So yeah, Dune 3 in there as well. It also is not going to be, but could have been the Year of the Little Guy. We've got a lot of movies where a little guy is in it, like Mandalorian and Grogu, Avengers Doomsday, they all have babies now, Super Mario Baby Bowser. There's that Duncan Egg show on HBO. And then I haven't seen Project Hail Mary, but I think it might be a little guy. Maybe it's a big guy. I don't know, but it's a guy. Maybe he's the little guy. So that was an option. I crossed that one out as well. It could have been the year of the X-Men with Doomsday, the Spider-Man movie that might have a secret X-Man in it, X-Men 97 and the Wolverine game. We'll see, but I didn't want to do that one because that one's kind of boring. And that was like torn between two. Last year I did an actor. I was obviously 100% correct, and yet I still lost. So I'm not going to do it again, even though I think it would still be true, because we have an actor who is set to do a massive run of movies and everything next year. They are going to be everywhere, but also like there's a good chance all of these movies and everything they're doing is going to be enormous hits, and it is going to cement them as like the A-lister. Do any of you know who I'm talking about?
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh, Dwayne wishes.
I have. I got nothing.
Yeah, who is
Roger? Any guess?
Yeah, I don't know. No.
Zendaya. Zendaya has an insane slate of 20. She's in the Odyssey. She's in the Spider-Man movie. Euphoria season comes out. She's in the Dune, probably. She's in that movie, The Drama, with Robert Pattinson. Maybe she's in the Avengers movie, too. We don't know that one yet, but I don't think she will be. But, like, I think she could have a couple of, like, the highest grossing movies of the year between Dune, Spider-Man, and Odyssey, and she's the star of all of them. And, like, it's just a lot of stars aligning for her.
But Nando, people know her. They don't know Jonathan Bailey still.
Yeah, like the difference between those two things is like I can't do the close your eyes, picture Zendaya. She's not there, right? Like,
but that's the problem with her.
How many followers does Zendaya have? Like, does she have 100 million?
And that's why I don't think I think if anything, she's too easy of a pick because she is an enormous star.
176 million Instagram followers. Yeah. That's an insane number.
And if we all called our like grandma right now, they'd be like, "Yeah, I know that lady. Yeah,
I know
her
name.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I didn't pick that one. It was also Zendaya parentheses and Robert Pattinson, because he's in all these movies with her for some reason. He's in Dune, he's in the Drama, and he's in the Odyssey. They may not share scenes, but like I don't know why they're all in the same movies.
Tom Hanks maybe a little worried.
I think you should do it.
No, because my one that I do believe in my heart of hearts is that 2026 is going to be the year of the video game. And mostly, I mean, in media. I mean, they are going to, the video game adaptations of 2026 are going to be big. I also think GTA is going to dominate a lot of the conversation in general. Like we'll look back and that will be one of the biggest. It's going to make the most money because it has the last one is the highest grossing entertainment thing of all time. But also it's just going to be a huge like thing people are talking about. Whatever. So I think video games and like they always have good years. There's lots of great video games this year. So I don't think it'll be a particularly good year for them. But Street Fighter movie, Mortal Kombat movie I haven't really talked about yet. I'm cautiously optimistic about that one. I think it might kind of stink because the other one kind of stunk, but it could be cool. Like I think that's a franchise that is perfectly positioned to have a like we fixed it sequel, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, the live action one of those, even though it didn't like fully fix it. Like the second one was good. The Super Mario movie, I think there's a chance it's the highest grossing movie of the year because those movies, print money. There's a movie coming out based on the show or the game. I don't know if any of you played Station 8. You familiar with this? It's I want to say Japanese game. I'm not positive about this though. It takes place in a subway and it's all about you going through the subway. It's like an existential horror kind of thing where you see things that are wrong and you're supposed to know that it's going to be weird. And I think that movie could be terrifying. And then I think Resident Evil is going to be really good. Like my favorite, maybe working director right now that like has a movie coming out next year is probably Zach Krager doing this Resident Evil movie that is original, has all kinds of stars. And like, I think Resident Evil is a franchise that has way more fans overseas than like we kind of like that movie might just make a lot of money because if you go to, I've heard people say this, you go to like Universal Studios in, in Japan, they've got a Resident Evil stunt show. That's what they have instead of like Indiana Jones and stuff like that. Like it's a big business. So I think these movies are all going to make money. Well, we'll see about Mortal Kombat, but like, I think those 5 movies that I said are going to make money and also be just, some of them are going to be really, really, really big hits. And I think we've been waiting for a year where the video game movies are good and make money. We've had ones that are good and we've had ones that would make money. I think this is the year that we'll do both. So we will see. Maybe they'll make that Split Fiction movie with fucking Sydney Sweeney and fuck it all up. But I don't think they're going to do that yet. I think that'll probably be a 2027 project. And Angry Birds, that's a video game, right? So maybe that'll be good too.
That's what they told me.
Those do well.
Nando,
yeah.
For 1 point potential on this, what is the name of the Mortal Kombat character from the first Mortal Kombat whose name you can never remember?
I remember it this time. It's Cole Young, right? Or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm.
I love him.
Amazing.
And he's probably, this is how we'll know the Mortal Kombat movie is good if it starts with him getting decapitated or something. And it'll be like, and it'll be awesome. And then, I could see it. I could totally see it. But yeah.
I like it though.
Yeah. I think I think it's been bubbling, and I think Minecraft was maybe the tinderbox, like the exploding for me, but like that also sucked. Well, no, it was great. We loved it, but the movie wasn't very good. But yeah,
Andrew, you can give it up. You already lost. We're done with predictions. You don't have to sell it anymore.
I think we're going to see whatever the good version of the Minecraft movie is, and that's going to be pretty interesting. That's 2026. Wow, you guys.
I was going to say, I think for 2026, my prediction is that it's going to be the year of the dad. And
okay.
Movie front, we have Avengers Doomsday, which seems to be incredibly dad-focused. We have Steve
exclusively
Rogers.
dad-focused at this point. Yeah.
Thor's protecting his adopted daughter. We have the X-Men, Professor X protecting his kind of adopted kids.
Yeah.
We have Franklin and Reed Richards playing a big role, presumably, with Doctor Doom. Odyssey is exclusively about a dad trying to come home to save his family. We have Mandalorian and Grogu, where Pedro Pascal is being a dad again, protecting a surrogate kid again. That's his this year movie for that. We have Meet the Parents 4, the Fokker-in-Law, which is the Meet the Parents sequel. It is a person becoming a parent after meeting a parent in a sequel. We have Minions 3, which the plot isn't known, but it seems like it might be more focused on Gru when he's a dad. So that's another one. Then on the TV front, we have the Boys series finale, and that's just a bunch of dads fighting. Homelander, Butcher, Soldier Boy, all fighting over that kid whose name doesn't matter. Plot device, whatever that kid's name is. And then we have Malcolm in the Middle, the reboot of that, where Malcolm in the Middle is now a dad. We have the Shrinking Show coming back about Jason Segel being a dad, and Harrison Ford is his surrogate dad. Vision Quest, He's a dad trying to find his missing kids, and he's probably a surrogate dad for the AIs that are going to be acting as his kids, maybe. And then in the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which is coming back, we found out last season at the very end that Peter's dad, Richard Parker, is alive.
Still alive.
You know, on the movie, on the TV front, a lot of dad stuff. And perhaps, for me at least, the most important event in 2026 that really solidifies this prediction that it is the year of the dad is that in May, I will become a dad, as my wife and I are expecting our first child. So
quite a prediction. I think you may have some inside information on that. I don't know if we'll count this.
Well, is there any
better shift all the markets?
Yeah.
Poly
market just
the Supreme Court did just rule that it is legal for the Supreme Court to do insider trading, Nando. So
yeah,
that's true. That's a great point.
Make a lot of money, boys.
Yeah.
So I think for all those reasons, 2026 will be the year of the dad.
Very good. Well, that is an interesting one. I feel like a couple of years ago, I think I said it was the year of the dad for similar reasons, but I think you got a good point. A lot of those movies you mentioned. I don't remember. Did you say Dune? Dune's about him being a dad, right?
Because I didn't know if Dune was him. Because I don't know what story they're going to pick, if it's him rejecting being a father or being a father or not at all touch it, because it is messy. But that is one that is very, very possible.
You know what movie is not going to be about being a dad? The Michael Jackson movie, for sure. They're going to pretend he never had or was a dad. And it's just, he came fully formed and just did all the music himself. I'm excited to see how they thread that needle.
Amazing.
Well, you guys want to get to our classic segment and recommend some things to the fine people?
We're going to do it.
DJ, what do you got to recommend?
All right, well, I think I said this at the up. I was more or less going to do this, but I did watch Kumail Nanjiani's latest special on Hulu, Night Thoughts, I think it's called. Night Thoughts. Yep. Very funny. Love his comedy. He addresses the fit thing in a very funny way. Not even fit, like buff, right? Like the buff thing. He talks about it. He's very funny about it. I would like to see him do more stuff. And like, I want them to make it Eternals 2 now. Literally just for him. I want them to make Eternals 2. Or announce he's going to be in Doomsday, even though he probably would have said it, or this is the greatest bit of all time. But it's very funny. It's on Hulu. I'm also going to recommend, speaking of being a dad, for Christmas, Disruptor got his first board game. That we play a lot. And so this is one for the parents, right? You know, you want to introduce your toddler to a board game. Disruptor loves fire trucks. He's very into the rescue vehicles. So we got a game. I think we saw it in Barnes & Noble, and we're like, let's see if he'll like this. It's called Fire Engine Rescue. Developer's Mud Puppy, and it's a cooperative game. It's a draw and move, kind of like Candyland style, but not on a linear board, thank goodness, because it's too much. And there's like some obstacles in the way, but essentially the premise is you need to rescue 4 kitties from trees before the fire marshal comes back and narcs on you. When I framed that for my son, Michelle was like, don't do that. But listen, I think he should know our policy of snitches get stitches.
Yeah,
I think that's just important for him to know that. So
yeah, I mean, does Michelle want him to get stitches?
That's true.
Yeah. So
wait, what is this game called? You said
Fire Engine Rescue, a cooperative preschool board.
I do want to see it. Yeah.
Now, DJ, is this a classic board game rec where the board game costs $200, or is this a more affordable game that you bought?
I will say it's on the Mud Puppy website. It's $25. We might have paid more in Barnes & Noble, maybe like whatever the Barnes & Noble upcharge is. But the components are really nice. Like the little fire trucks are cute, right? And, you know, he likes drawing the cards. Good for counting. There's some decision making because there's traffic lights. You can't go past the red traffic light. You could draw a card. We let him pick the traffic light, even if it's a suboptimal choice, but it's fine because on my turn, I just make the correct one. And what's important is it's a cooperative game. You're playing together. I know it's not everyone's vibe, but when playing with your 3-year-old, it's pretty good. So this is for the parents.
The alternative is you just beat them at the game as like the enemy. So I understand why that is attractive to a parent.
Yeah. Well, I'll come down the road when I'm.
Although maybe you could lose it. I don't know how this game works. Maybe you're not as good at fire engine rescue.
If the fire marshal gets back to the fire station before you rescue all 4 kitties, you lose.
Damn.
So
now, DJ, what is the progression as a board game father from Fire Engine Rescue to Twilight Imperium. How many
Yeah,
games are in
what do I get in
between?
there?
Is it this and then like one gateway and then we're at Twilight Imperium come, 2028?
Everything is just to avoid Candyland. If I never play Candyland till I die, I'll be so happy, right? So just trying to find little things that are still engaging and let them make some decisions.
I know what someone's getting
when he's
for
old
his
enough
birthday.
to play.
Yeah.
When he's old enough to play Kirby Air Riders, I will crush him, but that's down the road. So right now we're just working on this little thing. So I know we have parents who listen. So I thought I'd offer you guys something, and then also the Kumail Nanjiani special is good. So that's it for me. Diggins, what do you have to recommend to the fine folks?
So I've spent a lot of the intervening period between pods sick, which hasn't left me a lot of time to experience new things. But I do have one thing that I can rec. It was kind of floating around theaters for a little while, like a month or two ago, which was they put up a pro shot of the short Broadway run of Merrily We Roll Along.
Oh, yeah.
This is the revival with Lindsay Mendez and Jonathan Groff and Daniel Radcliffe as like the three main characters. Merrily We Roll Along, for those who don't know, is a Stephen Sondheim production from like the early 80s, I want to say.
Sounds right.
About this group of three friends who like were young creatives in New York City, got together, like worked together, found some success, but as like one of them became more successful, he sort of stopped doing creatively fulfilling things and went for like easy money and became more of a businessman, and their friendships sort of fall apart over time. What makes it unique is it plays in reverse order.
Oh.
It starts with the final fallout between two of them, and then they go back and do earlier and earlier and earlier scenes until you see the first time they meet is the end of the show.
That's cool.
Which makes it kind of weird because it starts in this really dark place and ends in this really hopeful place, but like the hopeful place is kind of dark because you know where it ends.
Yeah. Reminds me of whatchamacallit, right? Last 5 years, I feel like it's kind of this a little bit, but I'm sure it was inspired by this for sure. Yeah.
It didn't do well when it first came out because people found the whole conceit confusing.
I can see why.
Yep.
But it has some really good songs in it, and I think the performances are great. The pro shot itself, I don't like that much. They do that thing where it's like they're trying to do too much cinematography with it, doing close-ups or like following action on the stage. I'm like, this is a pro shot of a play. Like the main thing you should be doing is making sure I can see most of the stage most of the time.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't love that about it, but it's still a great production. Obviously the actors are very talented. And so it's a lot of fun to watch anyway. So yeah, that is something that I have experienced but hadn't wrecked. So I don't know if it's on any VOD stuff yet. But if not, it'll probably be up at some point.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
What about you, Nando? Anything to wreck?
I also have a pro shot, but it's different because of the circumstances around it and stuff. I've heard people, I'm not the only person this has happened to. The Heathers pro shot has showed up on the YouTube homepage for them, for the movie Heathers. And I don't know, like the musical of the movie Heathers. I don't know why. I don't watch pro shots on YouTube or really musical stuff, but I got recommended it and I watched it and it's pretty fun. I've never seen the movie Heathers. So I started watching it. Yeah, it was kind of like, I've seen some of these other ones. I've seen like, Mean Girls and stuff. I don't need to see Heathers. And I started watching Heathers for about 5 minutes. And I'm like, wow, we just ran through the plot of Mean Girls. What's the rest of this? Like, what's the plot of this? And then it starts up and it's like, oh, this is something. So I enjoyed that a lot. It is on YouTube for at least now. I don't know how long it's going to stay on there or like what the deal with it is. But that was fun. And I probably would recommend the movie as well, just of Heathers, but I haven't seen that yet, so I cannot.
I believe I did that once on this pod.
Yeah, I think that's right. So then we got the gold stamp of approval in all of the mediums so far that has been adapted. Once the video game comes out, then we'll have to see. Maybe there's a board game. I don't know, probably not. But that's not my main rec. Because my main rec this week is a show I watched, a show I burned through, and I still don't know if it's good. I think it might be good, but it also might be really, really dumb. And those are some of my favorite shows. I watched a show that I've seen a lot of people talking about, and this is mostly why, called All Her Fault. And you guys watch this?
Yes, we just finished. Yes.
Is it good or is it bad? Like, I just don't
awful.
know.
It is.
It's so dumb.
It's awful. It's so bad.
Diggins, have you watched it?
Oh. I have not watched it.
DJ, anything from you?
Nope, not
okay. So it's a Peacock original. Peacock, a lot of good stuff on Peacock. This kind of got buried for me. I think I saw some trailers for it or something. It's got Sarah Snook as the main, she's the lead. And then Dakota Fanning is I would say the second most famous person in this cast. Although there's like Michael Pena's in there, Sophia Lillis.
Plop from The Office.
Yep. What is his name? Jake Lacey. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah. There's no way I would know this if I didn't see that though. And he's great in it. I liked him a lot in this.
And the daughter from Cheer Company, and she was in Dungeons and Dragons as the druid.
Sophia Lillis. She's great. I'm very into her career. Like, she seems to be making fun choices. But it's a show about a mom played by Sarah Snook named Marissa Irvine, whose kid gets kidnapped in a kind of confusing way. That's the open of the show. And they, over the course of the 8 episodes, try to find the kid, Milo. And it's complicated by the fact that they're all really weird and they all have bizarre, like, secrets that they're all holding on to. And I think that's what makes it dumb. There's parts of it, like, it's really well acted. I think Sarah Snook's great in it. But the things that they're describing and talking about are so insane that, like, it just is so hard to believe. But I had a really good time with it. It's, like I said, 8 episodes, so pretty digestible. And pretty kind of like, I don't know, pretty interesting.
It's a fun watch, and like you said, you'll just watch it and go, this is almost unhinged. And the plot of finding the kid almost becomes a backup. And even at the conclusion of it, the kid is quite literally in another room, completely forgotten for the last hour, because we have this crazy soap opera level stuff where you're like, you're dating my evil twin sister's brother's cousin back from the dead. Like, it is quite the ride for all of the reasons. It takes place in Chicago, and
it does,
resident Chicagoan, there is not a single scene with actors that takes place in Chicago. It's all shot in Australia. It's just overview shots of the beautiful skyline of Chicago, but not a single bit of it is actually in Chicago. But it is, I agree with you. It is a fun watch where, I mean, this doesn't really spoil anything. The kid disappears. They're doing a press conference. It's the first time the family is talking to the press about their kid being missing. The kid has been missing for like 12, 24 hours. And they're at the police station. And the first reporter is like, why was this an inside job? Why are you trying to profit? And it's such a dramatic, like, over the top way, this press conference. And maybe in 2026 it actually become the norm, and this is how it should be. And maybe they've just captured the satire. But, like, you're just watching it going, like, by the end, you're just laughing because you're like, I cannot believe this is how we brought this together, how they're connected, that this character continues to be the most evil human being on the planet. It's so amazing.
And I would say, like, it seems very serious, and I think it, for the first episode, it really is.
Yes.
But it pretty quickly, and there's a little thing at the end of the episode that's a little, like, cliffhanger that doesn't get resolved for a very long time, but, like, is supposed to be wow, isn't this why this is interesting? And it's very strange. So I think by the end of the first episode, you'll kind of get why it's fun. And just the performances, I enjoyed it. And it might be horrible, but it could also win her an Emmy, I think, if she, if they put her out for it, because she's just crying the whole show.
That is the funny thing. She's like, it's a very well acted. Oh, it has the girl from The Bear, the sister from The Bears.
Yes, Abby Elliott. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, it is really well acted. It's just like it's almost like Nathan Fielder, not that extreme. Yeah. But like that, like, or more so like a Tim Robinson extremism kind of thing. But like a little bit more grounded. It's like Tim Robinson's over here, reality's here. It's somewhere in like the 2/3 closer to Tim Robinson, but just really well acted with really good actors. It is a good ride. I agree that it is a bad plot, but a good watch.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's like, as someone who doesn't usually get into these, I don't know if it's a true crime because it's not, but like these crime adjacent movies, because like Hannah watches all of them, like whatever the most recent one was about the family where the dad shot the kid or something. Like I don't really get into those, but this one I think kind of grabbed me in a way that is different. I'm not sure exactly why, but yeah, so that's fun. Roger, what about you? Have anything to recommend to the fine people?
Yeah, I'll do a little quick hits on the year. So for TV shows, The Pitt is something we watched at the beginning of the year, and unlike most of the shows this year that take 3 years in between their shows, The Pitt's cranking out another season that actually starts Thursday of the first week of January. It's a 24-hour, like a 24 the TV show kind of style show where it takes place in a hospital. Each episode is an hour of that shift, so you see all the characters kind of over time. It's an interesting one where you could kind of jump in like the fourth episode and kind of be caught up on it because most of it's inclusive to what's going on with that shift. But it's just a very interesting show. It's not too gory if you're not a gory person. It just has a really good, at least the first season. I haven't seen if the second season is good, but it has a good energy to it. It's worth kind of giving it a try if that first episode gets you. Like we were watching it last year at my in-laws, and they were just we had the third episode on, and they just sat down and started watching and just watched it all through with us, and then went back and finished off the first two episodes because you can kind of do that. Another show that we checked out this year and caught up all on was Hacks. We really enjoyed that. That was a fun show on HBO.
Hacks. Yeah.
And then kind of related to DJ's point about Kumail Nanjiani, Taskmaster is something that I binged the entire series of, and he's going to be on this most recent upcoming season in the spring, so that should be fun. Nice. If you're looking to like try it out, I think series 19, they call it series, Jason, not seasons.
That's true.
Series 19, because that has Jason Mantzoukas, a U.S. comedian. It's the first time a U.S. kind of based comedian has been on the show. The whole cast is really fun. They have really good energy. I think it's a good entry point. That if you like that one, you'll probably like most of the other series that they have. But I think 19 and 20, which was this year, and 2025 are really good ones, back to back, just very solid cast. On the movie front, obviously, I loved Sinners, One Battle After Another, Weapons. Those were probably my three favorite. But I did for the first time sit down and watch 2001: A Space Odyssey in all of its 4K glory. I'd known about it in the culture, right? The music, but just to sit down and actually see it start to finish, it is an interesting ride. It's so cool to see kind of the things in the movie, whether it's the visuals or the score or just the kind of plot devices that have become so influential that I've seen in other mediums. So it was an interesting ride, especially the ending, which is quite trippy if you've seen it. And then when you guys were talking about Tron Ares, I had no interest in seeing it, but it did remind me that the Tron Legacy movie had a wonderful soundtrack by Daft Punk. So I've been listening to that a lot. It's got a very good, no kind of lyrics vibe if you're able to listen to music while you work. On the video game front, the two games that have captured, besides Dispatch, which you guys have talked about a lot, the other two are Blueprints, which is like a roguelike puzzle game that you kind of go through this house trying to get to this secret room and a secret door. And each day you have a certain amount of steps as you go into the rooms. And when you exhaust your steps, you start over the day. The rooms are constantly changing. You have choices of what rooms you want to create in front of you. A very fun puzzle game. And then Hades 2, which I know Nando and others have played a lot of, I think Diggins as well. That's been a lot of my hours over the holiday season the last couple of weeks. But those are my recs for kind of my 2025.
Very good.
Nice.
What are we doing next week, fellas? Is next week Bone Temple or is that Bone Temple's the end of the month?
Greenland 2's
I will remind you guys, you have 10 movie debts. You have 10 movie debts on the movie debt docket, so there's always time to tap into that sweet debt.
Greenland 2. Greenland 2. Greenland 2.
Primate.
Yeah, Primate looks like it could be fun.
Does it have a number 8 in the middle? If not, I don't want to touch it in January. It needs to have like my horror films
that's
in
true.
January.
they need letters instead of word. Yeah. I'm 50-50 on it. I do think Primate's probably funnier. I mean, we'll figure it out, but yeah, it could be debt. You never know. I also think there was a movie, I can't remember what it was, but there were a couple things that came out late in the year that we didn't cover that was just like kind of too many things were being released, and so maybe we get back to one of those. I don't know. I guess they wouldn't be vaudable yet, but eventually we got to do like Ellen McKay and get that in, and so but that'll that Ella's day will come, for sure. Yeah, do you guys have anything to plug, DJ?
Nah. Next time.
Okay. Diggins, anything to plug?
Nope. Nando, anything to plug?
Yeah, I got some videos and stuff. I did one about the Doomsday trailer. I'm gonna do one about the potential, like the new Doomsday trailer. Do one about the potential Sebastian Stan Batman casting, some options for what that might be and why I think that's interesting. And then I have a video coming out. It'll be on Nebula soon. It's taking stock of all of the mutants that we've met in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That just because I think it's interesting, like not because I think you need to know it, because I don't think any of them are ever going to show, like most of them are probably never going to show up again. But like it's a really weird kind of random grab bag of characters that are so inconsequential. But if you had to make an X-Men out of all the mutants that were introduced in the MCU, those would be who you have. So that'll be out on Nebula probably soon. I'm making a lot of progress on that. And I feel like that's probably everything for me. Roger, what about you? You have anything to plug?
The usual plug of if you like the show and you want to get involved in the discourse, you can jump into the Discord. But the next time Discord I'll be here. I'll be here in a year's time. Maybe I'll be here again because I do have a movie debt to pick. If you ever get to it.
Yeah.
The one I'm still open to picking something. I haven't decided yet, but there was somebody in the Discord who pointed out that the Batman v Superman 10-year anniversary is this year, and you guys did never cover that. And that is,
yeah.
I mean, there's just not an opportunity that you're ever going to see Snyder again in a movie that you're going to watch because no one's going to. So
wait, you guys never did Batman v Superman?
It was before this podcast.
Yeah,
like I don't think we ever.
Mad Bracket Status, yeah.
We talked about it a little bit on Mad Bracket Says, but definitely didn't do a full
I've seen that movie twice.
Or episode. I've seen it 100 times.
Would you like to see it a third time, Diggins?
Is there a director's cut of that?
That's the second time I watched it. Yeah,
because there's scenes that were cut that are in some cut of it, but.
So I'll plug the potential movie debt of maybe my return when we do Batman v Superman, the 10-year anniversary, director's cut, extended edition, Snyder 4:3 aspect ratio.
Oh man, yeah.
But that's all I have.
That'd be brutal. Well, Roger, thank you so much for coming on again this year. We're sorry that 2025 was a horrible year full of weird shit, but 2026 is probably also going to be that. So
yeah,
just enjoy yourself, have some fun. And everybody that's listened this year, we're happy to, have you guys listen to stuff and just see in the Discord and let us know what you thought of our picks and stuff for things, where you are in terms of like what you thought of like what we had picked before, but also like where you think our predictions, who's you think are more likely and stuff. I'm curious where other people land on them. And so thank you everybody on the Discord for having fun conversations and to the mods of the Discord for kicking on all the people trying to shill their currency or whatever they're doing on there. But that is it for 2025. I say 7 days into 2026, but until next week, I have been at Nando View Movies on Twitter.
I'm at Zippy by Day on all the platforms.
I'm at C. Diggins exclusively on Bluesky.
And I'm the Supreme Court Justice of this mostly nitpicking court, Roger.
And we'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.